Would you join the world's greatest evil organization? Volume 3 by Kiyuna Todo, translated by Green Shadow, audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 78, Yes, he is the evil boss. The new Metallica's headquarters is located on Purgatory Island, which has become a fortress facility that can withstand battle. However, not all of Metallica's departments and personnel are gathered on Purgatory Island. This is to some extent natural. It is physically impossible to gather many personnel and facilities in one base, and some departments are better off leaving outside the island. Also, Metallica's bases scattered around the world may have meaning in being located there in the first place. When NEET gave his speech the other day, many members were gathered to set up Purgatory Island as their base, but now they are flying to various places in preparation for the final battle. And they are probably working on their own jobs with the members from all over the world who would have been watching through the monitors at that time. As the leader, Nito left the operation of the base to the executive director, Niina, and visited the bases and facilities around the world in order. Tsurugi, where are we going next? As Nito sat in his seat on the plane, he called out to Tsurugi, who was sitting next to him. Today he was in his old home of Manhattan, yesterday he was in the French branch, and last year he was in the Middle East branch, where many of the old Megadeth members were. Nito had a very hard schedule these past few days, so he was a little tired. Tomorrow we will return to Japan. We plan to visit each base in the country in one day. Tsurugi, the vice president of the new Metallica, who should be having a similarly hard schedule, did not look tired. Maybe he trains differently. I see, then I'll have to push myself one more time. As he sat in his seat, Nito stretched. It was certainly tiring, but this was necessary, and that's why he decided to do it. He visited each base and met with each member. He listened to their voices to understand the situation in each area and used them to make future improvements. At the same time, he explained Nito's thoughts and future plans. I'm also curious about the actions of Simple Plan, led by Dylan, but that's something I need to get done first. But anyway, boss, you've finally come this far. I know it's a little late, but congratulations. Tsurugi suddenly said that. By you've come this far, he naturally meant that I had risen to the top of Metallica. That's true, but that's a bit strange. I'm the evil boss. Evil boss, those are words a child might say, but that's exactly what Nito is now. Foo, that's for sure. But I had a feeling you'd end up like this from the beginning. Tsurugi smiled nihilistically as usual and started pouring sake into the glass he held. We'll arrive in half a day. How about it, boss? Want to join me for a drink? Yeah, well, I'll have a little then. The two of them silently toasted and drank it all in one sip. Come to think of it, something like this happened a long time ago. Do you remember? Nito brought up the topic. It's not bad to reminisce once in a while. After all, Tsurugi is the man who has been fighting alongside him since the beginning. I didn't have much status and was weak at the time, but a man like him came to me. He declared that Nito's evil was worth serving. Yes, I think it was when we entered Okinawa. Tsurugi closed his eyes and seemed to be savoring the aftertaste of the sake. Thinking about it again, Nito couldn't tell how much this man had helped him, and not just in strength. He had been running with him since the time when Nito's ambition was nothing more than a pipe dream, aiming for it with all his might. Perhaps without him, he wouldn't have been able to reach this place. Nito thought so. I'll say it while I'm at it. Nito was about to tell him about what had happened up until now, but Tsurugi cut him off. Foo, sorry for the sad news, boss. That's right. Anyway, the last stop on our tour of Japan's bases is the development room. After that, boss will be taking some time off. A day off. Why? Tsurugi answered with a straight face while pouring himself a second cup, and Nito was dumbfounded by his unexpected words. That's right, boss. Of course, there are times when you need to take a break for physical reasons. There's someone you have to meet, isn't there? Nito knew what Tsurugi was trying to say. He had told Tsurugi about something that had happened when he defected from Metallica. No, but... Nito scratched the tip of his nose and stammered. It wasn't that he was avoiding her, but for some reason, it was difficult for him to meet her. It's not that I don't want to see her, on the contrary, I want to see her smile and hear her gentle voice. But I don't know what kind of face I should make when I meet her. Tsurugi's words were clear to the hesitant Nito. Boss, I don't mind if a man makes a woman wait. But if he promises to come back, he has to fulfill that promise as long as he's alive. Well, it's just my opinion though. As expected of Tsurugi. His nihilistic appearance and manly personality are surely what makes him popular. It's probably because of that he seems to have quite a few mistresses. What he's saying may be a bit subtle from a feminist's perspective, but it was strangely persuasive. However, Nito thinks it's a bit different. No, it's not like that, It's not like that between her and me. We're classmates, we're comrades. At least that's how it was until now. Nito certainly didn't deny that he had feelings inside of her. But he hadn't yet come to a conclusion about them. I know you're not very good at that sort of thing because you lack experience, but I don't think it's right to be so pathetic. What was it you say? Tsurugi's gaze was sharp, and Nito answered without thinking. Yes, I'm the boss of evil. It seems like it's about time he made up his mind. Nito thought as he took another sip of sake. He closed his eyes and thought, I see. Behind his eyelids he could see her gentle expression and hear her gentle voice. She's kind, but she's also strong, has a dignified side, and is always serious. That's the kind of person she is. When he was with her, he would sometimes get excited for no reason, and sometimes he would try to act cool, even though it was stupid. Nito had seen her cry a few times, but he didn't want to see it again if he could. He's never told anyone, but that's one of the reasons Nito has been able to fight. It seems I am that person after all. That's what I am. But those feelings, maybe, Nito sighed with mixed feelings. It seemed he couldn't just leave things like this. His feelings, the position he was in, the future that lay ahead. He had to think about all these things and come to a decision about his own feelings and his relationship with her. That's what it should be. It's hard to make a decision. On the contrary, he wants to just forget about it all and look forward to seeing her. He's made so many decisions up until now, and each time he carried them out with a strong will. The hellish situations he's been through are probably some of the greatest in the history of mankind. And yet am I so weak? Nito thought about this with a fuzzy head. Chapter 79, Welcome Back, Nito-kun. Nito's first big job after becoming CEO of Metallica Holdings, in other words the head, was to visit all the bases and departments around the world, and for the time being, that was finished. He heard some useful information in the development room, which was the last base, and he thinks he was able to raise morale. The next day, Nito took his first day off in a while and sat alone on a bench at the seaside park. The clear blue sky and the gentle breeze felt good. It was a calm afternoon, and it was hard to believe that a battle for everything in the world would occur so soon. I'm getting sleepy. He couldn't help but mutter. Listening directly to the voices of the field and building a better organization was necessary for the upcoming battle. But doing it in such a short time seemed to be physically and mentally taxing. If he let his guard down, he would fall asleep. Nito had come to the park to meet up with his girlfriend, but there was still more than an hour until the appointment. He had nothing to do and was bored, so he came early and just sat around. He could have gone out to town, but he decided not to, because there was a high chance that he would get harassed by some delinquent-like young people. He laughed at himself, but he still can't handle such situations well. He's trained his body a lot more since before he joined Metallica, and it's almost impossible for him to fall behind a normal human even without transforming, but it seems his innate weakness hasn't changed. He's wondered why, even though he's dealt with heroes and monsters. He's concluded that maybe he just doesn't like fighting or getting into fights, and that hasn't changed at all since he was a child. So he can only fight when he has a goal that he has to achieve, even if it means going beyond himself. I actually like quiet times like this at the seaside park. That's why I get sleepy. And it's even more so because I've been on edge lately. There are some things I actually need to think about. The scenario leading up to the final battle is almost complete, and there are preparations to be made for that, as well as for the girl who is about to arrive. But I'm sleepy. The sound of the ocean and the warm sunlight are making me feel more and more sleepy. And when I think about the person who is about to arrive, my tense mind relaxes even more. Nito closed his eyes, thinking just for a bit. Something soft was touching the right side of his body. Nito noticed it in his hazy state of consciousness. It smelled nice and it was comfortable. It was calming. Him. Mumbling. It seems he had fallen asleep, and he felt like he wanted to go back to sleep. With his eyes closed, Nito rubbed his face against the soft thing on the right side of his body. Huh, what on earth is this? The villain's thought process, which had been getting through various situations with quick wits, finally woke up. I remember I was waiting for someone and I had fallen asleep on the bench, and this feeling on my right side. I'm so sorry. I sat up with a bang. I had fallen asleep while sitting on the bench, and then I ended up leaning on the person who had sat next to me. And that person was... You woke up. Next to Nito, smiling gently, was Maki, whom I hadn't seen in a long time. Today was a holiday, so she was wearing a white blouse and a red culotte skirt. Her cheeks were slightly pink, and she looked very girly. The thought of leaning on her like that and not only falling asleep, but rubbing against some part of her made me feel embarrassed, guilty, and confused. I'm so sorry. What is it, already 5 o'clock? Looking around, the sun was already setting over the horizon. That means he had been asleep for about 2 hours, so Maki had been next to him for about an hour. Looking around, Nito's body was covered with a cardigan that seemed to belong to Maki. Hee. Nito-kun, you were sleeping soundly. I saw your sleeping face. Maki chuckled mischievously. Had this person been sitting next to me the whole time, waiting for me to wake up? And had she seen my silly face while sleeping soundly? Thinking about this, Nito became anxious. You should have woken me up. Nito scratched his head in embarrassment as he said this, but Maki shook her head. No, I mean, you looked like you were sleeping so comfortably. And somehow I was happy. Hee, as Maki smiled shyly, Nito felt his heart beat faster for a moment. You're tired, aren't you? I'm sorry, I made you worry today. No, it's not that. How were you? I'm fine. How was Nito? The two of them talked about trivial things for a while. It had been a while since they'd last spoken, so they didn't have much to talk about. They talked about the silly things Nina had done recently, the books they'd both read recently, the latest developments in the development lab, the taste of the traditional sake made at Anthrax, and the new menu items at the Odin restaurant. It was quite rare for Nito to talk like this with a girl, but it was still fun. Maki's calm, clear voice was pleasant, and it was nice to see her smile occasionally. After talking about everything, there was a short pause. At that moment, Maki said, "Oh, that's right," and took out a small box from her bag and timidly handed it to Nito. "That's right. Here, I'll give it back to you." As if treating something precious with care, Maki took out the company badge that Nito had entrusted to her when he left Metallica. The steel wings are Metallica's motif, and to Nito, they are the mark of evil that he is proud of. It became clear to him that she must have treasured them for a long time. Thank you, Maki. Nito took it from her slender fingers. In fact, there were two intentions behind entrusting the company badge to her. The first one was simply sentimental, but the second one was different, and no one knew about it except Ni. Thinking about it again, he realized how evil he was, but he couldn't tell her that. She also didn't ask about Aikno, who had also entrusted the company badge to Maki. Perhaps she had thought about it in her own way, and he was grateful for that. Perhaps Maki would eventually learn some surprising truth, or so he thought, but that was beside the point. You've really come this far, Nito-kun. After a short silence, Maki spoke. Yeah, finally though. Come to think of it, Maki was the first person Nito told his determination to. It was when she came to visit Nito in the hospital right after Manaka died. I'm going to walk to the top of Metallica. Considering that I was just a low-level general affairs employee at the time, it was a very bold statement, but she didn't laugh. She listened seriously. It gave me the courage to start climbing the long ladder. The first time we drank together after defeating Beetle, Maki told me about her situation and her wishes. It made me feel like I wasn't alone in my fight to change the world as a villain. Thank you for everything. If it weren't for Maki, I might have lost somewhere. Before Nito realized it, he had said those words. Of course, the same goes for Tsurugi, Niina, and the other comrades who fought alongside him. I don't think Nito would have been able to win without them. But that's not what he was talking about to Maki. That's not true. I always feel lonely that I can't be of any help, but I'm really glad that you said that. Maki's eyes looked a little moist. Her eyes, reflecting the setting sun, were beautiful. It's strange, but I thought that Nito would definitely make his dream come true. I've always thought that. Maki puts both hands on her chest and continues speaking with a sad expression. That's why I cried my eyes out during the speech the other day. Nito-kun was so confident and cool. No. It was, well, how should I put it, that was what Nina called serious evil mode. How should I put it well? She stared at him with those big eyes, and he couldn't speak. Nito felt a little embarrassed that he could only react like a boy. He couldn't look her in the eye, so he could only look at her black hair, which was rustling in the wind. Haha, this kind of thing is kind of embarrassing. Oh, that's right. I'll go get you something to drink. What would you like? I'd like a coffee, please. Nito was confused, but managed to answer, and Maki stood up energetically and left the bench. Nito watched her back, but when she was a little distance away, Maki turned around and put both hands over her mouth, making a megaphone shape. I forgot to say it properly. Welcome back, Nito. After saying that a little louder, Maki blushed, perhaps from embarrassment, and started running in the direction of the convenience store. She looked so cute and warm, and Nito's heart was stirred. Ah. Nito sighed. He wondered if he could really say what he wanted to say today like this. As he was sitting on the bench, thinking about this, he heard a voice from behind him. Is that Komori Nito? It was a voice he'd never heard before. He turned around in a panic, but there was a man, or rather a boy, he didn't recognize. He looked about high school age. That was strange. No matter how much he'd been talking to Maki, there was no way he'd be able to be caught up in an ordinary person getting behind him while awake and not notice it. He had been trained to that extent. If so, who was this boy? At first glance, he looks like a regular high school student. He's not particularly well built, and judging from the position of his center of gravity, he doesn't seem to have any fighting experience. His well-proportioned features and sleepy eyes are striking, but he seems like a quiet boy, and at the very least, he's not the type of person that Nito would find threatening. So why? Nito suppressed the chill he felt and pretended to be calm, even as he felt sweat running down his back. As Nito was pondering how to respond, the boy spat out the next words. They say you're the leader of Metallica. Is that true? What? Who is this guy? My name is fairly well known, but my face shouldn't be that common. There's no way a regular high school student would know that, and even if they did, they wouldn't have spoken to me. In the first place, Nito's actions and whereabouts are kept top secret. They shouldn't have known that I was here. How did they manage to find me? And there was something slightly strange about what he was saying. They say he was the leader of Metallica, he said. Could it have been hearsay from a third party? But there was no one else there besides him. The leader of Metallica, me? Why would you think that? Nito answered him, hoping to draw out more information, and looked into his eyes. Then a hunch kicked in. They look alike. This boy looks alike, not in his facial features or figure. It was something deep in the boy's eyes. The boy looked like them that Nito had seen countless times. Chapter 80, didn't you learn that at school? Nito answered him and looked into his eyes to draw out more information. A hunch struck him. Similar. This boy looks similar, not his facial features or physique. It's something deep in the boy's eyes. The boy resembled them that Nito had seen countless times. I guess you could say I think so. I think that's right. The boy spoke with a wary tone. Ha ha ha, I'm in trouble. Nito scratched his head and laughed weakly, thinking about the high school-like boy in front of him. Then, after confirming that there was no other sign of wariness in the seaside park, he came to a conclusion. This boy was not an ordinary person. He made the effort to contact me after being convinced that I was the leader of Metallica. First of all, that was strange. Second, he wasn't scared, even in front of someone who might be the leader of Metallica. That's impossible. And how did he know that I was in this place? And if he knew, why did he appear in front of me all by himself? If you think about it normally, there are a lot of questions. In other words, this boy had knowledge of the leader of Metallica, a motive to come into contact with him, and some way to ensure his own safety by himself, even if it meant doing something so dangerous. Nito only knew of one type of being like that. In that case, this guy was the enemy. Nito let his thoughts run that far, and he turned on a switch inside himself, sharpening his mind. He put his hands in his slacks pockets and sneered at him. Then, his eyes remained cold as he mocked him. So, what if I was Komori Nito, the leader of Metallica, "You rocks, boy." What you're?" The boy's expression was tense. The seaside park was calm as the sun was about to sink below the horizon, but the atmosphere between the two of them quickly froze. "Didn't you learn in school that, when you ask someone your name, you should give it yourself?" Nito spoke to the boy as he slowly approached him. His expression remained calm to the last. Maki, who had gone to buy drinks, would be back soon, and there was no telling how much fighting power this boy, who was probably in another form, had. So it would not be a good idea to engage him in a battle here. Also, because of the scenario he had envisioned, he had intended to contact someone from Simple Plan at some point. It was unexpected, but he had hoped that they had contacted him first. Although an unexpected encounter with an enemy could put his life at risk, Nito could not afford to panic. As Nito felt the end of his short, calm, warm time, his body was filled with malice that had already grown to its limit. Through contact with this thing, he would accelerate the scenario. To do that, he needed to survive this place and manipulate it well. There was no deep reason why Ikeju-ban was at this seaside park. He happened to be dragged along with a female classmate shopping, and when she said she wanted to take a detour on her way home, he accompanied her and somehow ended up here. It was a private matter, unrelated to the Simple Plan that Ban was participating in, and the Guardians and the other rocks were unaware that Ban was here today. So it was just a coincidence that he ran into him at this seaside park. However, according to Halen, the self-proclaimed alien spirit that resides within Ban, these coincidences are due to Ban's unique constitution. Apparently, it's also the reason why Ban ended up fighting alongside Halen, and why he keeps running into female classmates by chance. Halen explains that it has something to do with the law of causality and being an entity that interferes with fate, but Ban doesn't quite get it. However, the important thing isn't the cause of these coincidences. It's how you react to them. Halen's voice echoed in Ban's head, telling him of Komori Nito's existence. Halen has high sensory abilities and can even recognize the transformed form of a cyborg if one is nearby. Since Halen sensed the evil silhouette, the monster that defeated Slipknot, there was no doubt that it was Komori Nito. Ban was confused and flustered. Of course, in such a peaceful, ordinary place, no matter what. There's no way that such a big shot would be in a seaside park where high school students stop by on their way home from shopping. It's impossible if you think about it logically. Though he felt bad for the girl in his class who was with him, he told her to go home first because he remembered he had something to do, and ran off to a position where he could see a person who looked like Komori Nito. By the way, she did give him a strange look at that time, so it's going to be hard to make an excuse when we meet at school next time. He was with a woman and seemed to be talking about something. If anything, he seemed like a kind and gentle man and not a villain at all. However, there was no doubt about the sensing ability of Halen in his mind. Ban thought about it for a bit, but when he saw the woman who was with Komori Nito leave the place, he decided to call out to him. Ban prides himself on being an ordinary high school student. But in the midst of an impending crisis for the world, he decided to use the power he had accidentally acquired and fight as one of the rocks. Also, even though Sengoku-san and Katero-san are strong, he feel like he's probably the only one who could have, accidentally, encountered Komori Nito like this. So this opportunity was one he couldn't pass up. There was only one opponent, and even if it came to a fight, he thought that if he transformed into Halen, he wouldn't lose to the evil silhouette. That was clear from his experiences fighting alongside Halen up until now. At worst, it should be easy to escape. If all went well, he might be able to capture him and contact Sengoku-san. With that in mind, Ban spoke to Komori Nito. His first reaction was disappointingly normal. But perhaps realizing that Ban was certain, he replied, "So, what if I was Metallica's leader, Komori Nito, Rock's boy?" A low voice, a cold expression despite his smile, completely different from before. It was as if the darkness swirling inside him was overflowing. What? The man, who should have been about the same height as Ban, radiated an eerie, immense, intimidating presence. Moreover, even though he was certain that Ban was Rock's, he didn't seem shaken at all. "I knew it, you are." There was no doubt about it. This man was the leader of Metallica. He was the man known as the King of Evil. Komori Nito closed the gap, and Ban unconsciously took a step back. The light from the setting sun and the sea reflecting it was shining from behind Komori Nito, which also seemed to contribute to his intimidating presence. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Ban's head. "What are you doing, Ban? Isn't it decided now? Let's get this done. Transform, transform." Halen is originally a combative person and has absolute confidence in his own strength. So, what he said was normal for Ban. The reason he even contacted Komori Nito in the first place was because of Halen's strong push. If we can just defeat this guy, it'll be over, right? You'll never get a chance like this again, even if you're good. Ban heard Halen's voice and thought. Halen certainly had a point. Rocks can only fight for a short time, but their fighting ability is not that inferior to Sengoku and Katero. So there's no way they can't defeat him, probably. There was nothing like this in the simple plan, but there's no doubt that Komori Nito has a chance to defeat him here and now. However, Komori Nito is not currently doing anything bad, so they can't fight to stop him, they'll have to initiate it. Ban had never fought like this before. Calm down a bit, Halen. They already know who I am. Wouldn't it be bad for Metallica to get information about me? Just think about it. I knew that from the beginning. I talked to him because I knew it wouldn't be a problem if I just defeated him quickly. As Ban was having a conversation with Halen in his head, Komori Nito came even closer. Didn't they teach you in school that, when you ask someone their name, you should give it yourself first? Komori Nito's cold gaze pierced Ban as if he was assessing him. The word school, spoken by Komori Nito, made the confused Ban decide. To Ban, who works in secret as rocks, it was a word that symbolized everyday life. It was something that an ordinary high school student like Ban had to protect. It was the reason why rocks like Ban fought. This man guessed that he was a high school student. With Metallica's powers, it should be easy to find out who I was. So if I don't defeat this man now, if I let him go, danger may soon come to those around me, to my everyday life. That girl, who I had just parted ways with after making a lame excuse, would be one of them. Ban has been fighting to protect this small, yet precious world. And Halen, who doesn't really care what happens to the world, has said that he likes Ban and is lending him his strength. So what do I have to do now? Ban exhaled slowly with these thoughts in mind and stood up to Komori Nito's pressure. It was just a coincidence that I became rocks, it was just the way things were. In reality, I'm just an ordinary high school student with a few weak points. I just want to live a peaceful life, but I have the power to fight. So, your name, I get it. My name is Ikaju Ban, and Ban spoke to his rough and a bit stupid, but more reliable partner than anyone else. Let's go, Halen. Placing his palm on his forehead, he synchronizes his consciousness with that of his partner inside him. Then, with two voices overlapping, he shouts, "Transform." At the same time as the password is said, Ban's body begins to metamorphose. Shining energy overflows from his body. This is the process of temporarily lending Ban's body to Halen, who is merely a spirit, and reconstructing it, materializing his superhuman strength for a short time. The body has a white and red coloring base and a metallic texture harder than steel. A faint glow emanates from the entire body. His figure floats slightly, manipulating gravity. This is another form of Ban that no one knows, and yet everyone knows. Halen, you say, I never thought that a high school student was his true identity. Komori Nito muttered in surprise. It seemed that he knew the name too. It may be natural considering that he is the leader of Metallica. You bastard, I'm going to beat you up and drag you away. Are you ready for that? Halen's spirit form Ban is always fed up with his foul-mouthed and rough manner. But well, it can't be helped now. He thought and didn't say anything. I see. I don't know how it works, but he seems to be the type who changes personality. Komori Nito was still unfazed, even though rocks had appeared before his eyes. Ban didn't understand why. Yeah, what's the matter? Why don't you transform yourself quickly? Ah. Halen riles up Komori Nito. The sun has already set at the seaside park. It was not very popular in the area, so it didn't seem like such a bad place to transform and fight. I guess so. Hearing Halen's words, Komori Nito reached for the tie he was fastening, but dropped his hand halfway. No, I'll stop. Then, the words that came out of his mouth were unexpected. What? You think I'm a fool? There's no way he can fight Halen as his bare body. There's also no way he can escape. What does that mean? Ban didn't understand Komori Nito's thoughts. I mean it exactly as I said. Even if I transformed and fought you, I don't think I'd be able to win. I don't like losing battles, and pointless ones either. With that, he walked towards me without even taking a guarded or defensive stance. I'll tell you. I have to beat you up for some reason. Even if you don't want to, I'll do it. Wait, Halen. Halen wasn't sure what Kamari Nito was thinking, but he told him to focus his energy in his right arm. It's Ban's job to adjust the energy during transformation, but it looks like he'll have to wait a little this time. Halen, you're said to be on par with Dylan in terms of fighting ability, but Metallica places you in an A rank, lower than Dylan. Do you know why? By the way, I've just realized why. Ha ha ha. Kamori Nito sneered and patted me on the shoulder, as if he was making fun of me, then started walking in a different direction. I looked in the direction he was heading and saw the woman who was with Kamari just now running towards him. She looked worried. Apparently, she also seemed to be aware that something was wrong. Unrelated, but she was quite cute. Compared to Ban, she was older, but she had the perfect balance of girlish cuteness and intelligence. Hey sis, that guy's a villain. Stay away, it's dangerous. Even though Halen may look like this, he is kind to women. It is well known that he has never hurt a woman in battle. That's why he probably called out to the woman just now, but she didn't seem to hear. Of course. Halen didn't seem to get it, but from Ban's point of view, it was clear what she thought of Kamori Nito. Ban is often called dumb, hard of hearing, and insensitive, but it seemed that his confidence that he is never like that when it comes to other people was not wrong. Kamori Nito approached the woman, put his arm around her shoulders, and spoke to her in a tone that seemed to be contemptuous. Are you stupid? She's my woman. Of course she knows who I am. The woman who was suddenly put on the shoulders looked confused, as if to say, but her face was a little red. It was probably because she was surprised, but not against it. No, she looked a little embarrassed and even happy. Ban knew from experience that women react to such things even in such tense situations. In contrast to the woman who was flustered and confused, but silent, Kamori Nito kept a calm expression. Halen was probably quite annoyed, and prepared to fire an energy wave. If Halen fired an energy wave at full force, a living human would not stand a chance. One hit would shatter all the bones in the body and kill the person. However, Kamori Nito still didn't take a defensive stance. He still roughly held the woman's shoulders. He took the coffee the woman was holding and even seemed to have time to drink it. He then calmly told me, "The reason you are considered lower than S-class despite your strength is because you act poorly. It's only been a few minutes since you appeared before me, but you've already made 2 fatal mistakes. Sengoku would never make such a mistake. Well, it can't be helped if your true form is a brat and your transformed form is an idiot." The sun had already set, and the lights installed at the seaside park were illuminating Kamori Nito. The expression on his face, illuminated by a sliver of light in the darkness, was completely different from the gentle one he had shown with the woman at dusk. It was cruel and calculating, almost devilish. What? Calm down, Halen. Halen was angry, but his relaxed attitude and suggestive words made him undecided, and so was Ban. Think about it from a broader perspective, hero. What would happen if you killed me now? After making sure that I had stopped my attack, Kamori Nito focused his gaze with an exaggerated gesture and slowly began to speak. His appearance was extremely close to the vague image of a king that Ban had through games and history. It felt frightening. Chapter 81, I think it's a great idea. From a big picture perspective, Stop talking nonsense. Halen, who is on the outside, answers Kamori Nito's question and prepares to attack again, but Ban holds him back. It's dangerous. Defeating this guy without question is dangerous. Or rather, this man is skillfully creating such a situation. That's how it feels. Hey Ban. Before I knew it, the transformation of Halen had been undone, and I was back to being a normal high school student, Ikijo Ban. Halen and Ban's hearts must be facing in the same direction in order for them to become rocks. I see, you said Ikijo. For a kid, you seem to have a good sense. I'll teach you as a reward. It's Kamori-sensei's future prediction lesson. Kamori Nito grins as he sees Ban, who has now transformed. He lets go of the woman who is holding him and comes a little closer to Ban. In the darkness, Kamori Nito, illuminated by the lights of the park and with his hair blowing in the sea breeze, looks like a stage actor in the spotlight. First of all, I didn't become the leader of Metallica because I'm the strongest. So even if I die here, it won't be a big blow to Metallica if you think about it in terms of simple fighting power. Komori Nito says calmly, and the words themselves are not wrong, but Ban has known that from the beginning. The problem isn't his strength. It's the fact that he is the leader of the evil. If he is defeated, it will undoubtedly be a blow to Metallica. That's what Ban was thinking, but Komori Nito laughed at him and continued speaking. And there's one more thing. How many people know that I, Komori Nito, am the leader of Metallica? You certainly did. It was probably some kind of tip from the guys in Maroon 5. I've become somewhat famous after all. You Simple Plan members and guardians must have heard of me. But what about the general public? Do people all over the world know me like the former leader Tajiro? I don't think so. And there's no way that people know my face or identity. That's true, but what does that matter? Komori Nito's words were not wrong. This man rose from complete obscurity to the pinnacle of evil in just a few years, and the public's awareness of him has not kept up with how quickly he has expanded. After all, until recently, Tajiro Blackmore was thought to be alive. Tajiro, the leader of Metallica, was dead. That's why Metallica was weakened, and now Slayer has broken away from them and conquered all evil, forming one giant organization. That's how the general public perceives it. And yet, that giant organization has yet to take any concrete action. In fact, some even believe that because they're now in control, there are fewer casualties among ordinary people than before. The whole world shares this indescribable anxiety that a monolithic evil is squirming in the shadows, preparing to bring about the destruction of the world. But who is at the top is merely a rumor. The man who killed Slipknot in New York and defeated Maroon 5 on Purgatory Island is named Komori Nito, and there's a high possibility that he's the leader. So what? You really don't understand. Well then, what were you planning to do if you beat me here? Were you planning to announce to the world, "Hey, I beat Metallica's top Komori Nito"? Komori Nito looked down at Ban as if he couldn't help but find it funny. If he did as Komori Nito asked, how would the world change after that? Ban had such thoughts and he realized something. Congratulations, you understand well. That's good for a high school student. If you become my subordinate, I'll make you my right-hand man. Komori Nito gave a dry applause, but his eyes seemed to say that he didn't care about Ban at all. Even if you kill me, whose existence is unclear, neither the general world nor Metallica will consider it a defeat or annihilation of Metallica. The punchline is that you will think so. After all, the forces of evil have hardly been lost. On the contrary, I don't know how the villains will act after losing me, their leader. The only thing I can say is that it won't be like, we lost. From now on, we will atone for our sins and live purely and righteously. There is no way that will happen. The fighting and the chaos will not stop, that's for sure. So even if you defeat me here and now, it won't mean much. The pressure of Komori Nito, who calmly and dispassionately told the truth, was heavy, but Ban didn't stay silent. Maybe, but if I don't defeat you, it will be even worse, right? It certainly seemed that Komori Nito was right. But that doesn't mean there was no choice but to defeat Komori Nito, the leader of Metallica. This man is the worst man in history, and there is no doubt that he is trying to destroy the world with his malice. I have resolved to stop him. Even if it is a small courage, I will not lose it. In front of the evil king who must have committed countless evil deeds, Ban let out a roar. No, you are right. I will conquer this world. Villains running wild without a king is nothing compared to what the king is about to do. Besides, if you mangy to defeat me, it doesn't mean you defeat Metallica. If you want to, you can kill everyone, every single one of them. If it takes years and years. Ban's body shivered. And not just because the sea breeze was cold. If that's what you want, then do as you like. Defeat me here, and then engage in a long battle to save the world from the villains who won't stop fighting. Of course, it's impossible for both you and the general public to suffer no damage. Nothing about Komori Nito is wrong. It was a vision of a future that would almost certainly come. The small but precious everyday life around him, which was his motivation for fighting, would likely be destroyed. Ban was speechless. What should he do? In the first place, is it possible to stop evil without making sacrifices? But if we let this guy go, it will only get worse. What should he do? Cold sweat ran down Ban's back. Komori NEET continued speaking with a cruel sneer as if he could see through that. By the way, we're in the same situation as you guys. For example, if Sengoku were assassinated by someone somewhere right this moment, would you stop fighting? You wouldn't, would you? The battle between you and us is no longer on that level. It's a clash of forces that will divide this world in two. If you think about it normally, it's the kind of thing that would end only when a large-scale global battle continues for a long period of time and one side can no longer maintain its power. Isn't that right? If not, then tell me how you intended to settle this battle. Komori Nito slowly walked up to Ban. Ban couldn't answer his question. He approached Ban, who was still standing there, close enough to hear his breathing, and whispered to him. His voice was so gentle it made his bones shiver. But I don't want that to happen either. If this battle continues for years, the world will be damaged, economically, materially, and humanly. Eventually, that world will be mine. I have no interest in a world that is completely devastated when I win. I don't understand. Ban had no idea what Komori Nito was trying to say. This battle will drag on, involving the whole world. But the evil king said that he didn't want that. If that's the case, why does he lead an evil organization to try to conquer the world? Why does he cause such a destructive battle? What on earth? At the moment Ban looked confused, Komori Nito spoke again with something unexpected. Now, here is a proposal. I think it's a great idea that will resolve the concerns we've just discussed. Komori Nito whispered like a demon, and it was hard to believe that he was the same person as him. Cold, heavy, sharp, deep, he was something mysterious. Chapter 82, It's Tough. I managed to stop Helen's attack and get to the point where he said he had a proposal. I'll be able to achieve my goal soon. Nito was relieved that he hadn't made any mistakes in his words and actions up to this point, but he didn't show any emotion on the surface and waited for Ikijo Ban's reply with a relaxed attitude. A proposal. I don't think there's anything that would benefit either you or us. Ikijo looked suspicious, but deep inside I could see the hesitation and fear. No matter how powerful he was still a high school student. He was one step behind mentally compared to the rocks and the others he had fought so many times before. Nito was convinced of that, so he continued. There's no point in me telling you this here. You're not in a position to get the simple plan moving, are you? So what I want to ask you to do is to set up a meeting between me and Sengoku. What? Ikijo's surprise was understandable. But if you think about it rationally, this is a natural conclusion. It's Sengoku's righteous charisma that actually moves rocks and the Guardians, and the simple plan wouldn't have been possible without him. So he's essential to making decisions for the simple plan. Of course, the same goes for Metallica. Nito explains this to Ikijo and then reminds him of what he just said. If we continue like this, our battle will be a large-scale one that will last for years, and the world will be hurt. I'm telling Dylan this to avoid that. Oh, don't worry. I'm not planning on making an opportunity to meet Dylan and killing him on the spot. It's just a peaceful discussion, so you can decide the place and time of the meeting. Of course, I don't want to be beaten up by rocks who's lying in wait for me. I'd like you to come to the scene with only a few people. A few rocks should be enough. As a minimum precaution, I'll bring 2 aides. Benante, the former leader of Anthrax, and Tsurugi F. Gardner, my right-hand man. What on earth are you planning? Ikijo is confused, but at this point I won't answer any more of his questions. I'll just tell him what I have to say. With Benante, I can sense whatever traps you set. If I can see that you're clearly planning to kill me, I'll escape. Well, I don't think you'd do something so dirty. Now, Ikijo-kun, that's all I want to say. I'll give you a dedicated communication device that will connect you to me. It won't be able to detect our location, but you can connect to me anytime, anywhere. Of course, you can consult with Sengoku or the other rocks. Contact me when you're ready for a peaceful meeting. Nito approached Ikijo, who seemed unable to organize the information, and handed him a small communication device. That's right. I'll wait a month for an answer. Until then, as a sign of sincerity, we will also stop Metallica's various evil deeds, including attacks on the general public. In the center of the seaside park, where the wind was getting cold, Nito gently whispered to the high school hero. Why did you give this to me? Because we met by chance. We had originally planned to meet, but I was wondering how to create an opportunity. Although this coincidence may also be a special ability you possess, be happy, boy. Thanks to you, war may not spread all over the world. After saying that with a smile, Nito turned his back on Akijo and started walking. If he was attacked from behind now, he would be in big trouble, but he couldn't show that he was scared. He had to make Akijo think that there is no point in defeating Komori Nito here and now, and Komori Nito is convinced of that too. He killed his fear and walked calmly. Wait. He was called out to him, but he didn't even turn around. I don't want to. I've finished my business, and I have no intention of listening to you. Listening to stories that have not yet been concluded is a waste of time. Unlike high school students, adults are busy, see you. After that, Nito waved his hand back, put his arm around Maki's shoulder, who was waiting for him a little distance away, and left. As expected, Ikijo Band did not attack from behind. Section. After leaving the seaside park, they walked along the paved tree-lined path, and when they were sure that they were already out of Ikijo's field of vision, Nito hurriedly let go of Maki's shoulder. I am sorry, suddenly I called you my woman. It was necessary, but he did that without getting Maki's permission. Nito shrank in guilt and apologized. No. That was, it was just a performance, right? Maki's face was a little red. Perhaps she was embarrassed to be treated like that out of the blue. But it seemed she understood his intentions, so Nito felt a little relieved. Yes, that was all part of the plan. It was a bluff to give Ikijo Ban the impression that he was a big bad villain, to make Nito's words more convincing, and to steer the story in the direction he wanted. But now that he thought about it, it was something he had never even considered before, forcing an arm around Maki's shoulders and calling her my woman. Normally, being shy and reserved, it would have been completely impossible for him to do. After all, it was none other than Maki. Normally, he would have thought it through, got nervous, and finally made up his mind to touch her, but then he would get scared and pull away, which would have been the punchline. Indeed, as they walked from the seaside park to this point, with his arms around Maki's shoulders, Nito's heart had been beating faster than usual, and the warmth of something smaller than himself in his right arm and the pleasant scent of peach wafting from it made his head spin. When Nito noticed that her delicate skin was dyed pink, he was the one who panicked. All of this was due to Nito's feelings for her. Nito himself knows that very well. But at that moment, it was just a split second of a decision to get Rox to back off. There was no hesitation. The significance of this was unexpectedly large. That's what Nito thought. Ah, yeah. I guess it was a performance, or a bluff. I didn't mean it seriously, and I don't mean it that way at all, so don't worry. That's why Nito said that to Maki. Up until now, Nito had been a villain who had deceived people, but this time, his heart ached in a different way than usual. Why, you're right, I was a little excited. Haha, that's weird. After a short pause, Maki answered in a more energetic voice than usual. Sorry. It's fine, I don't really mind that way. I'll give you a lift. I'll call a car at the station. Yes, thank you, Nito. The conversation stopped there, and the two of them walked side by side in silence down the tree-lined street at night, lit by the streetlights. When Nito looked to his side, Maki was looking down a little, and she looked a little sad. Her pretty features made it all the more noticeable. Nito is no longer a child, and he's not that stupid. After spending time with her today, he doesn't know for sure what she thinks of him, but he somehow knows. So he knows why she's making that expression right now. But that's why Nito couldn't say anything. Time passed in silence, and they arrived at the station. Maki looked at Nito before getting into the car and spoke to him. Thank you for today. I'm glad I got to see you. Also, I was really nervous after what happened, but I'm glad you're safe. Her expression was calm and gentle as she said this. She must have been trying her best to keep that expression on her face. Nito was happy to see her being so considerate. Yeah, thank you for everything. Be careful on your way home. Nito saw her off. He saw Maki waving and looking at him until she was out of sight from the car window. Left alone, Nito sighed. He couldn't help but fall into self-loathing. In the end, he couldn't say the decisive words to Maki. That was his weakness. Considering the situation he was in and Maki's happiness, he knew what he should really do. But he couldn't. That's because he was being complacent with his current situation. Damn it. With no one to listen, Nito blamed himself alone. but I have to do what I have to do. He really wanted to just throw everything away, but he couldn't. Nito decided to forcefully seal away his private life and immediately complete his actions as CEO of Metallica. He didn't want to finish what he had to do today and think about anything else after that. First, he gave instructions to NEET. He would bring forward the execution of the plan he had been planning for a while. He would get his hands on all the relevant parties and make it ready to go at any time. To do this, NEET would have to leave the headquarters on Purgatory Island for a while. All the preparations had to be completed by the time Ikijo gave his answer, but he's sure NEET could handle it. Next, he informed the entire organization of the preparations for the final battle, assuming that the plan worked. This took a while, but he thinks it would be done by tomorrow. It is necessary to thoroughly discuss with both Tsurugi and Benante the steps to take during the meeting. If we think objectively about the current situation, Metallica is at a great disadvantage. In addition to the high capabilities of the rocks, Simple Plan has the support of the Guardians, who have a numerical advantage on a global scale, and the support of the entire world. On the other hand, Metallica is an organization made up of a minority, and even when considered individually, their fighting ability is inferior to that of rocks. They will be forced into a tough battle, both in terms of quantity and quality of forces, and their chances of victory are low. That is what it means to challenge the world in the first place. However, if the meeting that Nito is currently planning and the measures he will unleash in conjunction with it are combined, they should be able to turn this disadvantage into an even match in one go. We have to do something about that within a week. Collecting his thoughts, Nito spoke them out loud. Come to think of it, it was a good thing that he had encountered Ikijo today. Without this stroke of luck, it would have been difficult to create an opportunity to meet with Dylan, and it would have taken time. Nito doesn't have much time left. As a cyborg, Nito must undergo regular vital checks. Last time, he was a member of Slayer, so he was able to suppress the results, but next time, he won't be able to fool Maki, the developer. In fact, he can't deny the possibility that something abnormal might occur before that. Fu. After thinking about various things, Nito stopped in the tree-lined path. Then he looked up at the night sky. I absolutely won't lose. I'll see it through to the end. But it's a little tough. In the end, he let out a whine to that person who only existed in his memory. Chapter 83, Seriously. Ikijo Ban, or in other words Simple Plan's, response came just 1 week after the encounter at the seaside park. It said that the three of them, including Sengoku, would meet for a meeting. This wasn't surprising to Nito at all. A proposal to minimize casualties would be what they wanted, and it was hard to imagine that this meeting would be a negative for them. The location and time had been decided by Simple Plan, and since several Metallica executives were going to be there, it was, if anything, a risky move for Metallica's side. Metallica's side wouldn't be able to set up any traps or make any preparations in advance. So what was unexpected to Nito wasn't their decision itself, but the speed of their response. To be honest, it made him anxious. This meeting required careful advance preparation, which takes time and resources. Nito thought he might not make it in time, but once again he was saved by him. Senior, what's wrong? Are you drunk? Him. This man, drinking a dry beer with relish in front of him, Nina Kazuma, may be a real genius. The preparations for broadcasting, strategic weapons, and base defense, all of which he managed to complete in such a short time, are no mean feat. Before he knew it, Nito had been gazing blankly at his careless yet talented junior. No, I'm not drunk or anything, but it's been a long time since I've come out drinking with you. Nito replied, after taking a sip of his potato shochu. Tsurugi and Benante had been on Purgatory Island until today and were scheduled to meet up tomorrow. The planned meeting with Dylan was tomorrow. The setting was a building in an area of Tokyo that had been turned into ruins in the battle between Black Sabbath and the Guardians over 10 years ago. I didn't think he'd invite me out for drinks when he had something like that planned for tomorrow. Huh, really? I mean, I've finished preparing, so it doesn't really matter, right? Nina is nonchalant, so typical of him, but senpai, if you do that tomorrow, you won't be able to come out for drinks anymore. Nina says, stuffing his face with Nejima. Indeed, that was true. Nito glances around aimlessly. His usual Odin place is far away, so today he pops into a yakitori place he just happened to be passing by. It seems to be doing well, and there are customers there. The majority of the customers are male salarymen, and at first glance, Nito and Nina, both in suits, blend in seamlessly. No one would have thought that the people here were the head of Metallica and his entourage. From tomorrow onwards, it will be virtually impossible to casually enter a city izakaya like this. That's right. Right, besides, I had something to talk about with my senior. After finishing his nejima, Nina picked up the tsukyun and spoke in a light tone. His tone was the same as usual, but it was rare for him to say something so serious. What's wrong? Is there a problem? No, I'm just letting you know in advance. I'm getting married. I'm getting married. Nito didn't understand the meaning of the voice for a moment, so he asked back, huh. So, I'm getting married after this battle. Iba. A second later, Nito understood what his junior was saying and spit out the shochu water, mixed with water that he had in his mouth. The water mixed with water that Nina swiftly picked up was quickly and accurately blocked by a towel. By the way, it was Nito's towel. As expected, this guy's shrewdness is extraordinary. Hey, what are you reacting like in a classical way? This isn't a manga from the last century. Well, are you serious? I'm serious. To Nito, it was something he never expected. This Nina, this man nicknamed Mr. Charanporan, getting married? After thinking about it for a bit, it's not that strange for a subordinate to announce his marriage to his superior. It was just too unexpected. Well, you see. Congratulations. In response to Nito's subtle reaction, Nina laughed. Nito's reaction was probably within his expectations. Haha. Well, that's true. I'd probably do everything interesting, but then I wouldn't have anything serious to do. I thought I'd try to build a happy family. I don't really get it, Nina. So you see, I'm a genius, aren't I? I've been able to do pretty much anything since I was a kid. I don't have to be serious about it. So that's why I joined Metallica. Evil organizations are scary, and I thought there might be something a little interesting here. Nina looked a little embarrassed as he gulped down his beer. It's really rare for him to talk about himself like this, and I understand what he's trying to say. Unlike Nito, Nina could have become a decent person no matter what path he took, and even without taking it too seriously. As an ordinary person, Nito can only imagine, but it might be a very boring thing. And then I suddenly became a subordinate of your senior, right? Wow, I really made a mistake. I thought that at first. Nina became Nito's subordinate just before he was transferred to the Okinawa branch. In other words, he was forced to go along with the demotion, so that was only natural. Yeah, that's right. I almost died. I was really scared. But how can I put it? It was the first time I thought it was amazing. My senior was an unbelievable person. There were many times when I had to be serious, and when I did, it became that much more outrageous. Nina laughed, and Nito laughed too. It was true that he was always crazy. If he hadn't done that, he wouldn't have been able to win and move up. I don't know when it started, but Nina would become passionate, which was unusual for him, in order to fulfill Nito's determination and beliefs. Haha, I guess so, sorry. And now, this is what I've come to. I'm one step away from taking over the world for real. If I win the next battle, it will really come true. It's ridiculous, but it's true. Nito and Nina were quiet for a bit, and each drank their drinks in order to refill. So, I think that once the final battle is over, I'll feel satisfied. I can't go and conquer the universe after all. So, I feel like I should try getting married. I happen to have a girl I like, Of course, I won't quit Metallica. I'm sure there will be other jobs after I take over the world. I'll enjoy my work as an aide to the villain who has taken over the world, and live a comfortable and peaceful life in a happy family. Nito doesn't really understand what Nina is talking about, but he can understand what it means. Certainly, what they have done is something that would never happen if they lived normally. A battle to challenge this world itself. A path to walk with the beliefs of a villain who will change the world. It may sound strange, but for a bored genius, there is probably nothing more rewarding than this. If he wins this battle, it will be over for once. According to Nito's plan, he will need Nina after that, but his powers will probably be too much for him. He seems to say that he has a crush on someone, but it is probably true, and Nina is smart. He probably plans to start a family after thinking about his future happiness. What do you think? Marriage. Is it okay? Without touching the newly brought beer, Nina asked with a slightly serious face. Well, why are you asking me for permission? It's fine. I think it's typical of you. It's a happy thing. Hearing Nina's story, Nito was surprised at how happy he was. Nina intends to win the battle and even thinks about living happily himself after that. I don't know how many times I've thought this, but I think it again and strongly, just like you'd expect from Nina. But you. Nito knows what Nina was about to say, but he won't let him say it. But you've grown up, haven't you? You're getting married and even reporting to your boss properly. That's a lot of growth since you were a new employee. What are you talking about? I don't want you to tell me you've grown up. I heard that you said your special skill was a third-level abacus in your job interview. Nina was quiet for a moment, but quickly changed his mind. What? Don't underestimate my abacus. My abacus is amazing. I can even multiply three-digit numbers. Nina trembled in response to Nito's fierce refutation, then slapped his thigh and laughed heartily. Yahiyahaha, you're being serious. A senior who was doing abacus at a Metallica interview. And what a grade, isn't that stupid? Ah, you're breathing. You're talking to your boss, you're definitely being stupid. Ha ha ha. That's what Nito was about to say, but when he thought about it, he found it pretty funny too, so he joined in and laughed. He tried to keep his voice down so as not to bother the people around him, but he started to tear up. Two thugs in their mid-20s burst out laughing at a bar. A meeting that will decide the fate of the world is to be held tomorrow, and they set in motion the plan they had set up in preparation for it. If that happens, there's no going back. They can't do anything extra until the final battle, and if they screw up, they'll never be able to drink and laugh like this again. They both know that. That's why it's so funny and fun. And in the midst of all this, I was genuinely happy when my junior said that she was going to get married after the battle, and I want to congratulate her from the bottom of my heart. Ahia. Ah, laughing made me hungry. Can I order about 5 white livers? Oh, and I'll have some shochu too, the premium kind. Oh, that's right. Jen is good, so let's have Mao. After making fun of his boss and laughing, Nina tries to get him to pay the bill, which will probably be expensive in the confusion. But he doesn't mind at all. Yeah, I'll treat you anyway. He has a lot of friends. He also has aides he trusts wholeheartedly. But he's younger and can laugh and talk casually like this and is someone he can rely on. There is only one junior in the world. Although it was the night before an important meeting, Nito decided to drink with this lovable, stupid genius until he was almost hungover. Chapter 84, Hello, November 2nd. Even though Nito had risen to the top of Metallica, he was a little nervous to be visiting this place. He had traveled to the area by helicopter and disembarked halfway through. He walked through the town, which had a good view and was left in ruins after a battle a dozen years ago. He had not chosen to hide, but had come boldly with only 2 aides so that it was obvious from anywhere. This was intended to lower the guard of the other side, that is, Rox and his men, and to show that he had no intention of fighting. A helicopter that seemed to belong to a guardian was flying overhead, and it had caught their eye. This should have made them understand that he had no intention of using force here. Of course, we were not completely unguarded either. That's why we had the 2 aides. With Benante there, who had high perception abilities as a shaman, they would not fall into the enemy's traps, and even if something did happen, with Tsurugi and Benante there, they would not be easily defeated. However, in the end, it seems that these preparations were in vain. Sengoku and the others hadn't done anything in particular. Nito had expected this, and although he thought it was contradictory, he was moved by the attitude of his enemy, Rox, and the others. In the first place, it was we who said that the venue for the meeting didn't matter anywhere. That's why we were planning to go to Guardian HQ or somewhere else. So it was probably Rox and probably Dylan's sincerity that chose this place. A place with nothing around, where neither side could bring in large forces. And yet, a place where there was no need to worry about damage to the surroundings even if a battle broke out. A place where both sides could meet on an equal footing. That was these ruins. Leaving the ruins in the silence of dusk, Nito and the others stepped into the only remaining building that was relatively undamaged and climbed the stairs. And now, Nito stepped silently into a room with only simple chairs and a table, and slowly looked at the people who had been waiting for them. It's you, Kamari Net. First up is Maroon Blue, Kaguya Soichi. This man, with his cool appearance and sharp gaze, is a master of short-distance teleportation. As a psychic soldier, he probably has the ability to sense things. It's probably a preparation to respond immediately to unforeseen circumstances. Three of you, you're not really planning to fight, are you? And then there's Halen's transformed form, Ikijo Ban. He's a high school hero who became the conduit for this meeting, and in terms of simple fighting power when transformed, he's also the second most powerful person in rocks. Nito looked at the other side of the meeting and snorted sarcastically. I see. Even heroes who believe in the goodwill of humans and have a burning sense of justice still make the minimum preparations. But the way they match the number of people here is so sweet and beautiful. Thinking about this, Nito shifted his gaze to the center of the group. There was that man, the man who showed his greatest strength in the business district at night and became the center of Simple Plan. The first Justice Nito fought when he had just begun to walk the path of evil, the man who defeated Manaka, the hope of the world. A strong, well-proportioned body, strong-willed eyes, masculine yet somehow gentle. His flawless demeanor gave off an aura that only the strong can give off. He only met him once in person, but he never forgot his existence for a moment. The man who, after walking the most contrasting paths, he had finally come face to face with as an equal. The Silver Knight Dylan, Sengoku Takiwa. He was watching, looking straight at Nito. The air in the small room rapidly became heavier. Standing before the man who had continued to fight for justice, Nito felt an emotion similar to admiration and emotion well up within him. But Nito sat down in the chair prepared for him with an arrogant attitude and crossed his legs. Then, hiding all his emotions behind his mask, he spoke succinctly in a deep, heavy voice. Thank you for coming. But Dylan, I'll tell you first that I have no intention of making even the slightest concession to you. This meeting is only to unilaterally tell you my request and force you to make a choice. Those who only knew the normal Nito would be stunned by the difference in his behavior. But Tsurugi and Benante, who are here, and the tens of thousands of comrades that Nito, who are not here, carries, know it. This is the true form of the master that only appears on the battlefield. That's why Nito discards his true feelings and his weak self, even if the man in front of him is that Dylan. What are you trying to do? Kaguya Soichi and Ikijo Ban immediately reacted to Nito's words. Both of them increased their vigilance and prepared to attack. In response, Tsurugi and Benante, who were standing behind Nito, also tried to get into a defensive stance, but Nito stopped them with his hand without turning around. He didn't even glance at Kaguya or Ikijo, just stared at Sengoku and waited for their reaction. Stop it, Soichi Ban, let's hear what this man has to say first. As expected, Sengoku remained calm without moving a single eyebrow, and his voice was clear and powerful. And perhaps because of their great trust in Sengoku, the two young rocks put away their spears. Fu, as expected of Dylan, the original rocks, you're so understanding, that's a relief. You said it. There's a way to end this battle with the least amount of casualties. The evil king and the righteous hero exchanged quiet words without looking away from each other. Sengoku looked at Nito with clear eyes, his expression still composed. Nito looked at Sengoku with scornful eyes, his eyes filled with evil. They glared at each other as if they were burning with heat. A question crossed Nito's mind. Does this man remember him? Does he remember him as a low-level general affairs employee? A soldier at the time? What about Manaka-san? No, there's no way he could remember. This man has defeated evil and saved people countless times, so there's no way he would remember such small details. Well, never mind. He'd let his thoughts wander to something unrelated. This was just sentimentality. Thinking this over, Nito looked away from Sengoku for a moment and began to speak. Benante. How much longer? Yes, about 30 seconds. It's Nina. He wouldn't make a mistake. After Benante's answer, Nito began to operate the device he was holding. Sengoku gave him a sharp look, but he smiled and continued. Are you worried? Sengoku, don't worry. This is just a projector. I don't like to do things twice, so I'll do it once. My request to you and to the world. The device Nito was holding was literally a projector. It caught radio waves, emitted light, and projected the image onto a screen. That's all. There was no screen or anything fancy here, so he emitted light toward the bare concrete wall. What are you trying to say? Sengoku was about to say that, but he was speechless. 30 seconds pass, and the image that is displayed exactly at the time of the warning should not be enough to immediately determine whether it is dangerous, but it seems that his intuition and experience are sounding the alarm. But there is nothing he can do. What is this? Ichijo-ban seems unable to grasp the meaning of the image. It is understandable. A man is displayed on the screen. He is a man wearing a cloak, sitting on an ominous and ostentatious throne. What do you think? I look good on camera, don't I? And right in front of them is Komori Nito, the same man as the man on the screen. It's nothing, it's just a recorded video. But this is also an important step in stabbing the world to death. For this reason, Niina has made all the perfect preparations. And Nito has dared to expose his true nature, which had not been known to the public until now, and filmed this with his face uncovered. Nito laughed wickedly as if he couldn't help but find it funny. Rox and the others stared at the screen, unable to move. This broadcast is being streamed simultaneously around the world through the hijacked lines and the web. I hate the idea of just letting things get the better of me. Of course, it was also literally a retaliation for Sengoku's appeal to the world for justice a few weeks ago. But that wasn't the real issue. This was the beginning of the worst act to set the stage for the final stage. To turn the tide of the battle and fight on equal terms, this was the only way to compromise justice. So he didn't hesitate. He couldn't hesitate. Nito appeared on the screen. The man, clad in the black garb of an emperor, sat deep in his chair, resting his elbows on it, and slowly began to speak. Hello, everyone around the world. I am Komori Nito, the leader of Metallica. So, without further ado, let me present to you all a scene of despair. That will be the first utterance of the evil king who will plunge the entire world into fear. And so, he sets the stage for a decisive battle to defeat justice, which would eventually be defeated if they were to fight with all their might. Chapter 85, Answer Me Then. After attending a lecture at a women's university, Mikin came to Shibuya to enjoy shopping, but like many other passers-by, she was shocked by a video that suddenly appeared on the wall of a station building and stopped in her tracks. Everyone was filled with anxiety and surprise, and she could tell they were all in a state of restlessness. Hello, everyone around the world, I am Komori Nito, the leader of Metallica. Now, I'd like to present to you all a desperate scene. The video, which was out of place on a street corner at dusk, showed a slender young man. She felt like she'd seen him somewhere before, but that couldn't be. She must have been mistaken. The man in black sat on an imposing throne, resting his arms on the armrests, and said something shocking in a cold voice that made me tremble just by listening. Looking around, passers-by around seemed to be trying to check the situation on their mobile devices. Of course, a sudden broadcast by a man calling himself the leader of Metallica and ominous words. What on earth is this? She knew that Dylan had broadcast a while ago. It was a message that gave hope to people all over the world. So what is this time? Mikin took out her mobile device and opened a news site. If this was being broadcast simultaneously all over the world, what on earth could it mean? What does this mean? The video screen changed. The word live was displayed in the upper left. The satellite video showed an island in some ocean, an island floating in the blue sea. Even the coordinates were kindly displayed. It seemed that some people had checked the satellite video site that anyone could access, and the passers-by around Mikin seemed to have checked the current island on their own devices. It seemed that the image shown on the public viewing screen was really a current image. The next moment that Mikin realized this, the image on the screen changed. It wasn't a change in the image, but a change in the location that was being shown, the island. There was a flash of light, then smoke. The satellite video was completely obscured. A few incredibly long minutes passed. After a while, the resolution of the image increased, and an image of the island was shown through the smoke. The island in the image was no longer the same as it had been a moment ago. You've got to be kidding me, right? Mikin instinctively put her hand to her mouth. The same could be said of the many people walking around the streets of Shibuya, as far as the eye could see. The island was no longer there. The land was breaking into pieces, being engulfed by huge waves, and pillars of fire were rising. That was the only scene that was on screen. How is it? Did you check it? Ah, this scene in which I am on screen is a recording. However, as you probably already understand, the video just now was a live broadcast. My excellent subordinates timed it so that it was broadcast live. The man in the video, Metallica's leader Komori Nito, said this without changing his expression. Immediately afterwards, the passers-by around Mikan who were enjoying their holiday in the city let out cries of surprise. Mikan hurriedly checked the breaking news and other information on her mobile device and realized that her expectations had been misguided. The breaking news displayed the following message. Robert Island, off the Pacific coast, has disappeared. It is believed to be the result of the use of a strategic weapon by someone. Mikan's device receives many messages from friends and family. They are meant to share this shocking news. It seems that the same thing is happening to the people around her, and mobile devices can be heard ringing all over the place. It's true. Mikan's hopeful fantasy that this was all just a big joke was shattered. Komori Nito, who would have no way of knowing how Mikan felt, spoke the following words in a gentle tone. Don't worry, that island is just an uninhabited island. Even for us, in this day and age, where we have defenses against intercontinental ballistic missiles, it is somewhat difficult to carry out such a smooth attack. Therefore, we chose the island that is easiest to attack from our base, Purgatory Island. A murmur went up from the crowd in Shibuya. It was no wonder. It was good that the island was uninhabited, but the problem was that something like that happened in the 22nd century. Before she knew it, Mikan's knees were shaking. So, do you know what I'm trying to say? Right. Metallica possesses strategic weapons and has no hesitation in using them. Komori Nito's words were a little rougher than before. Then the crowd gasped in silence. The world had probably never been so silent in the last few centuries. But after a moment, the young man to Mikan's right shouted, "That's a bluff. The use of strategic weapons is prohibited by treaty, but every country, even the Guardians, have them. If Metallica uses them, they can't get away with it either." The young man's words spread to the surrounding area. "Why, yes, right. I wonder what would happen if you did that." "Yeah, right. After all, countries have defense systems against ICBMs. There's nothing to be scared of. Purgatory Island. If they know where the base is, so would Metallica." Out of fear and resistance, people raised their voices one after another. But to Mikan, their words sounded hollow. "Yeah, I understand what you're trying to say. If you do that, you won't get away with it either, right? That's certainly true. A battle using strategic weapons such as intercontinental ballistic missiles will bring about destruction. Conversely, if you launch a strategic weapon at my base, Purgatory Island, we're finished." The words of Komori Nito, clad in black and sitting in a chair with a relaxed attitude, seemed true. Despite this, Mikan's heart did not feel any relief. This was due to the eerie force unleashed by Komori Nito. But we don't care about that. If necessary, we will use long-range strategic weapons all over the world to attack massively, indiscriminately, mercilessly, without context, randomly, and simultaneously. Even if a counterattack or preemptive attack is launched against our base in order to defend, we will not defend ourselves. We will simply continue to attack indiscriminately until the last moment. Are defense mechanisms that have never been used perfect? Or what small country does not have such a thing? In the first place, can you respond to multiple attacks at the same time? I don't know, but I think it's difficult. Once again, Mikan, Shibuya, and probably the whole world were left speechless by the words he spoke without hesitation. What Komori Nito said was clearly insane. What would be the point of doing something like that? There are two reasons why the Guardians and other countries do not attack Metallica with strategic weapons. First, they are scattered all over the country, and information about their bases is unclear. Second, a battle using strategic weapons would have a huge impact on the world. If you shoot, you will be shot. If you are shot, you will shoot. This is an unspoken promise that everyone knows, and if it were carried out, the damage to the world would be enormous. That is why no one has done it in any battle for nearly 2 centuries. And if you think about it objectively, there is no doubt that Metallica would be the first to perish if such a battle were to break out. This is obvious, considering the size of their power. The world would certainly suffer damage, but it would not be destroyed. Moreover, even if Metallica were to win, what would be the point? First of all, Metallica's goal is supposed to be world domination. What would they gain from dominating a world that has been reduced to ashes for the most part? It's not conquest. It's mere ruin. It just seems insane. What's frightening is that Komori Nito's voice remains calm as he says this, and his eyes remain calculating and cold. Unfortunately, Metallica is on the verge of defeat. If we continue to fight the Guardians and rocks in various places for years, we will eventually perish. So I will go down gloriously, taking as many towns and people as possible with me. Komori Nito continues to speak listlessly, hands clasped in front of his mouth, but his mouth is twisted. Everyone was speechless at his evil appearance and the hopeless fear he described, and could only let out cries of lament. However, the next words he spoke were once again unexpected. I don't want to do that either, if possible. My goal is to take over the world unscathed. I'm sure you all also want to avoid the anxiety of becoming a victim of indiscriminate attacks. So I'm going to present the only way to stop this. What on earth? Mikan seemed frozen, staring at the screen diagonally above her. No one could take their eyes off the public viewing image. Even the cell phone rings that had been heard all around had stopped, as if to share the situation. Simple plan. Heroes of justice gathered together by Dylan's appeal. With his eyes closed, Komori Nito spoke some unexpected words. At the same time, a sound rose from the crowd. This was different from what had been said before. It was a voice of hope. That's right. We have them, don't we? We have heroes of justice who protect peace and happiness. They can do something about it. It was a manifestation of that spirit. Cheers rose up all around. Mikan could tell that the light was reaching the people. Meanwhile, Komori Nito on the screen had his eyes closed deeply, but after a long pause, he opened them again. Was it an illusion? Mikan thought she could see the black flames dwelling in Komori Nito's eyes. Try and stop me, Rocks. I will meet you at my base, Purgatory Island. You have 3 days. Until then, I will wait for our indiscriminate attacks. Of course, I will not allow you to use strategic weapons against us. Try to defeat evil head-on, like a hero. The eyes that stared at us from the monitor were not looking at ordinary people like Mikan. They were directed at the heroes, the only ones who could fight this terrifying man on equal terms. It was clear to everyone. Then, immediately afterwards, the screen changed again, and Mikan felt her own heartbeat grow stronger as she saw the image that was being projected. The word live was written in the upper left, and unlike the previous footage, Komori Nito was sitting in a suit in a room that looked like a ruin. Across from him sat a man wearing a white biker jacket, glaring at Komori Nito with determined eyes. Yes, that man was the most famous man in the world, known to everyone. Sengoku Takiwai, that very man. Section. After confirming that all the footage he had set up had finished, Nito immediately gave the command to start up the camera and switched the broadcast to the live footage through Niana. Up to this point, it had been near perfect. The destruction of the deserted island with the ICBM, the resulting fear, and the worldwide awareness of the danger we pose. This presented hope after striking despair. Most of what Nito said in the video earlier was serious, spoken with resolve and determination. But there are fakes. In fact, there are holes. To begin with, if it really came down to a shootout between strategic weapons, Metallica would not win. Moreover, it would pointlessly hurt the world. But that's not important. What's important is that these words were conveyed to the people of the world, that they were not given time to think, and that they were shown what would happen next without any delay. Only when they can do that can the evil ones grasp a thin thread of victory. And that thread is the only path that leads to the absurd ambition of world domination. I won't let him get away. I will demand an answer from the man before my eyes. The time is now. The place is here. What would happen if Rox avoided this battle? What would happen if Rox accepted the invitation and accepted the decisive battle? In either case, this is the only chance they can have to corner them. This program is brought to you by Metallica Holdings. Now, Dylan, do you understand what I want to say? You understand that the whole world is watching this moment with bated breath, and the meaning behind why I made them do so, right? The Silver Knight doesn't answer. However, Nito can see that his burning passion and eyes express his will. Then answer me, Silver Knight Dylan. He quietly asks the hero sitting opposite him. Chapter 86, Try It If You Can. Nito doesn't look away from Sengoku. He remains confident and evil, like a villain. This is to give the world's people who are watching this the illusion that a cruel villain is trying to destroy the world, which is very close to the truth, but is different. Try to stop me, who is harming everything in the world, and that question has great meaning in this situation. No matter how Sengoku answers this, a short-term battle in a limited location is an undesirable choice from the Rock's perspective, but Rocks has more fighting power, including the Guardians, and they also have the advantage of backing and support because they have social legitimacy. If they fight Metallica in a long-term battle, they will almost certainly win. This is what Mr. Big said. It's one of the reasons for the strength of justice. By creating this situation, Sengoku should have been victorious. But Nito responded by threatening to launch a brutal attack on the entire world, and by creating a situation in which the only way to stop it was to fight alongside Metallica, leaving the countermeasures up to Sengoku and exposing them to the public. Sengoku had no choice but to choose between a yes or a no. If Sengoku prioritized victory and did not accept Nito's invitation, how would public opinion view Rocks? They had said that they would protect the world with their immense power as heroes, but instead they ran away from the danger of fighting and a cruel, evil leader, putting the world in danger. There would surely be many who would see it that way. That's just how the public is. If that were to happen, Sengoku's credibility would fall, and there could even be attacks on his character. The movement to support the Simple Plan, which was the unified will of the countries, could be lost. The Simple Plan was only possible because of the righteous charisma of Sengoku Takiwa. If they lose the centripetal force of Sengoku, who is the core of their group, things won't be the same as before. The balance of power could be thrown off. Also, what if Sengoku accepts Nito's invitation to fight on Purgatory Island? With the time limit of 3 days, it is practically impossible to attack with a large force on the limited battlefield of the island. However, they have no choice but to do their best to stop Metallica's atrocities, and there is no other way than to attack with the elite of Rocks that they can mobilize, including Dylan. And they have to do it in Metallica's home base, which is a tactical away ground. Under these conditions, Metallica will have a chance to win. Whether the answer is yes or no, the superiority of justice will be greatly diminished. This was Nito's thinking. I won't understand if you keep quiet, right, hero? Nito raised his chin slightly and looked down at Sengoku. Sengoku closed his dignified eyes and seemed to be thinking about something. In truth, Nito knows. He knows exactly how this man will respond, because this man is Sengoku because he is Dylan. As long as he is who he is, there is only one answer. He is the kind of man that he is, and that is why he is Nito's greatest threat. The reason he is silent is because Nito has not yet said something that is necessary before he can answer. Realizing this, Nito speaks slowly. Of course, all the executives and I myself will enter Purgatory Island and lead Metallica. If you want, I don't mind if you send me to Purgatory Island today and then watch over me to make sure I don't escape. How's that? Now the trap has been cleared, right? Don't worry. I won't do something as uncouth as destroying the whole island after summoning you. Many of the general public watching the broadcast probably don't think that far ahead, but this is a natural concern. Sengoku is not the kind of man who would just go ahead recklessly. He is silent and lets Nito speak only after he is certain that this is what he will do. This is surely to give people the confidence that Rocks can protect the world by winning the battle. And one more thing, Nito continued. If you defeat me in this battle, Metallica will be finished. If the current executives are all annihilated, Metallica will cease to exist. And the indiscriminate attacks with strategic weapons will also cease. No matter how crazy Metallica is, I am the only crazy villain who can give orders like that. Conclusive words. Nito was serious about these words. We have no choice but to fight Rocks and his men who are invading Purgatory Island. If we lose, Metallica will never be able to rise again. Furthermore, Nito has exposed his true face to the public. There will be no going back. On the other hand, if the gathered Rocks are defeated, there will be no one left who will challenge Metallica. If you lose, it's over. This is the kind of battle it is. A battle with the whole world on the line will take place in a specific place, by specific people, in a short time. In the world of stories, this is common, but in reality it is unnatural. But Nito intends to make it happen. I'll ask you again, Dylan. Are you prepared to face a decisive battle with Metallica? Nito stood up from his chair, raised his right hand, and asked again in grandiose words. Sengoku, upon hearing this, slowly stood up and opened his closed eyes. He clenched his fists tightly in front of his chest and turned his sharp gaze towards us as if to pierce us. His imposing figure was too noble and strong. That's what I want. We'll put a stop to your ambition. Slow but heavy words. Ikijo and Kugir, who were behind Sengoku, nodded forcefully and glared at him. In an instant, a shock like an electric current ran through Nito's body. Nito knew that this was the power that only words with steely resolve could have. Surely, everyone watching this broadcast must have been shaking, and that heat spread quickly through the media. Very well, then we'll finish. Let's go. With a blank expression, Nito called out to Tsurugi and Benante and stopped the broadcast. He turned his back on Sengoku and started walking. Komori NEET. Let me thank you. Sengoku's words were heard as Nito walked away. Thank you. Yes, it's certainly a great idea. We can end the battle while minimizing damage. Sengoku was aware of the option that cannot be chosen that Nito had set up, and he should have understood that their advantage had been lost. But even so, there was no sense of deception in his words. This man must really believe that. Thank you. Nito stopped walking but didn't look back. He wasn't confident that he could keep a straight face any longer. Your eyes look similar. Similar to Jiro. Ha, don't lump me in with some old man who lost to you. He replies from behind his back. Perhaps because of his nefarious lifestyle, this isn't the first time he's been told he looks like Tajiro. That man, I don't even know his name. For a moment, Nito didn't understand what Sengoku was saying, but Sengoku continued on. Metallica leader Komori Nito. The next time we meet, I will defeat you the third time. Nito didn't say a word. This was because he understood the meaning of what Sengoku had said earlier. His back trembled and tears welled up in his eyes, so he didn't answer. The third time? Sengoku had certainly said that. This was the third time Sengoku and Nito had faced each other in a decisive battle, and the second time was today. The first time was 5 years ago. Nito thought he was the only one who knew about it, but he was wrong. Sengoku must have never forgotten the evil he had fought, the people he had no choice but to defeat for the sake of justice. It was as if he had engraved it into his mind and body. And then he said that I was like that person. As Nito and his aides left, he spoke words filled with murderous intent and respect. Try it if you can. You'll be the one to get crushed, Dylan. Nito's resolve remains unchanged. Even if the side effects of the transformation caused by his overly strong spirit are pushing his body to its limits, even if he makes enemies of everyone, even if he loses all his personal happiness, he will not waver. Yes, even if he gives the last drop of his life to evil. Section. The 3-day grace period he had given at the meeting passed in the blink of an eye. Metallica has gathered most of its main forces on Purgatory Island and is fully prepared to intercept them. Similarly, it is clear that Simple Plan will soon be mobilizing all possible personnel to come to Purgatory Island to stop Metallica's violent actions. The cloudy skies and raging winds foreshadow the final battle to take place on the island. In the center of Purgatory Island is Metallica's base. This place, which was once a development lab, has now become a highly defensible fortress, and its exterior resembles a medieval tower. Just before the final battle, 5 people are on the top floor of this tower. Looking down on the island in the raging winds, they wait for justice to arrive from beyond the horizon. Next in a moment. Chapter 87, My First Love. Under the cloudy skies, Nito looks out at the sky and sees from the rooftop of the evil fortress. The 4 companions with him were all thinking about the final battle that was about to begin and the heroes who were carrying the hopes of the people of the world, so none of them were saying a word. Did you see the news yesterday? Rox was cool. It was Nito who spoke something silly and out of place. But look at me. In contrast, I'm wearing this arrogant black cape. Ha ha ha, I look like a villain from any angle. And it doesn't suit me at all. Everyone laughed out loud at Nito's self-deprecating jokes, making him make a pathetic sound. It certainly doesn't suit the normal Nito. Sometimes I wonder myself. I'm amazed that I've made it this far. I guess it's about time. A plane can be seen in the distance. It is a ship of justice carrying his sworn enemies. There is no time left. It looks like it's time. Well then, boss, I'll move to my post. You're the commander, good luck. The first to call out to Nito was Tsurugi F. Gardner, Nito's #1 subordinate, with a wolf-like appearance and strength that lives up to it. Wait, Tsurugi. Nito called out to the sword wolf as he was about to head to the battlefield. Before the battle, there was something he absolutely wanted to tell him. Thank you for helping me this far. He wouldn't say something so rude. Tsurugi is a man who decides for himself the reason and place to use his military strategy and bravery. He is the one who has risen to this point together with him, making himself the master. So he tells him these words instead. A man like you has served me well. I'm proud to have you as a subordinate, from now on, forever. Normally, he would have blushed at these words, but he was surprised at how frank he was. After hearing Nito's words, Tsurugi smiled cynically as usual and slowly thrust his right fist toward Nito. I am your sword. From now on, forever. Nito puts his fist against Tsurugi's. He doesn't say any more words. To the end of the dream. The passion and bond that have come from fighting together under their beliefs was enough. Seeing Tsurugi leave the scene, the other aide also spoke. Well, I guess I'll go too. Niina, speaking in his usual light-hearted tone, looked nonchalant with both hands clasped behind his head. You're not a combat member, are you? Wait in the rear. Niina is not a cyborg, nor does he have any psychic powers. His talents are outstanding, but they are not directly displayed in battle. There is no need to force himself to fight here. I don't want to. But Niina said so frankly, you don't want to. Nito almost fell over at his careless words as he scolded him. This is the last battle, right? If we lose, we'll die anyway, right? It seems fun too. Niina was grinning, but he was not someone who couldn't judge a situation. And although he was excellent, he was also a coward. He was certainly not saying this lightly. Nito waited for Niina to speak. I'm Kohai. I've been watching your cowardly, wicked, the worst fighting style from up close. I have no choice but to take part in this battle. And Niina, I stand there frozen. What Niina said, with an uncharacteristic serious look on his face, is correct. This duel is a close call where both of them will give it their all. There's no doubt that Niina will be an asset. It was a little naive of Nito to have Niina wait in the rear, but he said he would fight. A careless guy, a frivolous guy. That hasn't changed even now, but Niina is different from back then. Nito could understand that very well, and that made him incredibly happy. Okay, please, the leader of Metallica, will officially recognize you. You're a junior I'm proud of. It was a little different from when he was with Tsurugi, and it was a little embarrassing to say something like that to Niina. Yes, that's right. I'm also having a wedding reception, so please be the guest speaker. Okay. As Niina raised his hand and said that, he left, and Nito burst out laughing. Anis, will you accompany Niina? He's an idiot, so help him out. Next, Nito called out to the blonde girl next to him. Okay. Anis answered cheerfully, swinging her ponytail. Anis has been treating him normally since that night. Her pretty smile and bright voice are still the same. She no longer showers her affection on him wherever she goes, like before, and although he knows it's selfish, he feels a little lonely about it. Oh, and I forgot. I want you to keep this too. When this battle is over, give it to Niina. He places the memory chip on Anis's white palm, who looks confused. Please. Nito says that and takes Anis's hand, making her grasp the memory chip. As expected, her hand is very soft and warm, and to be honest, as a healthy young man, Nito thinks, oh, what a waste. Anis tries to follow Niina, but stops as if she remembers something and looks at Nito. Neat. You dumped such a cute girl, so you have to win. She puts her hand on her cheek and sings a happy song. When I'm an old lady, I'll brag about it my first love conquered the world. The things she says are a little violent and a little strange, which is typical of her. She gave him energy until the very end. Nito was truly grateful and replied, Yeah, leave it to me. Okay, good night. Anis gave a thumbs up and ran off. One by one, the others left the room, and only two remained. Nito and Maki. To Nito, Maki was someone who was in a slightly different place than a friend. Nito took a deep breath, To prepare for what he was about to do. Chapter 88, I liked you, but it's goodbye. The Tower of Evil, Metallica's fortress, is located in the center of Purgatory Island. It's just Nito and Maki on the roof. When he thinks back, the day that prompted Nito to jump into this world, the day of the employment exam, it was Maki who he first met. It feels like a long time ago, but it also feels like it was just recently. At that time, he was just a weak young man with no hopes or goals. It's like he joined Metallica just because he happened to meet a cute girl. A lot of things have happened. So many things. At the end of that road is today, Maki as Nito sees her. She clasps her hands in front of her chest, her deep blue eyes are watery, but she looks at Nito without spilling any tears. You're going to fight, aren't you, Nito? Maki's voice carried well even in the biting cold wind. Her clear soprano voice was pleasant to the ear. Yeah, Nito answered briefly. Unlike the rest of his comrades, she wasn't always with Nito. But she was the first to hear of his resolve, and she always believed in him, tired of fighting, worn out. But one of the reasons Nito didn't give up was definitely because of her. Let's change the world together. Back then, she shared his feelings at the dingy Odin restaurant, and she was waiting for him, which allowed him to fight. He felt like he wasn't alone. And yet, contrary to that fact, when he was with her, he wasn't some charismatic leader of evil, he was just Komori Nito. He was a clumsy, pathetic, ordinary man. Maki must have known just how many evil deeds Nito had committed, and she prayed for him, understanding that it was due to his unyielding beliefs. But at the same time, she treated him warmly, just as Komori Nito. Whether he was close by or far away, that made him happy. Himself as a great evil and himself as an ordinary man. Because Maki was there, he felt that both were his true self. He was able to stay strong. But considering the approaching battle and its outcome, it was something that had to end. Nito, I can't stand it. You're a masterpiece, but you're getting a bit annoying now. Maki tried to say something with a desperate look on her face, but Nito interrupted her, laughing roughly in a low voice. It was a type of flame that he had never directed at Maki or his friends, a black flame that burned and crushed all enemies that stood in his way. He directed the same malice that had made so many righteous people flinch at Maki. NEET. Maki looked a little surprised, but Nito didn't stop speaking. He felt a cold touch on his shoulder, and a light rain seemed to be falling from the clouds, but he didn't pay it any attention. Are you crying and acting like a heroine? You seem to be mistaken, so I'll tell you something. I don't care about those scrubs from Anthrax and Metallica. I only use them because they were useful pieces. And of course, you filthy Sabbath too. His body was rapidly losing temperature. It was probably not just because of the rain. Filthy Sabbath, that's what I said. Maki bowed her head at Nito's words. Her bangs covered her face, making her expression invisible. You're a good scientist. Thanks to you, I was able to obtain the power of evil silhouette and establish my position in Metallica. You were very useful. Nito throws cold words at him one after another. Once this battle is over, I won't need you anymore, and neither will most of the idiots who got excited by my speech. I'll take this world, just for me. When that day comes, I'll trample the whole world until I get bored of it and have fun. I'll kill everyone I don't like. I don't care how many people die or what happens to the world. It was a pretty fun game, wasn't it? It was quite a pain to move you and the others, while playing the role of a normal, kind man. I'm used to being evil, so I don't care about the creaking sound in my chest or the distortion in my vision. I don't care. Since you seem to be very worried about me, I'll tell you. I'll win. It'll be an easy win, using sneaky methods like always. It's a lie. It's all lies. There's no way he'll win easily against those righteous superhumans. Nito knows that better than anyone, and Nito's body is already close to its limit. The evil silhouette, which has evolved with a mind sharpened to a level that far exceeds the simulation values, is eating away at Nito, the transformer. One more transformation and Nito will reach his limit. He can't let anyone, especially Maki, know, but there's no doubt about it. He can sense it. And Rox and the others are not so easy on him that they can win without Nito transforming and joining the battle. Whether he wins or loses, Nito has no future. He puts the last flame of his life on the line. That will be the end for him. That's fine. He has no regrets. He believes Tsurugi and Nina will understand that too. and he can entrust the rest to them. He know it's selfish, so at the very least he will win even if he die. It's his job to pave the way. Do you understand? Nito looked down at Maki, who was still bowed. Light rain soaked her hair, falling like pure drops. He would probably never see her lovely figure again, something he wanted to gaze upon forever. Even if Nito was gone, Tsurugi and Nina would continue to forge ahead, with Nito's aspirations engraved in them. The same goes for Anis. If he had risked his life to reach the top and shatter the world, she would surely shed tears of joy. She would say, with tears in her eyes, "Well done." But Maki is different, her feelings of loving Komori Nito and wanting to live together. Because he was a simple-minded man with no experience with women, he didn't really notice at first. And at some point, he started pretending not to notice. Because Nito himself had come to care about Maki more than anyone else. Because he didn't want to lose her, who shared the same dream and embraced his duality. And because he already knew by that time that he would eventually be gone. There were times when he wanted to throw everything away and tell Maki how he felt. But Nito chose the path of dominating the world. And yet, he didn't make his feelings clear to her. But he couldn't be forgiven anymore. Her feelings for the man who was about to disappear were nothing more than a wedge that would hurt and sink her heart. That's why he had to cut them off. And her dreams would be fulfilled by the Nina and the others who would walk on the path he had built for her. That's all right. Nito took just one step closer to Maki, intimidating her as if to crush the air around her. He was sure that his usual intensity was coming out. The evil flame that had crushed everything that stood in its way now tells the girl he had always loved the exact opposite of what he really thinks. Maki, I don't need you anymore. You're getting in the way of the fight. Maki, I loved you. Maki, I loved you. Get lost, Sabbath. But it's goodbye. It's just rain on Nito's cheeks. He brushes his wet hair aside and starts walking without meeting Maki's eyes. It's no wonder she keeps her head down. She has been derided for the secret she revealed, her affections betrayed, and the man who has reached the pinnacle of evil has lashed out at her with murderous intent and malice. No one has ever seen through Nito's lies or bluffs. He has frightened and defeated many enemies. Even if he is a Metallica scientist, it's not something that a young girl like Maki could endure. Normally, your legs would tremble and you'd be unable to move. Clenching his molars so hard that they nearly drew blood, Nito passed by Maki in silence. Not wanting to see her trembling, Nito closed his eyes as they passed each other. At that moment, a dry sound rang out, and at the same time, a flash of heat ran across Nito's left cheek. For a moment, Nito didn't understand what had happened, but he opened his eyes to check what he was seeing, and from the slight pain that slowly spread across his cheek, he realized what had happened. "Don't mess with me." Looking over, he saw that Maki was in front of him, holding her right hand. It seemed that she had slapped him on the cheek. She was no longer looking down. Tears were trickling down her flushed cheeks from her jewel-like eyes, but she still looked straight at him. "You really think that I will no longer believe what you just said, Nito-kun? Do you really think that?" It was as if her overflowing emotions were turning into words through her pretty lips, and Nito had never seen her like that before. "Maki-san." He couldn't respond. It was so unexpected. He never expected that someone would brush off the malice he had just hurled at her and deny it head-on. He never expected that it would be Maki-san, a girl. "I know. Why would you say something like that, Nito-kun? It's about your body." Maki, who seemed to be desperately trying to hold back her sobs, spoke strange words that seemed to fade away, yet felt strong. He could not sense any anger at being insulted or hatred at being betrayed from her. Her words, like a prayer and a wish, tightened something important inside Nito. "Nito-kun, you're an idiot." As Nito stood there, stunned after receiving the slap on the cheek, Maki clung to his chest and pressed her forehead against his. His collar was messed up as she grabbed him, but that was nothing compared to the tearful voice of the girl in front of him and the feeling of her body temperature and scent. Nito was unable to embrace her or pull away, so he just stood upright and waited for her to speak. Chapter 89, I'll deal with it in a positive way. Maki was shaking in his chest, and Nito couldn't move. He couldn't hold her close. It was only natural, considering that he was stained black with invisible blood and the outcome of the upcoming battle. He suppressed the urge to hug her, but couldn't say anything. He remained silent, getting wet from the light rain that had started to fall. "You're planning to die, aren't you?" After a few seconds, that felt very long, Maki spoke words that looked into the evil king's heart with her wet blue stone eyes. That clear voice crossed the wall of his soul that had continued to slaughter his enemies through countless schemes. Nito could no longer continue to be the evil he had been playing until just now. "I'm sorry." Ironically, the first person to see through the evil king's lies was not a hero or a righteous man, but the only woman he knew. "No, I won't forgive that. I won't forgive you. Please tell me. You'll definitely win, like always. You'll come back safely." A small fist hits Nito's chest over and over again. Even though it's a weak woman hitting him, it strikes him hard. In a world where the cold rain is falling, the only warm thing is Maki, crying in his chest. "I'm sorry." He feels like an idiot. All he can does is say the same words honestly. Maki cried for a while. Her sobbing tears and sobs seemed to be leaking her feelings as liquid and voice. How much time had passed? Maki moved away from Nito for a little while. She was no longer crying. Her expression, facing forward as if she had made up her mind, was the most beautiful he'd ever seen. While his facial features remain clear, he appears calm and somewhat dignified. "You said, Nito, that we should change the world together. I dreamed of you, and I wanted to walk alongside you. Always, always." He doesn't look away from her as she speaks earnestly. Is that because of the strength of her feelings? Indeed, Nito had told Maki that. That night when she confessed her secret, Nito had thought for the first time, "I'm not alone. That's why he's come this far." And not just because he was able to obtain the power of the evil silhouette. After a short pause, Maki took a deep breath and a gentle smile appeared on her face. "So, I will share my fate with you, Nito-kun. The sins I have committed, the ideals I want to achieve, and my beliefs. I want to shoulder all of it together. If you never come back, I will be with you." The rain had stopped. A little bit of light filtered through the clouds, illuminating Maki's warm expression. Maki knew that the words she spoke with a smile were heavy, but she didn't understand how heavy they were. "We will share the same dream and walk together. Sins, beliefs, karma, victory, defeat, and even death." Maki, the evil king, couldn't answer. He realized that her smile, reminiscent of the goddess of mercy, was the result of her firm determination. It seemed impossible to reject her desire to share her fate, so what should he do? At the same time, something cold and frozen inside him began to melt, and he felt the weight of something weighing down on him become just a little lighter. "Ah, I see." Nito thought. "I was tired. And maybe somewhere in my heart I wanted to die. I have no intention of abandoning the fight for my beliefs. For the sake of the world I aim for, I will complete this battle." Absolutely. I ignited the will of many and ran through it bearing the flames and karma. I have no regrets, but my shoulders felt like they were going to collapse under the weight. That's why I wanted to lose my life in this final battle and get some relief. I only have 1 or 2 more chances to transform. I wanted to use it all up. It's a lie if you fight to change the world and don't live in the world you've made it into. Maki's words made him realize this again. Since when? I had abandoned that vision. In truth, I wanted to do that. I wanted to see the world I made into reality with my own eyes. Her wisdom and deep feelings always give me strength. There's a difference between being willing to die and wanting to die. There's a difference between risking your life and throwing it away. "I am." Nito, who had been silent, heard a communication voice. "Nate, the Guardian forces and rocks have begun landing. We will intercept them in a few minutes. You move immediately." The voice of Benante, who was in charge of frontline command. Understood. Nito passed by Maki and started to walk to the elevator leading to the boss's room on the top floor, then stopped. He brushed back his hair, which was wet from the rain earlier, and smiled a little. It was probably a pathetic smile, but he didn't care. "Maki-san, I won't lie anymore, so I can't promise you that I'll come back alive." This battle was not easy, and Nito prioritized victory over his life. If there was a chance that he could win by dying, he would do it without hesitation. "Nate." Maki, with her hands folded in front of her chest, looked as if she was praying. "But I'll try not to die. I'll keep thinking until the last moment, to win and to live." "That's right, I'll look forward and do my best." Absolutely. Pathetic, it's a line he couldn't let his subordinates hear, but it's what he really thinks. This is the man called Komori Nito. Looking forward and doing his best may sound like some bad politician, but he's serious. Absolutely is absolute. He'll do my best to the maximum, to the limit. Maki looked a little surprised at seeing Nito like that, then laughed happily. That's typical of you, Nito, but I know you'll always do what you say. The smile on her face as she said that was what she liked about Nito. Oh, I'm glad. I'm glad I met this person. With these thoughts, Nito looks into Maki's eyes one last time and slowly tells her. When this battle is over and I'm still alive, I'll tell you the words I couldn't say before. Okay, well then do your best. I believe in you. Maki's gentle voice, which resonates deep in his heart, gives him strength. I'm going now. He flips his cloak, shows his back to Maki again, and heads for the elevator. He won't look back again. The next time he'll see her will be when everything is over and he's still alive. The gentle times are over. But there's something that time gave him. He dwells on it in his soul, black and hard like steel. He glares at the world with sharp eyes. He gets on the elevator and walks down the corridor. He has no more doubts, no more lamentations. Instead, what fills his body is the will to win. His determination to move forward burns brightly, mixing with his once destructive resolve and his unwavering convictions. As the king of evil. As just Komori Nito. Alongside his trusted comrades and those who believe in him. He makes his way to the leader's office, his boots clattering. Even if justice is his enemy, even if he causes chaos in the world. But he still has to move forward. Lord NEET, this way. Yes. Several Metallica members were already waiting in the leader's office, leading Nito to the throne. The enemy is already approaching the Anthrax forces. War will break out soon. Sitting deep in his throne, he checks the monitor and receives all sorts of reports. An interception force is prepared near this Metallica fortress. The unit, led by Benante and composed of shamans who control magical beasts, is not something that even Rox and his friends can easily break through. All sections of the fortress are ready to intercept. Anti-personnel exclusion system activated. The lower floors of the fortress are staffed with Santana and other cyborgs, and unmanned weapons made with Crimson technology are also in full swing. Lord Gardner, Lord Nina, and Lord Giles are already at their posts. The executives who had just left also showed their determination to put their lives on the line in the final battle. All those who are considered evil are with me, to make their dreams come true, to win the battle against the world, and I will gather and lead their various wills. Communicate to the whole island. Nito gives orders to his subordinates while still sitting. Immediately, the hologram devices installed in various places on the island are activated, and his image and voice are displayed here and there on the island of the final battle. After confirming that the system is working properly, Nito announces, "Welcome, all of you heroes of justice, Rox. My name is Nito, leader of Metallica and king of evil." He unleashes his dark dignity and spirit to the fullest. To inspire the evil on the island, to show justice, I will wait for you on the top floor of this fortress. The leader's room, where Nito is on the top floor of the Metallica fortress. The path to get there can only be reached by breaking through all the defenses and personnel. He is prepared to make intruders, even Rox, go through hell. And so, Nito does not leave the leader's room. It's not because he's scared. I'll launch an indiscriminate attack on the whole world with strategic weapons in 3 hours. If you want to stop me, come up here. Defeat my proud subordinates. He won't do annihilation battles in the field. If there are few Metallicas left after the battle is over, there's no point in fighting. Everyone should come to defeat the leader. If there's no time to spare, there should be no other choice. But don't think you can get this far so easily. You're strong, but we're strong too. Attacking an enemy fortress is considered a foolish plan, especially if the enemy is fully prepared and ready to wait. But since the leader won't move from the top floor of the fortress, you have no choice but to attack here. You should rush into the attack. There will be an opening there. And I have one last trump card that I haven't revealed to any of my allies. I will certainly be able to defeat the majority of Rox. But even so, someone may still be able to reach me. For many people, that person will undoubtedly be the last hope of the world. When that happens, I will personally crush them and show it to the whole world. The heroes who were symbols of hope have been annihilated by the power of evil. With that fact, I will break the hearts of the people of the world. so that no one will ever dare oppose me again, so that Metallica will rule the world. Nito stands up from his throne, his imperial cloak waving. He then raises his hands and roars. As if putting all the heat deep within his soul into his words, as if he is putting into them the conclusion he has reached at the end of the path he has walked. Towards the righteous ones he has admired, and towards the villains who will challenge the world together with him. This is the final battle, justice and evil. Those will be the opening words that will move history. Chapter 90, if you continue down this path, you'll have to face me. Benante is the commander of the troops deployed not inside the Metallica fortress, but all over Purgatory Island. This was something he volunteered for, and was unanimously approved by the other executives and leaders. The best way to show off the power of the magical beasts and Santana, who are not good at fighting inside buildings, is in the field, and Benante's ability to command them is unmatched. That's why he was entrusted with the very important front line. Move east from there. The Guardian forces and a group of rocks who are thought to be C-rank will try to break through. Benante himself hides in the forest with a few of his subordinates. For someone who is used to the forest and darkness, it's much safer than being protected by a large number of people at the main camp, which is obvious to everyone. Furthermore, he makes full use of his perception abilities as a shaman to grasp the enemy's movements. And by using bird-like magical beasts, he notifies each unit of them without any time lag and responds quickly to the rapidly developing battlefield. He moves his forces in all directions, attacking one enemy after another that tries to break through. The enemy is moving in a dispersed manner, perhaps to avoid the defensive weapons set up all over the island, or to make full use of their overwhelming fighting power. Of course, if they hadn't done that, we would have carried out small-scale bombing attacks to split them up. But in any case, it is the role of the field forces to hold them down one by one. The darkness of night has already fallen on Purgatory Island in the Pacific Ocean. Even considering the disadvantage in numbers and the tactical threat of the rocks, they are still able to fight. Well, everyone wait here for a while. What will you do, Benante? Benante answers the question of a member of his clan, who has assisted Benante as the elder of the tribe since the days of Anthrax. It seems that 2 rocks who broke through the western camp are passing near here. I will deal with them. Benante's role is to reduce the number of enemies invading Metallica Fortress as much as possible. We can't reduce them to 0. He understands that. It would be one thing if it was just the Guardians, but there's no way he could kill all of those heroes with supernatural powers. Moreover, they are not fighting here, but are moving forward only to defeat the one person on the top floor of the fortress. I see. I think it'll be fine since it's you, but be careful. Yes. He chuckles. He doesn't know who the 2 rocks are, but there's no doubt they are skilled. He's the only one who can take them on. Of course, Benante has no intention of losing. You are our prophet. You must not die under any circumstance. May the darkness and the forest bless you. May the darkness and the forest bless you. Praying for the protection of God to each other, Benante leapt. Summoning a demonic beast, he lowered it onto his own body. His brown skin turned dark green. Transformed into a poisonous lizard, Benante leaped into the darkness of the night. Anthrax is with Metallica's Nito Komori. It's to create a place for us that man spoke of. A place for us, like that time that has become an old memory. We will not let anyone deny those who believe. Who cares about international modern society? We will reclaim that island, our sacred land that no one can taint. And we will live. Nito said. He will definitely win and change the world, and he said that we should walk together to achieve that. And so Anthrax chose a future with him. Having made that choice, Benante has a mission to fulfill and protect the ideals of his tribe. That's why he can't lose, and he can't die. And as he's walked with Metallica, another emotion has been born in Benante. Nito Komori. His desire to rule the world was not clouded in the slightest. He had never seen such a strong spirit. Benante had come to think of the man who was usually a bit of a goofy kind of guy, but who had taught him the deliciousness of a drink called shochu as a friend. If Nito is willing to fight with his life on the line, and if he is willing to risk his life to realize his ambition, I won't lose. Anthrax fights for his friends. Feelings for a trusted friend are equal to a prayer to God. Benante leaps silently between the trees. claws dripping with poison, are there to slice through enemies while praying to God. His ferocious fangs are meant to bite off his enemies with love for his friends. Using the power of his demonic beasts, he confirms the presence of the rocks far below. Benante uses his sensing ability to grasp the overall battlefield and prepares for battle while sending out orders to each direction. The rocks he sees are two girls. They must be wings who can use magic. How fortunate! Both Anthrax and Santana should be fighting well at this very moment. However, several rocks will attempt to break through individually and charge into the fortress. That's how strong they are. But fortunately, Benante is able to reduce their number by 2 with his own hands. This will also reduce the burden on his friends waiting inside the fortress. Tsurugi, Nina, Anis, and Nito. Benante likes them. He likes them because they trust each other, run the same path, and maintain their warmth even when they walk the path of carnage. He can leave the rest to them. But I am me. I will devour as many enemies as I can. The poisonous lizard's mouth spreads wide enough to look as if it might burst. It has been years since he has used the power of a magical beast to its fullest. Benante flies from the trees and attacks his enemies. He cuts through the moonlit forest and attacks rocks, aiming for his throat. Gah! The calm, intelligent expression is something he acquired later. The real Benante is a man who is known as the best in Anthrax for his ferocity and cruelty. But that Benante bears his fangs from above. The girls who seemed to use magic cried out in surprise, but Benante didn't stop. Know it, you who have taken the Holy Land. Our anger and the power of those who fight to change the world. Section. A fierce battle is raging outside the fortress, but some have succeeded in breaking into the fortress. Iwagashi Tatsuhi and his subordinates are also part of the successful group. The capture of Purgatory Island and the defeat of Metallica's leader could not be carried out with a large force due to the limited battlefield of the island. So as a result, Rox was at the center, with the elite Guardian troops supporting him. The Guardian Special Branch Office, led by Iwagashi Tatsuhito, was also requested to participate in this operation as a small elite unit. Iwagashi Tatsuhito's Guardian Special Branch Office. The only man who leads the elite Guardian Special Branch is Iwato. He has risen from being a police officer to this point because of what he believes in. Because he wants to protect a stable and peaceful society. Because he cannot tolerate unreasonable violence. He has been able to continue fighting because of his pride as a police officer. He has trained himself to the death for this day. Let's go, don't let your guard down. Iwato told his subordinates and began moving within the fortress. The Guardian Special Branch is armed with light-powered vibration blades and light-powered bullets. Nicknamed Guns and Roses, because of the name of the head of the branch, Iwato, and the rose-colored light that glows when the weapons are used, this unit is now known as the Public Organizational Rox and the Strongest Guardian. And as such, the head had the authority to charge in this time as well. Ready, fire. Equipped with powerful equipment and showing perfect teamwork, Guns and Roses destroy the defense facilities, traps, and enemy personnel in the fortress one after another, advancing to the upper levels. They are not as powerful as Rox. However, each member has pride, trains himself to the limit, and works perfectly together, so it is said that Guns and Roses will not be left behind even by Dylan. Rox as one, that is the Guardian Special Branch. It was not easy to create the current form, and it is the only successful example of a similar unit that has not been created anywhere else, but the Guns and Roses that Iwato created are strong. They continued their rapid advance, but after a while Iwato stopped. Don't you think that's strange? He asked one of his subordinates. It was due to his intuition from his days as a detective. That's right, it's too easy. It's almost like we're being led. Yeah, Yako-san and the others should have expected that they would be forced into the fortress, but their response was so poor. It's reasonable to think that the monsters and Santana were just scouts in the field. If that's the case, then there should have been some preparation inside the fortress to fight the fierce warriors who managed to break in. Especially since Guns and Roses are a group, they should be absolutely wary of them. Even if they were to split their forces, there's no way that they could tear at them with such force. Fall back. In an instant, Iwato felt a chill down his spine and shouted. His subordinates reacted immediately and backed away down the passage in unison. A moment later, a flash of light ran through the space where his subordinates had been. It wasn't a gun or explosive. It was a sharpened sword, released with a burst of energy. It was not an ordinary speed. If he had reacted even a moment slower, they would have all been cut in half. HMPH, you dodged them all. You're truly a member of the world-renowned Guardian Special Branch. Impressive, I'd say. A voice came from the darkness at the back of the corridor. It was likely the enemy who had just launched the blow. It had closed in on them in an instant, unleashed a sharp slash, and then immediately retreated to prepare for a counterattack. I'm not impressed with a surprise attack. Iwato vented his anger at the mysterious voice. If that's enough to take out everyone, there's no need to fight openly. The mysterious voice, yes, a low, clear voice. The man who spoke was approaching. A cold, clattering sound reverberated, and the man's figure became clear. A tall man in a suit, with a deep scar on his face and a long weapon in his hand. It seems that his weapon is that sword. Under his slicked-back hair, he has a sharp, wolf-like face. He knows. Rockhead knows this man. The man slowly draws his sword and hits him with a murderous intent that seems to cut through. Chief, this man. The voices of his subordinates, they seemed a little confused. Considering the danger of guns and roses, they should have allocated a large number of forces to respond. Despite this, only one man actually showed up. But no one was optimistic. All of his subordinates held their breath at this lone man. All of his subordinates were tough guys who had been through hell before. It was likely their experiences that were sending out fierce warning signals. If you go down this path, you'll have to face me. Are you ready, Guardian? The man's words and eyes seemed to radiate a strong will to never back down. It was so powerful that an ordinary person would likely urinate in their pants. But, that's fine, don't underestimate me, Metallica. Even Rockhead has a strong will. He won't lose. He bounces off the pressure head-on and ignites the fighting spirit of his subordinates. The fighting spirit of the two men was like a spark that could be seen with the eyes. Chapter 91, The Evil King is the Sword. The members of the Guardian's Special Branch, led by Iwato, and the Metallica man face each other in a corridor inside the fortress. However, it's not a very narrow passage. Even in close combat, about 3 of them can attack at the same time, and in long-distance combat using light-enhanced bullets, they can make the most of their numbers. Iwato knows this more than anyone else. The strength of the Special Branch is the strength of the organization. Everyone, take 2 steps back. I'll hold him in front and shoot that guy at an angle. Therefore, Iwato's decision is without the slightest hesitation. He quickly gives orders to all the members, while at the same time activating his light energy vibration blade and moving forward. I see. Not a bad tactic. That is, if you can stop me even a little. The Metallica man throws away his sheath and takes a stance with his unsheathed Japanese sword, shining brightly. It's like he has no openings. He didn't know if he could win in a one-on-one fight, but that didn't matter to Iwato. You think you can't. As he retorted, Iwato kicked the passageway and instantly closed the distance. He then launched a thrust with the blades he was holding in both arms. HMPH. In response, the Metallica man slashed away with the Japanese sword he was holding. The blow that his powerful arm unleashed was like an explosion of wind. In the moment that the 2 blades collided, Iwato loosened his grip on the blade without a moment's hesitation and let go. There was a loud metallic sound, and in the next moment, the light energy vibration blade was deflected by the sword strike and pierced the ceiling. If Iwato had kept his weapon, his arm would have been thrown off balance, and he would have been cut in half by the return sword. Also, if he had let go of the weapon even a little too quickly, the enemy would have responded, and he would have been slashed to death. The Metallica man's expression twisted slightly as he noticed Iwato's behavior. As he let go of the light energy vibration blade, Iwato reached for his holster, unsheathing his blaster and readying it. Iwato had performed all of these actions in less than a few milliseconds. And immediately after this, Iwato's close-range shots made the enemy flinch, and his comrades, who were standing behind him as he lay on the ground, fired a volley of shots. Of course, since they all had precise shooting skills, it was arranged for them to only fire accurately at the enemy. This was one of the countless attack patterns of the Special Branch, Guns and Roses. Iwato doesn't think of himself as a hero. He thinks he's just an ordinary person. He's sure his subordinates feel the same way. But that doesn't mean he's going to give in to an unreasonable villain. That's because he's a police officer. Because he's a guardian. Even though he's not a hero with superhuman powers, he still has something to protect and want to stick to it. This is an issue that goes beyond the fact that he's earning his living from tax money. When he was young, he willingly became a police officer. It was to put the bad guys who trample on others in jail and stop someone from crying. As evil grew and the battle intensified, he felt pathetic as a police officer to be powerless and rely solely on rocks. That's why he trained hard. He did it with a feeling that he would vomit blood. Relying only on his own stubbornness, he worked simply and honestly for 20 years. Before he knew it, he had friends who shared the same aspirations. And now they're called Guns and Roses. Even Rox knows that this will be his final battle. If he defeats the man who is uniting evil and trying to shatter the world, he's sure the world will be filled with more smiles than it is now. So he won't lose. I can't lose. Defeat the man in your way, move forward, and kill Komori Nido. He'll pass through here. He'll risk his life for it. That's why he chose this battle pattern, which has the most offensive power, but is also the most dangerous. Take that. Various thoughts ran through his mind, but Iwato's movements were not the least bit erratic or delayed. The muzzle of his unsheathed blaster flashed. Section. Tsurugi, who had intended to kill him in one hit, was a little surprised. Iwato, the head of the Guardian's special branch, moved better than expected. Even the slightest mistake in timing could be life-threatening, but he didn't hesitate to throw away his own weapon and instantly took a firing stance. Looking behind him, he saw his comrades following suit. It was a well-practiced move, but it was also dangerous. If he messed up, Iwato would naturally die instantly, and if Tsurugi continued charging forward with that momentum, not only would it disrupt the chain of command, it would also kill the others who weren't prepared for close combat. But these men managed it. They believed that their boss would definitely succeed. Their honed skills and trust in their comrades, the mental strength to bet everything on a single blow, the determination to go to such lengths to stop evil, and the conviction to protect the world. I'll admit it, these men are worthy of being called heroes. In the midst of the fierce battle, Tsurugi praised his enemies. They were strong, so strong that even he wasn't sure if he could win, but even so. Unfortunately, I can't let them pass here. Hayora. Tsurugi didn't try to dodge Iwato's gun. There was no way he could avoid it anyway. It was the opposite. He closed the distance even further. He presses his left arm against the muzzle of the blaster and takes a direct hit at close range. The light and sound of the gunfire, which are characteristic of light-enhanced bullets, are enough to damage Tsurugi's untransformed body, even though he is a cyborg. The bullet bites into his flesh, sending shockwaves through him. What did you say? You. But there is a reason he got so close. Tsurugi grabs Iwagashi's shoulder with his remaining right arm, not letting him lie down. What's wrong? Are you hesitant to shoot your friends? Tsurugi is in such pain that a normal person would pass out, and blood is flowing profusely from his immobile left arm, but he still smiles fearlessly. You guys. Fire. Iwagashi gives orders, but it's too late. Tsurugi swings his sword with his right arm and destroys a corner of the ceiling. Rubble rains down, and for a short time it becomes a wall of protection. I apologize. You guys were not an opponent. We could fight without putting all our heart and soul into it. Tsurugi speaks heavy, pressured words. There was a reason why he was in charge of the defense of this section. Metallica is outnumbered and cannot allocate enough personnel to all sections where the enemy is expected to break through. And stopping Rox is impossible for someone who is half-hearted. And if they allow the breakthrough, there is a man ahead who must never be defeated. So we will lead the enemy from our side and annihilate them. It is the most dangerous and important role. The fact that he has been entrusted with this is nothing but proof that he has the strongest fighting power and that the leader has placed great trust in him. It must have been a tough decision for that kind man to entrust such a dangerous role to one of his subordinates. But he still entrusted it to him. That's because Tsurugi is Tsurugi. Tsurugi knew this better than anyone else, and that fact burned the man's soul. I'll say it again, I won't let anyone pass through here. Guns and Roses, who had come this way, was an extremely dangerous existence with high fighting power despite being an organization. And it was known that another threat was approaching this place. For Tsurugi, who cannot fight at full strength for long periods of time, this was the most critical situation he had ever faced. The enemy in front of him was still alive, and his left arm was not moving. And more enemies were heading this way. As a result, Tsurugi's location and tactics were both optimal and the worst. Fu, just right for the final battle. He raised his Japanese sword high and stabbed it into the floor. He lit a cigarette and took a puff. I moved from one organization to the next, relying on my skills, but never getting passionate about it, and that's when I met that man. With an unbreakable resolve, and running straight towards his absurd ambition, I decided on that man as my lord and ran through it together with him. As the blade that cuts down the enemies that stood in his way, and as his right arm that supports him. The passion of my lord, who roared that he would change the world, made me dream of my own. I wished to see with my own eyes the world that man would create. The path I walk down is the pride I have gained. If you have a sense of justice, then I have the pride of evil, along with that pride. Transform myself. With heat boiling throughout his body and spirit welling up from the depths of his soul, the sword wolf let out a low roar. Heat that can even melt iron enveloped his body, and his flesh began to transform. The Japanese sword transformed into a great sword. Then, a steel wolf clad in flames, fang silhouette, appears. The evil king's #1 sword, Tsurugi F. Gardner, I am coming. The sword wolf declares his name with fierce energy and blows away the rubble in front of him. Then, he bares his fangs at the righteous men he faces. Chapter 92, I'm not the kind of guy who'll go to heaven. Damn it, disperse. Listen, you guys, prepare yourself, even if you're the last one standing. Iwado also instantly and accurately responds. He seems to understand that this is no longer a battle that can be won without sacrifices on either side. But even so, he won't retreat. Got it. The other members of the team also know this, but none of them are going to run away. If there's something they won't give up, they'll fight. Haya. Everyone moves to attack the flying fang silhouette, scattering their targets. But Tsurugi doesn't hesitate. He has to defeat them all anyway. He targets one person and charges, slashing and burning them. You bastards! Taking advantage of this opportunity, another member of the unit fires at Tsurugi. Since he is in his transformed form, even the light-enhanced bullets will not be immediately fatal, but each blow destroys Tsurugi's body. HMPH. Still, he doesn't let up on his attacks for even a moment. He sets his sights on the next enemy and sends out a flaming slash as a shock wave. The reason he doesn't aim for the head of the department is because he has seen through the troublesome formation that uses Rockhead as a decoy. Right after he fires the shock wave, he is slashed in the back with a plasma edge. He knocks the enemy down. Meanwhile, another enemy fires a bullet at him. He ignores it and attacks yet another enemy. This continues over and over again. Tsurugi doesn't take any evasive action. This is because, as a group, they would never miss an opportunity to avoid an attack. If he went on the defensive, he would be attacked again and again, so he couldn't do that. He could only transform into fang silhouettes for a short time, and there was another reason why he couldn't take too much time. Slamming, slashing, shooting, punching, slashing, burning. The floor and walls of the hallway that had become the battle space were destroyed one after another in this fierce battle that lasted for 2 minutes. You're the last one. All that remained was the wolf, whose body was covered in wounds, and the 2 justices who had lost all their friends. They were both barely able to stand with their bodies covered in wounds, but the light in their eyes was not clouded in the slightest. Yeah, when I get to the other world, I have to apologize to everyone for not ordering a retreat. Iwagashi shook his head at Tsurugi's words. Don't be stupid. If I had said something like that, I would have been beaten. No one regrets challenging you. Tsurugi could understand Iwagashi's answer very well. Forgive me, I said something wrong. Those men's spirit was real. Everyone threw their lives into it of their own volition. It's not something that can be forced. Guns and Roses, they were all warriors who fought for their beliefs. I apologize for not being able to reach the leader, but I will defeat you. He said this in the belief that if he kills Tsurugi, Metallica's executive and greatest defense force, It will help the others and lower Metallica's morale. Iwagashi also won't give up until the end. Come on, Iwagashi Tatsuhito. Tsurugi smiled inappropriately and readied his cracked sword. They dragged their feet, closing the distance between them. I swear on the name of the special branch. The two of them stepped into range for a sure kill, and then the two of them silently crossed paths, and one of them fell. The end of the fierce battle was all too sudden. Great work, Guns and Roses. Tsurugi looked down at the fallen Iwagashi Tatsuhito and offered a short, silent prayer of respect. Even after transforming into Fang Silhouette, it was a close victory. If it wasn't for him, he would have lost. That's how strong these ordinary humans were. There's no other way to describe it than brilliant. And in a sense, it could be said that they had achieved their goal. Efu. Tsurugi laughed at what his formidable opponent had accomplished, and at the situation he was about to find himself in. It was no one else. Only Tsurugi could do that. It seems you've arrived. He raised his head and looked further into the passageway. The people who came this way from a different route than Guns and Roses were mostly unscathed. We didn't make it in time. I'm sorry, Rockhead. The voice seemed to regret that his late arrival had caused Guns and Roses to be wiped out. For a leader of ninjas, he seemed to have a very compassionate personality. There was no way he could take on two groups of rocks at the same time, and the route he took had a harsh defense network set up. Considering that, this man must have really rushed over with all his might, having sensed that something was wrong. This man, with his strange ability known as ninjutsu and high combat skills, arrived much earlier than expected. I believe you are Metallica's Vice Captain Tsurugi. Prepare yourself. The piercing gaze of the masked ninja Ryokyuhi pierced his heart. Although he had no intention of doing so, Tsurugi was unable to retreat or treat his wounds. This body, completely worn out from the battle with the fierce warriors of Guns and Roses, was close to its limit. He could no longer transform for more than a few seconds. His body was even beginning to break down. He had no other means of fighting against Ryokyuhi, a high-ranking rocks on a par with Halen and Maroon 5. He knew that, but he still would not retreat. If he was defeated, the path to his master would be opened. What's more, he had not even been able to see Dylan. He was literally saying, I will not let you through here even if I die. Phew. Tsurugi laughed, resolved. That was something he had done a long time ago. Iwado, you stuck to your guns brilliantly. So it's the same for me. Fighting to achieve my master's dominance is my pride. That pride won't be crushed by anyone. I'm telling you, I'm not going to be defeated that easily. I'll show you. The final power of me, Tsurugi F. Gardner. Section. In the boss's room where Nito is, the battle situation in each area inside and outside the fortress can be confirmed by audio and video. This tells Nito that the field forces led by Benante have defeated the majority of the Guardians, and even the number of rocks who have entered the fortress. But there is an area where the situation is unclear. Has the camera been restored? He calls out to the communications officer, but he just shakes his head. Damn it. The battle situation is unclear in the area that Tsurugi was guarding. It seems that the camera and sound collection device were destroyed in the battle with Guns and Roses. The battle situation seemed to be slightly in Tsurugi's favor, but Ryokyuhi is still heading there. And they don't have the capacity to redirect forces from other areas. Also, it seems unlikely that someone half-hearted would be able to help Tsurugi. Nito himself wants desperately to go and help, but he absolutely can't. It would be a waste of Tsurugi's will to take on the most dangerous role. Please, stay safe, please. As Nito prayed, one of his subordinates called out to him. Osama. We've got a voice message from Gardner-sama. It sounded like a voice calling for help. Turn around. Patiently, Nito waited for Tsurugi to speak. The fact that communication had been restored meant that the battle in that area was over, and that Tsurugi had taken some kind of action. Also, the fact that he was able to do this meant that Tsurugi was the winner of the battle. Boss, how's the battle going? It was a little different from his usual voice. It's no wonder, even Tsurugi is exhausted after finishing the battle with the two rocks groups. Tsurugi, we're gaining the upper hand at the moment. It's all thanks to you taking on that role. More importantly, Ryokyuhi must have gone too. Are you okay? HMPH, yeah, he'd be, rolling around at my feet. He could almost picture Tsurugi's cynical grin on his face. I see. As expected of you, Tsurugi. Nito felt his own face light up. His most trustworthy subordinate, his right-hand man, his actions always gave him courage. There was no other man he could rely on as strongly as him. In this close battle, he had no choice but to leave what seemed like a deadly situation to Tsurugi. Nito himself felt a deep sense of sadness, but he had carried it out brilliantly. He was happy and relieved from the bottom of his heart. "Boss, I know it's a time like this, but can I talk to you for a bit?" It was an uncharacteristic way of speaking for Tsurugi. What's the matter? He had a premonition that was stirring in his chest, but Nito pretended not to notice it and answered cheerfully. "I'm proud of having fought alongside you. Your ambition, your passion, I was doing half-hearted things, but now I've encountered true evil." "What are you saying? Why are you saying that now, and in such a frail voice?" "Tsurugi, are your injuries bad? Wait. Send a medical team right away." Nito raised his voice, as if to suppress the rising emotions. "It's fine, boss, please listen, I've never once regretted joining you." His broken voice occasionally sounded mixed with blood. "Don't talk anymore, Tsurugi. Don't say it, don't say it, don't say anymore." Nito offered a prayer he didn't even know what it was for. "You're kidding. I'm sorry. This is the limit of how far I can keep up with you. Please give my best regards to Nina." He understood what Tsurugi was saying in his head, but his heart couldn't keep up. To add insult to injury, even the monitor showing Tsurugi recovered. Damn. The monitor showed the fallen masked ninja Ryokyuhi, and Tsurugi had defeated Rocks just as he'd said. And now Tsurugi was sitting next to Ryokyuhi, leaning against the wall on one knee. He was covered in blood and injured to the point that it was a wonder he was still alive. "No. Tsurugi." Tsurugi's grinning expression showed as he heard Nito's voice, which had now become a shout. He then brought the cigarette to his mouth and lit it. It couldn't be that it didn't hurt. It couldn't be that it didn't frighten him. But even so, Tsurugi maintained his posture. Even at a time like this, he looked really cool. The wolf, who should have been in tatters, was so manly that it made him tremble. "But you have to win. That's what we're aiming for. I'm not the kind of man who can get to heaven. I can't get to you from the skies, but even from hell, I'll look up at the world you've created." The hand holding the cigarette dropped. His face still looked somewhat satisfied, but his eyes no longer had that enchanting sparkle. "Tsurugi!" Nito screamed, but there was no man to answer him. The sword wolf was gone. Tsurugisama's vital signs have disappeared. A little while after hearing his subordinate's words, Nito stood up. "Tsurugi F. Gardner has defeated the special branch and Ryokyuhi. Inform the entire army and raise morale." "Hi." Nito didn't shed a tear. It couldn't be that way. "Hurry up, Tsurugi's death. Do you want to waste it?" "I don't deny the death of my confidant. I accept it. And even after that, I continue to fight. I grit my teeth. Tsurugi was my aide. Ever since I was still a low-ranking member with only big ambitions, he called me boss and supported me. What a big deal that was. We often drank together. Tsurugi was usually the senior in most things, and sometimes he would give me advice or counsel about girls or how to live as a man. It was a great learning experience. We were comrades. When I thought that such an amazing guy called me boss, I was able to calm down even though I was like this. I wanted to see our victory together. I wanted him to live in the world beyond. That will never happen." I grit my teeth. In my final moments, I was unable to say thank you or well done, which was embarrassing. "Then I'll at least show him. What you wanted to see, what we were aiming for, I will win. That is all I can do for the proud wolf who died undefeated." Nito didn't shed tears. Instead, he gritted his molars so hard that he drew blood. The Guardian Special Branch was wiped out. Masked Ninja Ryokyuhi was unable to recover. Metallica Vice Captain Tsurugi F. Gardner was killed in action. Chapter 93, Because I'm a Genius. The point where Nina Kazuma is defending is one of the upper floors in the Metallica fortress, and is one of the 2 routes to the boss's room. The boss, Nito, hadn't originally planned for Nina to join as a combat member, but he volunteered to be there. In conclusion, this was the right decision. Or rather, Nina wonders what would have happened if he hadn't done it this way. Squad 6 to 8, move to point 25. Destroy the floor and drop a plasma bomb downstairs. Nina uses the glass monitor to monitor the enemy's situation, and issues orders to the defense forces using an intercom. Understood, his subordinates move immediately. We've been breached a bit. Then, I'll attract the enemy and lead them to the attack point. Everyone, attack at the same time. And Annis, if I don't return within the next 20 seconds, please blow up the entire eastern side immediately. If necessary, Niana will operate the sonic board himself and run across the battlefield. I'm not bragging, but rather Niana doesn't know anyone else with such quick-thinking abilities. Incidentally, only Niana has the ability to instantly come up with ideas that others would never think of, and the dexterity to ride around on Crimson's special sonic board, which uses sonic youth technology. Until now, he has often used this power to manage the organization or support his superiors, but that's not the case now. This is how close this battle is. Niana doesn't like fighting that much, and he hates pain, fatigue, and hassle. So this was the first time that Niana had been so fully operational on the battlefield. Naturally, he was scared and exhausted. But even though he was mainly in support, the hellish scenes Niana had been through were not for show. In the fierce battles that had seen him rise from the bottom to the top, it was none other than him who had been supporting that central figure. Reluctantly, he had been receiving some guidance from that tough older brother who always carried a Japanese sword. I'm now a full-fledged villain, so I won't be taken down easily. That's what Niana was thinking. A manly world that's not popular these days, an absurd senior, something to aim for. Though I thought it was troublesome, I got excited, unlike me. I was skillful and could do anything, so I had never been able to be serious about anything, but before I knew it, I was giving it my all. If I hadn't done that, I would have given up halfway through, and more than anything, it was that back that made me do it. And this will be the final battle. As always, no, even more so than usual, it's a battle that's pushed to the limit. Or perhaps it's a match that can't be won unless one exceeds one's limits. Beyond the skin-tingling tension lies the goal that crazy senior was aiming for. If his back, which I had never thought before, is going ahead to see how far he'll go, then so am I. Oh hey, yeah. The guardians he was guiding fired a barrage of bullets at him, but he skillfully controlled his sonic board, performed a trick, and narrowly dodged them. He ran along the walls, jumped, spun, and sprinted. Flashes of light passed close to his body, but he didn't panic. At the same time, he checked the battle situation at the right time and gave precise instructions. He guided them to the point where his comrades were waiting as planned and caught them all in one fell swoop. I'm a genius after all. Sliding the board to break, he put one foot on the ground and praised himself. To be honest, he thought he was going to die, but he had a master of poker face nearby, so he had learned it. Niana had been running around the battlefield for several minutes, thinking at full speed. It was a great performance. His stamina was exhausted, but a guardian who had been lucky enough to make it this far would not fall behind. I will win. And then we will have another toast. With Senpai, Tsuruga-san, and everyone. And then I plan to have a fulfilling private life, and I plan to spend a lot of money on the celebration. I will live in a strange world and enjoy it. It would be a lie if I couldn't do that. The man who can think like this while fighting is Niana Kazuma. Now, a little break. The current offense and defense will be fine for a while. Niana decided that and reached for a drink. It was at that moment. Can you hear me, Niana? Suddenly, the voice of Komori Nito, the senior and leader, came over the intercom. What's going on, senior? There's no change in the situation here for now. The overall strategy has already been decided by the leader. Therefore, once the battle begins, the local judgment takes precedence in the local area, which is the rule of this battle. So, if Nito contacts you directly during the battle, it means something is wrong. Someone is coming up from the lower floors with several guardians at an incredible speed. They seem to have entered late, but they will soon reach the area you are guarding. Get ready. Nito's voice is no longer the gentle one he normally has. It is the voice of a calm and ruthless king. If Nito contacts you directly, it means that a great danger is approaching, and that is what it means. Rocks, right. Who is it? Taking a sip of his drink, he calmly asks again. Of course, it would have been better if he hadn't come, but well, there's nothing we can do about it. If he didn't want that, he wouldn't have been on the battlefield in the first place. Ikijo-ban, he's a Halen transformer. He's repeatedly transforming for short periods of time and destroying our forces one after another. Still, it was something I wish he'd just let him off the hook. Why are you serious? Halen is one of the few A-class rocks. That means he's above Ramon and the Beetle, and a threat on the same level as Sonic Youth and Slipknot. Furthermore, it's said that Halen's fighting ability alone is on par with Dylan. It's his first time fighting rocks directly, so it's going to be a very tough situation. Ah, that's bad. Well, there's nothing we can do about it. I'll try my best. It may sound like a joke, but he's serious. Please. And then, Niana. Suddenly, Nito's tone of voice changed. He intuitively understood that Niana was trying to tell him something he hadn't asked. Tsurugi killed the special branch office and Ryokyuhi. And then he died. What he told him was as bad as he could have predicted. He had the misconception that something had pierced the depths of his body. But, is that so? That was all Niana said. No words were needed. I don't need to hear any detailed explanations. I can understand how that person fought and how he died. Then I'll prepare for battle. Yeah, I'll leave it to you. After this short exchange, Niana began preparing to face Halen. Niana, what's wrong? Anis, who didn't know the situation yet, looked at Niana with a worried look. Huh. Oh no, it's nothing. Niana quickly turns his thoughts around and comes up with a plan to defeat this strong opponent. That's what he can do now, and he's sure Tsurugi-san would want him to do the same. Nothing, but Nina. It's fine. See, I'm normal, right? Niana was thinking. As expected of Tsurugi-san. Amazing. Defeating two groups of rocks with top-class fighting power, guns and roses and Ryokyuhi, all by himself is seriously amazing. It's that guy. He's bound to die super cool and stylish. Benkei, Tenny, and the rest of them. Super cool. Ah, I was planning on him treating me to a Daijinjo this time. That's cheating. That means we're pretty close to victory. I've significantly reduced the number of guardians, and thanks to the work of my subordinates, there should only be a few rocks left. And now there are enemies approaching this place. Well, I'll do it. I'll do it too. As Niana was quickly preparing to put the plan he had come up with into action, Anis called out to him with a worried look on her face. But Nina, you're crying, you know. Hi. Niana put her hand to his cheek upon hearing Anis's words. There was definitely a tear there. Ha ha ha, seriously. Niana was a little surprised. Come to think of it, had there ever been a time in his life when he cried even when his eyes weren't hurting? I was probably very cold-hearted. But I was a talented person, so if I had stayed away from Metallica, I could have lived a decent life. But at some point, I took a different path. My life has become a little too funky, but I was serious about it. I respected my teammates because I was serious about them. They were very important to me. That's why I was crying so much. Nina doesn't wipe away his tears. He leaves them there, because that's how he really feels. Haha, well, but you see, I'm a genius. But I'm not just crying. I always get everything ready in a flash. Being able to do a lot of things at once is one of my many selling points. Niana bragged in his mind, and even as he cried, he finished preparing to face off against his formidable opponent. Bring it on, hero. I'm not going to say something lame like revenge. We're the ones in the wrong, after all. But I'm going to defeat you guys and move forward. I'm going to change this world. That's what that crazy senior showed me. It's something that Kazuma Niana discovered he really wants to do. Chapter 94, so what? What's the big deal? It was intentional that Ikijo Ban entered the Metallica fortress later than the other rocks. Ban can transform into rocks by lending his body to the self-proclaimed alien, Halen, that resides within him, but this only lasts for about 6 minutes. Therefore, he cannot withstand continuous battles. So Ban decided to fight as advised by Kagure Soichi, who is maroon blue. If he waits some time after the advance party enters the fortress, the threat of the enemies and defense devices inside the fortress will be reduced. So Ban enters with the Guardian troops. Basically, he gets the Guardian to protect him and only transforms into Halen and fights if a strong enemy blocks his way. In the end, this was a very effective tactic. There are 2 reasons for this. The first is that Halen is one of the strongest rocks. Considering that there are only 3 people in Metallica with the fighting power to stop Halen, there is no way that Ban and his friends can be stopped. The second is that Halen has a special ability that allows him to slightly heal damage to living bodies. Moreover, this can be used even when not transformed. As they make their way through, they notice injured guardians who have retreated ahead of them. They heal as many of them as possible and add them to their group. Although the number of members who accompanied them from the beginning has decreased, the total number of people has not changed much. This allows Ban to protect himself stably when he is not transformed. Almost there, almost there. Ban told himself as he ran down the corridor. Ban's battle was certainly going well. He was treating the injured as much as possible and asking for a retreat if he deemed it dangerous. Still, he had seen many guardians collapse in front of his eyes, and it was for the sake of protecting himself. It was really tough for Ban, who was just an ordinary high school student, but he gritted his teeth and pressed on. In truth, there's no way he wants to do this, but he's determined to do it. Why? To protect it. To be honest, Ban doesn't really get the idea that the world is in danger. He doesn't think he's capable of thinking about something as grand as the world. But there's one thing he does know. The school he goes to, his friends, the girl he's interested in. All of these exist because the world we live in is at peace. For the sake of the world may not be a lofty belief, but Ban has his own reason for fighting. Even if it's small, and it may not be a noble cause, I still won't let anyone laugh at the small happiness I want to protect. I've talked about it with Sengoku-san before. He said, "That's fine, Ban. I'm just a high school student, but I accidentally gained power. If there's something I can protect with that power." "Yes, I can feel it. That jerk Nito is close." A familiar voice reverberated in his head. From Halen's point of view, it doesn't really matter what happens to the world. When they first met, he said he couldn't understand Ban's actions and emotions, but as they spent time together, he began to understand humans. And now he's accompanying him in this battle. Halen was nothing but a nuisance when he was possessed, but now he can be called Ban's best friend. "I'll win, Ban, and when I get back, I'll go on a date with that girl." "Yes, I'm going to fight. With this tiny bit of courage and with my reliable partner, Ikijo-kun, ahead." Receiving the words of the guardian ahead of him, Ban looks ahead. It was a wide space high above the ceiling, and it seemed that a battle had been taking place there just a while ago. Several guardians were down. The damaged corridor and the smell of burning suggested that they had been damaged by explosives. Damn it. All the guardians deployed to attack Purgatory Island were elites, and all of them volunteered to be here. Each of them was here for something they wanted to protect. Each of them must have had loved ones. Knowing this, Ban could not remain calm when he saw them defeated by Metallica. "Hey, Ban, some of them are still breathing." Indeed, as Halen said, if you look closely, some of them are still moving slightly. They seem to be unable to stand up due to the damage. "Let's go, Halen." Ban ran over to the fallen guardians. They were covered in blood and out of breath, but they might not be able to make it. Ban quickly helped one of them up. "Stay strong, we'll heal your wound now." It is Ban's role to adjust the output of Halen's power, but he has plenty of training and experience in actual combat. It takes less than a few seconds to activate. A green glow enveloped Ban's entire body, and the next moment, "Thanks, but I don't need it. I inflicted the wound myself after all." The fallen guardian muttered this in an unusually light tone, and at the same time pulled out a small beam gun and pointed it at Ban's chest. "What, Ban? Transform? Transform!" Ban and Halen transformed instantly with instantaneous communication, but the guardian's shot was slightly faster. Section. A gunshot rang out and the beam gun emitted light. It was a success. Niana felt the impact of the close-range shot and moved away from Halen. It seems that his senior had used this technique in the past, but it wasn't something that worked very often. But Niana was confident that it would definitely work in this situation. This is because he has already checked all of the combat footage of Halen from the cameras inside the fortress at triple speed. He only had a short time, but he still understood the enemy's behavior patterns, which is a big advantage. He's really tough. I guess it won't be a one-hit kill. The boy he shot was enveloped in a green glow a moment later, and from that light, a threat appeared. I would have liked to finish him off in one hit, but it seemed that wouldn't be the case. In front of Nina, Halen had already completed his transformation and was standing up, clutching his stomach. "You. What a dirty omen." It seems that even if you are hit while not transformed, you can recover to a certain extent once you transform. He shot in a position that would have caused a human to bleed to death or die from blood loss. But even though Halen was damaged, He didn't seem to be in a state where he couldn't fight. A-class Rocks was burning with rage. Behind him was a group of guardians. This is bad, I might die. Nina was genuinely scared. Sweat trickled down his back, and he felt the urge to get on his sonic board and run away. But he didn't run away. He couldn't run away. His fallen comrades were there. He had a goal. He had made up his mind. Nina knew very well that it was the same for Halen and the Guardians, so he had no choice but to fight. A dirty trick. So Nina stood up with a fearless smile. You bastard, prepare yourself, I'll take you on. Halen let out an angry roar, and his hands began to glow. An energy wave would be released from there, and if it hit him directly, all his bones would shatter in an instant, and he would die instantly. But Nina stood up, refusing to turn his back. The path he had taken, this feeling that had heated up, was his own. Rox was right. It was only natural for Halen to be enraged. But that doesn't matter to me. I don't care if I was right or wrong from the beginning. Huh. That's why I say you guys are naive. I'm Metallica, you know? What's wrong with doing bad things? He roars loud and strong, inheriting the words of the soul of the man he admires. What a ridiculous thing to say. Is it a joke? I agree. But this is who we are. That's how we got here, and we will definitely win. We won't let anyone stop us from what we are aiming for. Oh, really? Then I won't show any mercy either. You don't think you can beat us, do you? Huh. Halen seems to have fully prepared for battle after hearing Nina's words. What Halen says is certainly true. Even though he has a time limit for action, he is strong. With his flying ability, energy waves, and a sturdy body that doesn't even take fatal damage from gunfire, Nina is not a cyborg and has no special abilities, so he is not an opponent that he can defeat. I'll fire. Ban! Then Halen shouted as if talking to himself, and immediately afterwards, a ribbon-like energy wave was fired from his right hand. Ah! Nina had predicted it. He kicked the ground just a split second faster than Halen's attack, and dodged the energy wave by moving at high speed with his sonic board at maximum output. It was a hair's breadth. A blow that would have blown off his right arm if he had been a few centimeters late. The wall behind where Nina had been was smashed to pieces. If Nina had moved even a little slower, he would have been dead. If he had moved even a little faster, the angle of the shot would have been corrected, and he would have been dead after all. That was dangerous. You've got to be kidding me. Are you trying to kill me? No, are you trying to kill me? Nina smiled fearlessly as he thought this. What's wrong? You think you can beat me? You bastard. Halen took the bait and fired off a series of energy waves, all of which would be fatal if they hit him directly. Amazing, aggressive flashes of light were fired in rapid succession. No more room for jokes. Nina used his quick thinking ability to the fullest to read the line of fire and pushed his reflexes to the limit as he rode his board. He ran along the walls, jumped and spun, and sometimes used the guardians waiting behind Halen as shields to avoid his aim and continue to avoid the light of justice. The walls and passages were all pulverized. Any ordinary Metallica, fighter other than Nina, would not have been able to avoid even a single hit from this. That's why Nina chose not to fight with his subordinates. Naturally, Nina didn't have the luxury of doing so either. In fact, it was the opposite. He puts all his strength into each blow, dodging them to the very limit. Even a single hit ends it. The extreme tension continues to drain Nina's mental and physical strength. Ha ha, but it looks like it's not hitting me. Is that okay? But he can't let that be known. With a slight pause in the rapid-fire attack, Nina further provokes Halen. Besides, I can attack you from my side too. He fires at Halen with his small beam gun. You bastard. But Halen no longer even bothers to dodge it. The thin beam of light Nina, unleashed, disappears the moment it touches Halen's body. It only seems to cause minor damage. Of course, it might be different if he used a heavier, larger firearm, but then Nina will no longer be able to dodge Halen's attacks. How about you? You might be good at dodging, but it doesn't hurt me in the first place. Are you planning on continuing to dodge until my transformation limit? Whoa, about 4 minutes and 21 seconds left. That reminds me. Actually, what Halen said was only half right. It's well known that Halen has a transformation limit, and when that time comes, he'll probably turn into the boy from earlier. That's what Nina is aiming for. I'm sorry, but that's impossible. I told you. Do you think you can beat us? I'll change ban. Halen didn't seem to feel any threat from Nina at all. Then, he shouted as if calling out to someone, and immediately afterwards, his body was once again enveloped in green light. Huh. A light attack is fired at Nina, who is slow to grasp the situation. The light is smaller in power and size than before, but is incomparably faster and more accurate. Shit! Wah! The attack pierces Nina's shoulder. Blood spurts out and he feels intense pain. Please step back. This time, it's not a belt-shaped beam. It's a wider, wall-like shock wave. It probably doesn't have the lethal power of a beam, but it's extremely difficult to avoid and blows Nina away. He's slammed into the wall far behind and coughs up blood. Cough, ah. Halen slowly approaches the confused Nina, his shape slightly different from before. It's all over. You can't defeat us. The voice is not that of the Halen he's been fighting so far. It was the voice of the boy from before. When I step out into the open, my power output drops, but I can control it more delicately. It's no longer easy to avoid. Besides, I have no intention of fighting you until my transformation limit. I can move forward without defeating you. The gentle, yet firm voice was similar to the voices Nina had heard many times before. It was the voice of a hero who grows stronger for the sake of those he protects. In an instant, he understood. Halen was a duo. I didn't know how it worked, but he, who at first glance seemed like an ordinary boy, was also a formidable enemy who fought with courage and kindness. The two of them were one, a hero with supernatural powers and a heart of justice. That must be what Halen was. Sits down after taking damage, with nearly 4 minutes left until his transformation limit. In the first place, the battle had made him recognize Nina as an opponent not worth defeating. Since all he could do was avoid him, he just ignored him and moved forward. I won't let you go. You guys are strong, that's true. Much stronger than me, but we still won't lose. Sat down, Nina glared back at his formidable opponent. Strong, so what? Fighting with all your might is not synonymous with trying to dominate the opponent with force. Nina knows that. Fighting means thinking, making up your mind, and sticking to your pride. My seniors, Tsurugi and Aikno, taught me that. That's why I am. Nina stood up, feeling something burning deep inside his body. Then, just as Halen stopped his fighting stance and tried to move forward, Gyua! Gunshots and groans could be heard a short distance away from Nina and Halen, who were facing each other. This was something Nina had prepared. Halen looked away from Nina and turned around. There, he could see the Guardian lying on the ground bleeding and his allies on alert. Why was the Guardian shot so suddenly? The only enemy here is Nina. Did he think that? Nina could tell right away what Halen was thinking. Think about it for a bit. Nina smiled fearlessly. What? I just shot you disguised as a Guardian. You think we can't do the same? How many Guardians have you saved before you got here? Were they really Guardians? Nina sneered at Halen and whispered so that no one else could hear. If you don't understand, I'll explain. The one who just shot was one of the Guardians you brought with you. 3 of the 9 are Metallica fighters. What are you planning? There was hesitation in Halen's voice. Nina doesn't miss the moment. Nothing. But from now on, your companions will be taken down one by surprise attacks by our hidden minions. And the next time you undo your transformation, you will be shot to death. That's all. He says decisively. That's how persuasiveness is born. Someone taught him that. What do you mean? And you have no way of knowing who the real Guardian is. Isn't it fine? If you don't want to be killed while defenseless, you can just kill everyone with your own hands. He speaks calmly, coolly and calmly. Nina makes a cold expression and speaks as slowly as possible. It's to create an illusion. Normally, there's no way that the elite Guardians who are storming into Purgatory Island wouldn't have a way of distinguishing one from the other. But can they notice that in an instant? After all, he had just been shot by me, the fake. Furthermore, Halen is too strong. He has never outwitted his opponent or read his opponent's moves in battle. There is no need for that. Or you can just ignore me and all my allies and move forward. In that case, I will kill all of your remaining allies. Do you think I can avoid your attacks and lose to other weaklings? Don't give him a chance to think. Intentionally present him with a choice. This is to make him think that there is no other option. Stop it. What's the point of doing that? It will only increase the number of people who die. You can see how upset Halen is. This is where the battle begins. Please stop. Of course you don't want to. If you want to stop, just defeat me. I'm motivating the guardian-like fighters to kill them if they ignore my plan. If I die, they might surrender. This is where it starts. 3 minutes and 12 seconds left. I'll try to escape no matter what. It's useless to talk, isn't it? Ah, I see. Well, do your best then. As soon as he said it, he activated his sonic board again and ran off. Immediately after, Halen also unleashed shock waves and energy waves. Each blow was less powerful than the first. But the precise attacks were not easy to avoid, even with Nina's talent. What's more, even the Guardians who had been watching Halen until just now joined in the attack. Don't underestimate me, come on. But Nina continued to evade with a roar of determination. He wouldn't allow a direct hit. Instead, it hits his shoulders, arms, stomach, legs. Every part of his body is damaged as if it were being chipped away. The impact of the blast and flying debris attacks him mercilessly. At times he is slammed into the wall and the heat burns his hair. His whole body is soaked with blood and he can see that several of his bones are cracked. It hurts unbearably. He can also tell that his body temperature is dropping. It wouldn't be surprising if his body stopped moving at any moment. But still, Nina refuses to give up. Even in a situation where he would die if he let his guard down for even a moment, he continues to run away calmly. He continues to fly around at breakneck speed, as the sounds of destruction and dazzling explosions of light occur one after another. Nina knows that it's embarrassing. He's mixing in bluffing to provoke his opponent, and all he's doing is running away. And he does so by making the extremely underhanded choice of aiming to make his opponent run out of stamina. But this is what it means to fight for your life. Fighting fair and square is the arrogance of the strong. Evil is different. I will win by any means necessary. Time passes, seemingly endlessly, draining my life and soul. Just a little longer. Just a few more seconds. If I could hold on for a few more seconds, I would win. That was the moment Nina thought that. And this. Halen swung his arm sideways. A horizontal line of light was emitted from it. The long, horizontal wave cut through the walls of the passageway, the rubble, and other obstacles, approaching Nina straight, a blade-like wave that had never been fired before. Entry. The only way to avoid the unexpected attack, the blade of light that filled the space, was to jump high up. Nina jumped high, even though he was aware of the danger that was coming his way. It's over. 2 seconds left. Halen raised his right arm and aimed at Nina in the air. Nina, who had jumped, could not move any further. The wind pressure of the sonic board would not provide much mobility unless the ground was close. Also, the rising object would stop at the peak and just fall. Take that. 1 second left. Halen unleashed his final blow. This was also different from the previous ones. It was a large, spherical mass of light. The attack area was large, and it was unleashed at the peak of the jump, making it impossible to dodge. Ah, it's no good after all. Nina was a little impressed, even though his own life was about to disappear. In this battle, it was no easy feat to unleash an attack pattern that had been saved until the last few seconds at the most crucial moment. It was a strategy to ensure victory. Was this the work of that boy? Tired from running away, Nina's physical strength and mental capacity are near their limits. Rox is strong, as he aims to launch his most accurate attack at the moment when his defenses are at their lowest. That ball of light is likely his surefire blow to destroy evil. However, in a split second, Nina takes action. He unlocks the sonic board he has on his right foot and kicks it diagonally downwards and forward. The riderless sonic board glides through the air. Then, just before it is engulfed in the ball of light, the man who had been its rider shoots through the generator, causing it to explode. Nina unfolds his jacket, absorbs the wind pressure from the explosion, and moves slightly through the air. And then, unfortunately, I'm a genius. Nina narrowly avoided the ball of light and looked down at the boy, who was staring at him with an expression of disbelief. That was true. He had been planning to win with this attack that he had been saving. That's why he had accepted the invitation. His transformation had been undone by that attack. Nina confirmed this and immediately took out a small plasma bomb from the pocket of his jacket. If Halen was still alive, it would have been possible to blow him away or create a barrier. But in this situation, it would be most effective. He was in the sky, and below was a group of enemies. For this attack, he challenged him to a battle in a high space. Halen didn't realize it, but none of the Guardians had allowed him to blend in with them in the first place. He had just made a slight improvement to his first sniper shot. He had asked Anis, who is also an expert marksman, to perform a ricochet shot from a long distance. This is an attack that he can only make by going out to this place alone. A wide area, indiscriminate attack on everyone except himself. A surprise attack by disguising himself as a comrade. He induces confusion by making the enemy suspect friendly fire. He keeps fleeing until the enemy loses their fighting power, then attacks them unilaterally when they are powerless. He kills them all. It makes me laugh a little. There's a limit to how evil he is. But here goes evil. That's Finny. Niana roared and threw the plasma bomb at the same time. Of course, he was in perfect control. A blinding light and a roar echoed inside Metallica Fortress. It was an explosion caused by the burning soul of one man. It blew away a corner of the fortress along with the outer wall, engulfing everything in the area in light. For a moment, an aura in the shape of Halen appeared from within the boy, seemingly protecting him, but the explosion was the result of Niana's calculations, a victory blow. Gata! Niana was also blown away by the aftermath of the blast, unable to defend himself. He falls to the floor, unable to move, and hits his whole body hard. I'm really in trouble. Niana mutters in a faint voice as he collapses. He can feel his consciousness fading. His whole body is already in tatters from the battle just now. He's coughing up blood, probably because his rib is stuck in his lung. It seems that his bones have broken even more because of the fall, and it's too much trouble to count the lacerations and burns. He can't move a single step. In the midst of all this, Niana moves his head slightly and looks towards the space that was the scene of the earlier battle. Surrounded by rubble and flames, and rain from the sprinklers pouring down, there is not a single person moving. It seems that both the Guardian and Halen have been defeated. The enemy approaching the leader has been stopped. He has won against the hero. His body was in unbearable pain, and he was dizzy from using his brain too much. But Niana still laughed. Hey. He was proud of his comrades who fought alongside him for the sake of their goals. That back was the first thing that made me get serious. It made me an incredible guy, so he has no regrets. He was strangely satisfied with the fact that he had risked his life for the world that lay ahead of him when he ran as hard as he could. All that was left was for that person to win. He believed that. Niana, stay strong, I don't want to die. I wondered when she'd come running over to me. She smelled a lovely scent. It's Anis. I honestly can't understand why this person got dumped. And sorry. I can't even reply. He no longer had the energy to keep his eyes open. Niana closed his eyes. How is it? Did I do it? Like senpai. Niana muttered softly and went to sleep. Halen vanished. Ikijo Ban lost his ability to transform and was unable to fight. Niana Kazuma, Metallica's chief aide, fainted. Thanks to Anis Giles' proper treatment, he survived. Chapter 95, I'll show you the strength of Maroon 5. Bring it on. I'll be your opponent. Suichi, transformed into maroon blue, provokes Metallica's cyborg. Gyuga! In response, an enemy charges at Suichi at high speed. It cuts through the passage, and its charge has enough weight and speed to blow away everything it touches, and it is clear at a glance that it has enough destructive power to even shatter a tank. However, none of his comrades cover Suichi. This is because they trust his abilities. Just before the giant body of the bull-headed monster touches Suichi, Suichi's body is enveloped in blue particles and disappears. The monster doesn't understand what's happening, and immediately afterwards, a blue light appears behind him. It's Suichi's best technique, short-distance teleportation. Noroma. Suichi immediately pulled out his S-gun from his gun belt and shot the monster in the back. The weapon, which amplifies and concentrates psychic power, was a new type of weapon from Maroon 5. Kaoru-san, there, distance is 3 meters. Next, Maroon Green, Ray Evergreen, pointed in a different direction and shouted. Yeah, leave it to me. There seemed to be nothing in the direction he was pointing. But Yellow, Yamabuki Kaoru, who received the instruction, jumped in that direction without any hesitation and punched the empty space with all her might. The fist seemed to hit the void, but contrary to appearances, a low-impact sound echoed through the floor. Giga! The cyborg that was aiming at them appeared, invisible with optical camouflage that seemed to be made by Crimson. Ray senses the enemy with his psychometry, and Kaoru, who is skilled at using psychic power in martial arts, attacks. There is not a single flaw in their combination. Go for it! Kaoru throws the enemy away and slams him into another enemy that Suichi has turned into a beehive. Let's go, Kotaro, everyone. Suichi immediately gives orders, and the Maroon 5 gather in one place. Talia. Everyone focuses their psychic power on Maroon Red, Kotaro. Kotaro places his left hand on his clenched right fist, aims, and unleashes his energy. Justice Hammer. Kotaro, who has the strongest telekinesis among the 5, combines the powers of all 5 to unleash the offensive telekinesis, Justice Hammer. The name of the technique given by the media became a password to unite their hearts. The wave of light released by Maroon 5 blew 2 monsters into the wall, penetrated 3 bulletproof walls one after another, and left a large crater on the 4th wall. The technique exerted several tons of pressure and was a surefire blow that Maroon 5 had never been able to break before. Phew! With this, they should have taken control of this floor. Kotaro transformed back and took a breath. Stay like that for a while, I'll treat everyone's injuries. Sakura healed everyone who had transformed back. Thanks to her healing, Maroon 5 had been able to proceed with almost no damage. Thank you, Sakura. As Kotaro spoke to his childhood friend, he focused his attention on the presence that remained within the fortress. Kotaro wasn't very good at ESP detection ability, but he still knew something. This battle was nearing its conclusion. The number of allies who entered the Metallica fortress was not large, and most of them were already unable to fight, but the same must have been true for Metallica. Thinking about his fallen comrades made his heart ache, but Kotaro didn't stop. He just kept moving forward, aiming for the top floor. This was because everyone in the simple plan had decided on something when they faced the final battle. No matter who fell, no matter what happened, they would complete the battle. And if even one person survived and managed to defeat the Metallica leader, that would be victory. Kotaro didn't like fighting. He had been told he was too kind as a warrior, but he had no intention of succumbing to evil. So he ran. He bit his lip, held back his tears, and just kept going. Kotaro decided that this was his mission as the leader of Maroon 5 and as one of the rocks. Evil, those who destroy people's happiness for their own purposes. He had had enough of seeing people hurt by such people. I know. The world as it is now is by no means perfect. But I'm not God, so I can't save everyone in the world. So I'll at least try to protect the happiness of the people I see, the people who live normal lives. It may be arrogant, but I can't just sit back and do nothing. Maroon 5 was founded to misuse psychic powers, but I didn't give in to the brainwashing education there. And I was able to stop the crimes of those with the same psychic powers. And now I'm facing a new greatest threat. Kotaro, are you okay? Suichi came up next to me and put his hand on my shoulder. No good, I seem to have made you worry again. I'm fine, Ao-chan. Yes, I'm fine, I'm not alone. I have friends. I grew up in the same facility, and I have friends I can rely on more than anyone else who have continued to fight with the same determination. More importantly, everyone has noticed by now, right? Kotaro asked his fellow members of Maroon 5. Yeah, that's it, Kotaro, the boss is close. And the enemy executives should be gone, we've won. Maroon Yellow, Yamabuki Kaoru, smiled and raised his fist. He's always cheerful and positive, and I can't tell you how much he's saved me up until now. Don't let your guard down until the very end, Kaoru. And our losses are far greater than we expected. Suichi scolded Kaoru. Kotaro agreed. The battle situation was certainly in our favor, and we could see our chance of victory. But in the simulation before the operation, we didn't expect it to be this fierce. It could be said that the battle situation in which many of the rocks were defeated was unexpected. That's how strong Metallica was. Their spirit, as if they were slamming their bare souls into the enemy, was real. It was completely unexpected that so many of our comrades were forced to retreat without even entering the fortress, and that most of the Guardians couldn't even get through the lower floors. It's even harder to believe that Akijo Ban and Guns and Roses were defeated. I can't believe that Akijo and Iwagashira lost. No, I don't want to believe it. That's Kataro's true, honest feelings. But it's also true that without them, we would have already been defeated. For their sakes, we absolutely must win. Yes, let's go, to end this battle. So Kataro called out to everyone and started walking. We can't miss this chance to win that our fallen comrades have given us. As far as he knew, the only one on Metallica's side who could fight properly was the leader. There wouldn't be many people left to lead the troops. In contrast, all of Maroon 5's members were still alive and well, and they still had their strongest card, Dylan. They also received word that the few remaining Guardians had made it up to the upper floors via a different route. The leader, Komori Nito. They had seen him a few times. He was no ordinary man. He had the power of an evil king. But there was no way there was anyone in this world who could defeat Maroon 5 and Dylan at the same time. Maroon 5 had been defeated by Komori Nito once before, and that was on Purgatory Island. Faced by that man's cruel malice and tactics, they had no choice but to retreat. If only I had defeated that man then. Kataro had always thought that. That's why he had trained himself for the past 2 years, so that he would never lose again, so that he would never let anyone get hurt, so that he could protect a peaceful tomorrow together with his friends. Defeat Komori Nito and stop Metallica. The chance was still there. It was at that moment that Kataro reaffirmed his resolve. Here, I hear, Maroon 5. Ah, a response. A voice came from the communication device he was carrying. This code was from the Guardians. It should have been a communication from the few survivors who had made it to the upper floors. However, the voice, which sounded choppy and mixed with noise, was clearly abnormal. This is Maroon 5. What's going on? Rescue an enemy platoon. They're already 80% gone. Hurry, I couldn't hear him very well. That's because his voice was being blocked by the sounds of explosions and gunfire. Ao-chan. What is this? I don't know, but in just this short time, 20 of the Guardians who had reached the upper floors suddenly stopped responding. It looks like a battle has started nearby. Suichi checked the information on his mobile device and looked anxious. The fact that Suichi had that look on his face meant that something really unusual was happening. Why? It's only been a few minutes since we last communicated with the Guardians. How could something like this have suddenly happened? Kaoru also raised her voice, unable to grasp the situation. It's understandable. That couldn't be possible. The Guardians requesting reinforcement were the same unit that had contacted them just before they fought the monster. Only 5 minutes had passed since then. There were no enemy executives left, and no one who could take command properly. Also, if an enemy containing high energy, such as a cyborg or monster, had suddenly appeared, there was no way that Maroon 5 wouldn't have been able to detect it. If that's the case, then what exactly are the Guardians fighting against? If Metallica still had that much fighting power left, why hadn't they used it until now? The Guardians selected to invade Purgatory Island were all elites. It was impossible for them to take such heavy damage in such a short time. No, we could think about that later. We'll head there right away, please hold on somehow. As he shouted that into the radio, Kataro used telekinesis to destroy the wall of the passageway. Kataro had reached the pinnacle of psychic soldier skills and could do this even without transforming. Let's hurry, everyone. Oh, I have a bad feeling about this. Section. By destroying the wall of the passageway, or using short-distance teleportation to greatly shorten the route, Maroon 5 arrived at the outermost floor of the fortress upper floors. The ceiling and walls of the floor had already been mostly destroyed, and because of the structure of the fortress, the floor space became smaller the higher up the floor. The cloudy night sky could be seen from here. Judging from the sea visible in the distance, the altitude was about 300 meters. Why? Kataro cried out in despair. Many Guardians had collapsed on the floor, many seemed to have died. The lights had gone out because the ceiling had been destroyed, and the people standing were only shadows, but they seemed to be Metallica fighters. There were no cyborgs, demonic beasts, or super soldiers like Santana. There were only about 4 Metallica fighters. Could it be that they could have defeated nearly 3 times as many Guardians with just that number? You're too late, Maroon 5. One of the standing shadows spoke up. It seemed he was the commander here. That clear, intelligent voice sounded familiar. You. Suichi, like Kotaro, was also in the same situation. It seems he has a hunch. Now, I think you know this, you will all die here, by my hand. The man approached, step by step. The silhouette emerging from the darkness of the night gradually took on a clearer shape. The man was wearing an armor thruster developed by Metallica. The equipment, which allows for high-speed combat thanks to the energy conversion armor made from beetle technology, and the thrusters attached to each part of the armor, is said to be extremely difficult to handle. High athletic ability and combat technique, a sturdy body, and a sharp mind. Only one man has been confirmed to be able to fully utilize the armor thruster, which is said to be capable of performing to its full potential unless he possesses all of these qualities. The sword-like weapon the man was holding appeared to be Metallica's custom brake gunblade. This latest model gunblade is also said to be difficult to handle, and only one person has been confirmed to have used it with success in numerous battles. The armor and blade were essentially the personal weapons of only one man. Maroon 5 knew who that one person was. It was obvious from the images of the Slayer executives fighting. He's still alive, isn't he? Kotaro asked the man. Yes, this man was assumed to be dead. It was natural to assume that, since he was one of the two leaders of Slayer, but not one of the members of the new Metallica. He died in an internal conflict over the leadership of Metallica. Everyone thought so, it would be unnatural if he didn't. Don't make me laugh, why do I have to die? The man said, looking down on Kotaro. The cloudy sky behind him grew thicker, and it seemed as if the heavens were reacting to his murderous intent. I see, so you lost the battle for the top spot and ended up working under Komori Nito. Suichi made a joke to him, but he snorted, mocking Suichi. Ha, don't get me wrong. I was the one who won that time. His words were so confident that it didn't seem like a lie or a bluff. Huh, then why? I didn't know what he meant. All I knew was that he was telling the truth. What would it do for someone who's about to die to know that? As the man spoke, the sky began to roar. The thick clouds seemed to have turned into thunderclouds. We won't lose. I'll show you how strong the Maroon 5 are. Kotaro, Suichi, and the other three also got into a fighting stance. Ha, that's interesting. But a pity, isn't it? I have never been defeated by anyone, and I will never be defeated by anyone again. The murderous intent that the man exudes with this assertion is of a different kind to that of Komori Nito. It's not a heavy, crushing one, it's a sharp, slashing spirit. It's not a hot, burning one, it's a cold, freezing fighting spirit. Come on. As the man spoke, lightning struck in the distance. The flash of lightning illuminated the man who had been a shadow. A tall, well-proportioned figure, a cold, well-formed face, sharp, shining eyes, and a flawless, beautiful posture. Aikno Ryuji. That man was like a cold bolt of lightning. I guess it was obvious, but the point is the reason. Chapter 96, he's a thoroughly unpleasant man. You can see the tension growing among the five men as they face each other. Thunder roars and strong winds blow, but their spirit is not dimmed in the slightest, as expected of veteran warriors. Aikno is a little impressed. Let's go, everyone, for the world we want to protect. To end this battle, the leader, Kotaro Bini, shouts and the four nod. Exchange. Everyone reaches out for the gimmick attached to their arm and operates it with a big action. It is well known that this action amplifies their psychic power, which then acts as a switch to put on the materialized suit. Red, blue, green, yellow, pink. 5 colors of light surround them, and they combine to create an explosion of light. In the next moment, psychic soldiers who transcend humanity have appeared. You can see the raindrops around them evaporate in an instant. This must be due to an explosion of concentrated psychic power. Even when transformed, they have no weaknesses. The superpower squadron Maroon 5 lives up to their brave name. In that case, they are an enemy worthy of my full power. Ha ha. Aikno deployed the wings of his armor. He then fired up his thrusters, accelerating his body as close to the ground as possible. Of course, there is a rational reason for charging from a low position. If the enemy's attack originates above you, the line of attack will inevitably be diagonally from above. As a result, your direction of travel will not be blocked. What's more, you can dodge an attack simply by moving forward at a speed that exceeds the enemy's prediction of your speed. And since you are accelerating with thrusters, the closer you are to the ground, the faster you can go. In addition, humans have a lower defense against attacks that are far from the face, such as above the head or at the feet. Moreover, Maroon 5 are psychic soldiers and are rather good at long-distance combat, using telekinesis and barriers. Although they cover up with their abilities, their reflexes and athletic ability are not that different from that of an ordinary person. Therefore, in this situation, close-quarters combat with a low-altitude, high-speed charge is the best option. There is no such word as naive in Aikno's combat. There is no such word as blindly. Aikno knows. Victory is given to those who act to win. It is not geniuses who win. One after another, Maroon 5's telekinesis grazes over Aikno's head and pierces the floor behind him. Taking into account the speed of the charge, he accelerates even more to dodge the next bullet that is fired. "You bastard, I'm your opponent." The one who reacted immediately was Maroon Blue, Kaguya Switchy. Aikno was charging forward to aim for Pink first, but Blue stepped forward himself. This is the right answer. Pink is the weakest, but she has the ability to recover. For Aikno, she is the first one to be defeated, and for Maroon 5, she must not be defeated. But that doesn't matter. Aikno didn't slow down and raised his gunblade towards Blue. The super-scientific blade, which is heavy enough that an ordinary person would have difficulty even swinging it, boasts a sharpness that can cut through rock with one blow. If it hits directly, even Maroon 5 will not be able to remain unscathed. But it didn't hit me. Considering his posture, the blade cut through the air, a blow that could never have been dodged. Blue's figure had disappeared. All he could see in front of him was the remnants of a blue light, if that's the case. Aikno shouldered the raised blade and instantly switched the blade to shotgun mode. Then, without any time lag, he fired a shot backwards. He didn't look back. Maroon Blue dodged an attack that should never have been dodged. This meant that it was a short-distance teleportation, and if it disappeared, it would reappear. So where would it come from? If you think about it rationally, it's obvious that it would appear outside your field of vision. So without even checking, Aikno shot a bullet over his shoulder, towards his back. The sound of a bullet exploding and Blue's voice of surprise came from behind him. That was enough. He kept facing forward in order to respond to other attacks. Yeah. As expected, from the right in front came a blow from Yellow's fist imbued with psychic power. And from the left in front came an attack from debris suspended by Red's telekinesis. With a snorting determination, Aikno completely ignored Red's attack and closed the distance between him and Yellow. The worst thing to do is to try to respond to two attacks on the same spot. If you do that, you'll end up taking both, so you immediately take the best course of action. Yellow is closer than the rebel, and when it comes to fighting techniques, Aikno can't afford to fall behind. Aikno throws a punch from the outside of Yellow's fist, overlapping his arm. He accelerates his fist by blowing the vernier in his elbow and doesn't forget to slide his head down. A dull thud rings out. As a result, Aikno dodges Yellow's punch with a head slip and lands a cross-counter blow. But Aikno doesn't stop. He passes by Yellow's side, who has stopped moving due to the damage he received, and uses the staggering Yellow as a shield to neutralize the rubble Red has thrown. It's only been 5 seconds since his first low-altitude charge. What's wrong, Maroon 5? Is that all? After a brief, fierce battle, Aikno stopped moving to allow Wing and Vernier a short break, and made a condescending remark to the 5 justices. Aochan Kaoru, stay strong. The others helped Blue and Yellow, who had been injured in the battle, up. They seemed to have prioritized that over pursuing Aikno. Yeah, it's okay, but this guy isn't the same as before. He's gotten a lot stronger. Yeah, hey, this is a bit dangerous. As expected of Rocks, despite being hit by the plasma shotgun and armored knuckles, Blue and Yellow stumbled, but managed to get up. They were probably using psychic barriers to reduce the damage. On the other hand, Aikno, no matter how armored he was, would surely die from a few of their attacks in succession. But Aikno didn't think that was a disadvantage. Of course, right. Did you think I'd stay in the same place forever? Yes, he asserts. That is the most important element that makes Aikno Ryoji. I'm not a genius like people think. I'm just a hard worker who hates to lose and likes to show off more than anyone else. I just keep moving forward to win and to be strong. You're certainly strong, but why? Red shouted, "Why don't you try to use your power for the right thing?" Aikno heard Kotaru Bini's cry sound like a lament. I see, maybe a person like him really can't understand. And maybe he's sad from the bottom of his heart. But from Aikno's point of view, they are much harder to understand. Why? I'm not interested in justice or evil. This was Aikno's true feelings, because Bini and the Maroon Five are strong. There's no doubt that they are among the highest levels of humanity. They use their power to protect. I can't sympathize with their self-sacrificing way of life at all. It's not that I particularly dislike them. If they were being forced to do so, that would be one thing, but they do it because they like. If they are proud of their way of life and existence, then that is far more worthy of praise than that of ordinary scum. On the other hand, I can't sympathize with Komori Nito's way of life either. I understand that man's desire to change the world, as he uses his power to destroy. I don't like the way he risks everything to do so, but that is also a way of life in itself. But I don't care about the state of the world. Aikno believes that justice and evil are both wills that influence the world, they just work in opposite directions. You're not interested. Yeah, I'm a good swimmer. No matter what the ocean currents are like, I'm not going to try to maintain it like you guys, and I'm not going to try to change it like that guy. No matter how strong the currents are, I can remain myself. I'll prove it. Huh. Red was clearly shaken. As a former Slayer executive, he probably didn't understand the true meaning of what he was saying as someone who would lend Metallica his strength in this battle. Sakura-chan, give everyone some healing. Once that's done, go into power charging. I'll take on that guy in the meantime. The slight enthusiasm Red showed was gone in a few seconds. Instead, he glared at me with the strong will of a warrior who was determined to follow his own path. Immediately, Aikno was attacked by debris and energy waves flying at high speeds using telekinesis. Ha! You can't forgive me. Well then, defeat me. Aikno cuts away the rubble one after another and avoids the energy waves. Red is strong, probably the second strongest in rocks, and he has the other 4 supporting him. So this battle is not an easy one for Aikno to win, but he will win. Otherwise, there is no point. Back then, when he won the duel with Komori Nito, Aikno did not choose to become the top of Metallica, and he let Komori Nito live. He realized, the top of Metallica is not the strongest, and Aikno himself realized that there was nothing he wanted to do by leading Metallica. Aikno joined Metallica because he wanted to be strong. Being strong is very important. No matter what the world is like, no matter what happens, to remain on the high ground, to not let anyone else influence the way he lives his life. At the time when rocks and other evil organizations ruled the land, he couldn't forgive himself for being powerless against them. He couldn't understand the people who just lived their lives in such a world. Aikno was aware that he was excellent, and he had never lost a single time in his life. But would he have been able to resist the great trends of the world, having been an ordinary man up until that point? Would he have been able to continue being the person he wanted to be, facing the immense power of rocks and other evil organizations? No, it couldn't be. To put it bluntly, Aikno could have become a guardian, and he could have climbed to the top on that path, to be a man who wouldn't let anyone else crush his way of life, his pride. He chose Metallica simply because he thought it would allow him to climb faster, and it came true. He even defeated Komori and conquered Metallica. But Aikno is not like Komori. He has no desire to lead evil and change the world. He has no intention of fighting for evil at the expense of unnecessary effort. He no longer has any interest in Metallica. After that duel, it was easy to imagine that a final battle between good and evil would take place. It didn't matter who won. What happened after that battle seemed much more important. That's why he didn't become the leader of Metallica. And yet, he's fighting in this final battle for another reason why he didn't kill Komori Nito. That's why he will win this battle. What's wrong? Are you out of energy already? Aikno snorts and fires an enhanced bullet from his gunblade, aimed at Red. Yeah. Red stops them all in the air and knocks them to the ground. This kind of attack and defense was repeated endlessly against the backdrop of lightning and the darkness of the night. That's you. You must have a limit to your stamina and bullets. Red is right. After all, the opponents are 5 superhumans. Also, looking at the way Red fights, you can see that he is buying time. He must have some kind of plan. I guess so. Well, I've stuck with you this far. I don't know what you're planning to do, but I think I've bought you enough time. Just hurry up and do it. Aikno said this deliberately. The killer blow that Maroon 5 is confident in is a technique that combines the power of the five of them. So if you can avoid it, there will only be 5 people there who are full of openings. That's where you will be attacked. He has no intention of dragging out a war of attrition. He will show that he can surpass even his strongest attack. So you did notice after all, but you underestimated us. Red also seemed to have noticed Aikno's intention. And even so, he had no intention of changing his attack method. That's how confident he was in his own techniques. Hikari-chan, we can do it now. Pink's voice was also filled with confidence of victory. Red answered her and flew to the other 4. When he looked, everyone's bodies were glowing with their own colors. It seemed they had been storing up a lot of energy. You're strong, but you're alone. I'll show you the power to fight together with your friends. Red, who was at the front, spoke without hesitation. At the same time, the other 4 glowed even more. We can fight to protect. We become stronger because we have bonds. We can't lose to you who doesn't know that. Nuo. As he roared, the aura surrounding Red's body sparked, and the shape of his suit changed. From the brighter glow, the even larger aura, and the sparks bursting all around, it was clear that their psychic power had evolved to a different dimension. Let's go. Following Blue's command, the auras of the 4 flowed towards Red. 5 colored bands of light ran around Red. A storm blew through, obliterating the night. I see. Aikno exclaimed in admiration at the energy value displayed on the glass monitor. Maroon 5's special move is the offensive telekinesis wave Justice Hammer, which combines the powers of the 5 of them into one, but this is different. Each of the 5 lights had the same amount of energy as the previous Justice Hammer. 5 moves with the power to kill in one hit. This is just a guess, but it's likely that Red's evolution has allowed him to handle more energy than before, and that the other 4 have grown. Justice Hammer, 5 strikes. As the 5 roared, 5 streaks of light shot out one after another from Red's right fist. Controlled by telekinesis, the trajectory of the streaks was almost like a rainbow. Hiya! Aikno accelerated, putting all the remaining energy of his armor thrusters into it. This wasn't to make a big getaway. He was heading towards the 5 righteous men. 5 streaks of light attacked almost simultaneously, but they weren't completely simultaneous. So he'd avoid them. He'd run through the sky and defeat them, like lightning, like a bolt of lightning. The green light came first. If he moved too much, he wouldn't be able to deal with the next bullet, and his charging power would decrease. So Aikno moved his body slightly with the smallest possible movement to avoid it. He didn't stop moving forward. The armor on his shoulder was blown off with just a graze. The power of bonds, the power to protect. I have no intention of insulting you. You who continued to fight are worthy of respect. Next, a golden yellow and pink light shone brighter at my feet. I tilted my body and raised my knees to avoid it. The wind pressure alone caused the thrusters on my legs to stop functioning. I moved forward using only the thrust of the wings. But this strength I have built up, the way I have lived my life for the sake of my own pride, I will not let anyone deny it. This strength is not inferior to what you call strength. Just trying to look cool? Ah, that's right. But if I'm going to do it, I'll do it thoroughly. What's wrong with that? Without a moment's hesitation, a blue flash struck my left chest. I continued charging, spinning my body to take evasive action. Unable to completely dodge, the energy conversion armor on my upper body used up all its remaining energy and lost its defensive power. I could not take another hit, but I continued on. Aikno Ryoji will continue to win, so that I can be me. A crimson flash approached before his eyes. Hey! It was bigger than ever, and with all his might, he swung his gunblade down and slammed it down. Of course, that wasn't enough to block it. However, he used the momentum of the slam to fly through the air and spin above the flash, letting it pass. The gunblade broke into pieces. What? What the? Aikno slipped through 5 flashes and landed in front of Maroon 5. He had nothing left except for his small gun. But his opponent had just unleashed a powerful move. There was a momentary gap. That was enough. I told you I won't lose. Maroon 5 was sure of victory, but Aikno decided to overturn that and fight back, and he did it. In close combat, where victory or defeat can be decided in an instant, this difference in awareness was absolute. Aikno immediately pulled out his small gun, and, without giving them time to take a defensive stance, he had defeated the 5 righteous men. The 5 of them were lying at his feet. There was no need to check if they were breathing, but they were definitely unable to fight. What a pain, this is how it is. Aikno muttered as he purged what had been his armor thrusters. As expected of the famous Maroon 5, it was not going to be an easy win. Even against them, this was the case. He had no intention of fighting, but if it had been Dylan, who knows what would have happened. No, in his current state, he might not be able to win. The ceiling of the floor where the battle had been taking place was now completely destroyed, and he could see the top floor of the fortress diagonally above. That man must be there. He could no longer hear any sounds of combat from the lower floors. Looking down, it seemed that the battle outside the fortress had come to a conclusion. Only 2 men remained as a legitimate fighting force. Just as Metallica had used all their strength to block the path of Komori Nito, Simple Plan had all their forces supporting 1 man in order to defeat him. The final battle between good and evil would be a fine line. Yeah. Aikno laughed. He was acting strange. As I had told Kautaro Bini, Aikno had no interest in good or evil. He didn't care who won this battle, so it was laughable that he would do something like this. But he wanted to know. Can that man who leads evil really change the world? Can the so-called king of evil defeat the Silver Knight, the embodiment of justice? He didn't intend to cheer for them. But as he followed the battle, he wanted to see. If we fought on equal terms, could that man win? That's what Aikno thought, so he fought the Maroon 5. It was clear that he would win if he let them go as they were. If I lost, that was it. Even if I won, it didn't matter to me. I had something to do after that. Besides, that man had no future anyway. That's why I didn't kill him then. I wanted to see what he could do until the end. When I think about it, that man may have known he couldn't beat me, but he still fought the duel for his own purpose and was defeated as planned. Considering what he said to me at the time after he lost, it would be reasonable to conclude that he did. I beat him, but he never considered beating me important from the start. That's because he prioritized what he was aiming for. So, can the man who supposedly lost to me defeat someone I may not be able to beat, for the sake of his goals, for the sake of his beliefs? Che, what an unpleasant man, to the end. Aikno sarcastically said this, and looked away from the top floor of the fortress. Show me the results of what you've been through. As the only man in his life that Aikno Ryoji acknowledged as a worthy rival. Chapter 97, Let's Settle This. Metallica Fortress, Boss's Room. Sitting on his throne, Nito realized that the moment was near. The short-term battle, which had been made possible by the threat of strategic weapons, was reaching its final stage. Lord Nito. It appears that we have succeeded in defeating all invaders. The few liaisons who had been left behind to keep an eye on the battle situation told him. But that was a mistake. All of them has. Halfway through the battle, Nito had understood Rox's aim. Strangely enough, it matched our plan. Nito had said, if he fell, Metallica would be finished. If you want to defeat me, come up here. This was not a lie to trap them. In fact, if Nito fell, Metallica would collapse and perish. So it was true. Simple Plan understood this and came up with a strategy to break out and defeat Nito in a short time. It was only natural, considering the possibility of being wiped out all at once. The disadvantages of not being used to fighting together, and the strength of the Rox, who functioned as a fighting force even individually. However, they must have made a decision based on that. The person they would prioritize and lead first. That person would be the most trustworthy man to face the evil king in the final battle. Fierce battles were fought at various points inside the fortress, but it all seemed to be for that man to clear the way. Of course, the others who had taken the lead probably intended to get this far as well, and probably had a good chance of winning. They would defeat me with the help of the Rox, including that man. That must have been their aim. However, this was thwarted by Nito's comrades. They literally risked their lives to block the path of justice. On the other hand, Nito noticed that the man was approaching them, but did not dare to respond. It was obvious that they would be defeated in an instant if they used half-hearted fighting power, and Tsurugi and the other executives were overwhelmed by their own positions. That man will be here soon. I hope so. This battle will be a close one. That was obvious. The battle will probably not end until there is only one person left on each side. It is self-evident that who will be the last person on both sides will be, and that man had decided to defeat him with his own hands. There was a reason that it had to be that way, if that's the case. Thank you for your hard work. I'm done here. Huh, but Lord Nito. It's fine. Ah, that's right. You've set up the usual thing, right? Well, you can start now. Leave the rest to me and retreat. Nito called out to the communications soldiers. They were not combat personnel. There was no point in staying here any longer, and it would only be pointlessly putting their lives at risk. There was some back and forth, but he managed to get through to them and get them to evacuate. After this, there would be no more non-combatants killed. He felt relieved. Now then. Sitting on the throne, Nito rested his chin on his hands and closed his eyes for a moment. The days that had flown by flashed through his mind. Meeting many people, warm moments, determination to never stop, and the sins he bore while walking the path of hell. All of these were a part of Nito and led him to the top. It had been a long battle. A lot had happened. To be honest, even with all the support from his comrades, he was amazed that someone like him had come this far. I felt like I was close to getting an answer to the last words of the first person I could call my senior. I'll change this world. That's not the right thing to do. It would destroy many things. It would hurt many things. It's not something I should do if it means destroying this world that I was satisfied with. But even so, I can't stay like this. I can't accept this world where minorities, including myself, are ignored as if they don't exist. I know that denying the world's values and fighting to pursue my own ambitions is evil. But even so, I can't stop fighting. While shouldering an unbelievable amount of sin and karma, with the support of my respected comrades. I've defeated countless acts of justice and involved the entire world. And in the end, it's that man who will fight. Nito doesn't believe in fate, but even so, he feels a strange emotion. In that moment, he hears a thunderous sound from behind him. It was a sound that sounded like it would blow away the dark clouds that hang over the whole world. Still sitting on his throne, Ningo faces the monitor at the back of the boss's room. That's why he knows that this is the sound of the door being destroyed. You're here. I've been waiting. He turns his throne and turns to face the intruder who destroyed the door. He's still in his flesh, he hasn't transformed, and yet he is almost unscathed. I see. Transforming puts a strain on the body. It shouldn't be overused until the time comes to fight at your best. This man knows that. And that's what he's done. He kicked all the guardians and rocks on the shoulder and came up. It must have been a difficult decision for a kind man who sacrificed himself to fight for the people. No matter how much his comrades wanted it, no matter how much this man believed in their victory and survival, it must have taken a lot of determination to carry it out. This man is by no means a reckless, impulsive, hot-blooded man. He is a righteous man with a strong will and excellent intelligence. Maybe, Nito suddenly thought, maybe this man and I are similar in some way. No, maybe not. Nito laughed a little. Then he quickly dismissed that thought and stood up from the throne. He flipped the cloak over his right shoulder and looked the man straight in the eye. Then, as if to contain the rising fighting spirit and malice within him, he spoke in a low, cloudy voice. Let's settle this, Sengoku Takiwa no Dylan. Section no Dylan. Takiwa didn't hate the man before him. This man was different from Tajiro. Unlike Tajiro, who tried to destroy the world purely out of his own destructive impulses and desire for self-expression, this man was trying to control the world with a vision. However, what he was trying to do would bring about a great deal of destruction and sadness. I cannot allow that. That's why I will stop him. That was Takiwa's thoughts. On that day 25 years ago, Takiwa was conducting an undercover investigation into Metallica in their early days as a simple investigator, when he lost something important. In exchange, he gained this power. It wasn't what he had wanted, but that's what he decided at the time. He said he would protect the world in which many people live in peace and defeat the evil that tries to destroy it. Takiwa loves humans. The world may not be perfect, but he believes that this world, where the most people in history can live normal, happy lives, is still valuable. And people can make progress, even if only little by little. So the world can continue to improve, and one day we should be able to move towards a truly ideal future. He has worked hard for that, as rocks, and as a human being. That's why he cannot accept denying such a world in the form of conquest and changing it on the premise of sacrifice. In some ways, Komori Nito is a man who is even more dangerous than Tajiro. He has continued to fight. He has been beaten down and betrayed many times, but he still got up. Before he knew it, his transformed form, which was originally created for the opposite purpose, had come to be called a hero. No matter how superhuman your abilities are, you cannot continue to protect everything against great evil. But he did not give up. Every single battle was meaningful, and he was able to hold back the power of evil. And above all else, Takiwa is proud that he was able to protect someone. The end of all those battles has brought him to this point. He has come this far, facing the final battle with his comrades, who love this world just as much as he does and want to protect it with their lives. And it is because of their help that he has come this far. He has been able to stand before the king who succeeds Tajiro and unites all evil. For his comrades, for his own desires and pride, to protect this world. Sengoku Takiwa looked straight at the man in black and spoke in a clear, unwavering voice. Leader of Metallica, Komori Nito, I will defeat you. Section, the two men faced each other. Before anyone noticed, the heavy rain that had been pounding against the ceiling had stopped, and the floor was enveloped in silence. Purgatory Island Metallica Fortress, top floor, boss's room. The battle that will soon begin here will literally decide the future of the world. The atmosphere between the two silent characters quickly becomes tense. Leaving no openings for either of them, the two of them go into action simply to settle things. Komori Nito puts his hand on the knot of his tie. Sengoku Takiwa brings his right fist closer to his left shoulder. Takiwa, a Type 0, and Nito, a prototype of the Silhouette series, each have a switch-like action that they decide on for that moment. This is common to all transforming cyborgs made by Metallica. However, for the two of them, it is not simply a conditioning or reflex that makes it easier to switch consciousness, like other cyborgs. It is a sign of the men's determination to transform into the incarnation of two opposing concepts, to possess within themselves the power to fulfill their respective beliefs. In the name of justice, to the end of the path of evil. Transform. The two men roared at the same time, a roar filled with their souls. In an instant, a black storm and a white fierce wind blew through the room, and an evil light and beautiful glow filled the room. And then the men disappeared. In their place appeared a demon and a knight, fighting, clashing with each other's unyielding feelings. Chapter 98, You Can't Beat Me. After transforming into the evil silhouette, Nito increased the energy in his entire body and prepared for the enemy in front of him, but he was also thinking. He knows that there is a difference in fighting ability between him and Dylan. However, that doesn't mean he doesn't have a plan. It's not really a plan, it's more like a one-shot gamble. The question is, can he sit at the gambling table? The evil silhouette has continued to grow. Its wings, horns, and sinister black body are now bigger and stronger than they were at the beginning. And now that I've transformed, I've realized that I'm at a breaking point. The energy that fills my body is incomparable to anything I've ever felt before. The Silhouette series, which transforms mental strength into power, seems to have increased its level in response to the resolve of the Transformer facing the final battle. If I increase my energy anymore, my body will not be able to withstand it and will immediately collapse. No, in the first place, I can't imagine my mental strength ever reaching a higher level than it is now. This is my limit. Nito knew that. If I could fully utilize this strength, maybe there would be a chance. It's impossible to surpass Dylan in strength, but fighting isn't about being strong enough to win. Nito knows that very well. Even if it's just for a little while, if I can make the fight go smoothly without being defeated unilaterally for just a short while. If I can make him take that action, then I can come up with a plan. Ehew. I was amazed at myself. Even if that situation arose, there was no guarantee that I would be able to execute the plan accurately, and even if I succeeded, there was no certainty that I would be able to defeat him. Such an incredibly slim chance of winning. But this was my only option. I would create a 1 in 10,000 chance and bet on a 1 in 1,000 possibility. Let's go. Dylan did not miss the opportunity that Nito was momentarily distracted. An enormous explosion was heard. At the same time, Dylan, who had been standing at a distance until a moment ago, was now right in front of him. The sound of the explosion was nothing more than the sound of a takeoff. He was shocked to discover that what had seemed like a leap through space was actually a simple step-in using leg strength. See, it was a kick. A high kick from his right leg was coming. A blow that could shatter even steel was coming right up to him. Nito took a blocking stance. An outside block was better than an inside block, and body manipulation was better than an outside block. Tsurugi had taught Nito that these were the priorities for defensive actions in a battle between people with superhuman fighting abilities. But Dylan's kick was so fast that he was unable to use his whole body to avoid or brush it aside, and could only guard with his arms. Gah! A strong sound of impact and wind pressure, shock waves spreading all around. Nito had the illusion that the arm he blocked had exploded. He had focused all the energy in his body into his left arm to guard against it, but it didn't seem to counter the force of the blow. But it didn't matter. He had expected this much from the beginning. It would be easy if it only took one arm. You bastard. Dylan was still in the position he had used to launch his right high kick, meaning he was standing on just his left leg, and his right leg was still in the position where it had been kicked into Nito's left arm. He hadn't expected to be able to block the kick, which was a gap for this man. He had made a mistake with his fighting position. Die. His left arm would be useless for a while, but that didn't matter. Nito reached out the claws of his right hand towards Dylan's chest, who was still in an unstable position. Ha! But Dylan didn't defend himself. On the contrary, he kicked towards me, then put force into his right leg, which had stopped in contact with me. He concentrated his energy and pushed Nito's left arm, which had been blocking the kick, into him. Wah! Despite the impossible position he was in, the power of Dylan's leg attack was beyond imagination. He couldn't stop it at all. On the contrary, Nito's left arm was pressed against his face, sinking in. You've got to be kidding me. This guy, you can't tell him just like this. He couldn't even attack anymore. The unreasonable pressure distorted Nito's center of gravity, and just like that, Hiya! Dylan swung his right leg, which should have stopped completely once. Naturally, Nito was sent flying like a rubber ball, and just like that, he was slammed with great force into the wall of the boss's office, which should have been about 10 meters away. Iga! The wall of the boss's room, which should not have been scratched even by plasma bullets, had cracked from Nito's body being slammed into it. This was probably due to the speed rather than the evil silhouette's sturdiness. My back hurt. I couldn't stand up. The bones that connected the wings on my back had been shattered into pieces with one blow. Of course, if he hadn't transformed, he would have died instantly. He was able to knock an object of this mass away at high speed. And all from an unnatural position with just one leg. What the hell? Nito let out a voice of shock and envy, trying to calm his ragged breathing. All he'd done was push me with his leg, and yet it was this powerful. There was no way he'd made a mistake. He was just understanding his own capabilities. This is no joke, without being able to do anything. As if to cut off the seeds of despair that had begun to grow within him, Nito swung his right arm while still sitting, unleashing a shockwave from his claws. The claw-like shockwave from the rear scraped the floor as it approached Dylan. But it's useless. Dylan crossed his arms. That was all. It was a simple defensive stance that only covered vital points such as his head, throat, and chest. All 5 of Nito's shockwaves passed through Dylan in a trajectory that cut into his body, but they couldn't even scratch the Silver Knight. You're kidding. I was stunned. Was Dylan's defensive power really that high after he transformed? So what? Without a moment's hesitation, Dylan charged forward. Nito hurriedly got up and tried to fight back, but Dylan's action was even more unexpected. Even though Dylan was right in front of Nito, he took a step back. Then, seeing a gap in Nito's defensive stance, he took the trouble to sidestep and circled around to the side before delivering a precise body blow. Ikoff! The iron fist that pierced Nito's abdomen sent intense pain throughout his entire body, taking away his breath. The spot where he was hit felt hot rather than painful. It felt like it was on fire. He didn't even want to know what was going on inside him. Gah! Desperately trying to hold on to his consciousness that was fading, Nito crawled along the ground and got away from Dylan. What strength! This man was so strong. Nito was astonished. I realized that simple combat ability isn't just about performance. Dylan's fighting style is also the strongest. During his attack just now, Dylan had feinted once, identified a gap in my defense, and calmly aimed for that opening and delivered a precise blow. Was there really any need to do that? Even if he had continued charging and punched me without any thought, and even if Nito had guarded against it, it wouldn't have been a problem at all, and I would have been crushed through my defenses. And when I unleashed the shockwave just now, he took a stance to protect his head and other vital points, but that didn't mean much. After all, it didn't even cause a single scratch on the parts that weren't being protected. Despite that, Dylan took a stance to protect his vital points. The same with the first kick. It probably wouldn't be fatal for him to receive 1 or 2 claw strikes from me at close range. Or he could have just tried to dodge normally. But he didn't. He kicked back. Why? I understand now. Dylan is a warrior who takes every possible action to win, and he does so after fully understanding his own transcendent strength. Therefore, he never underestimates his opponent. He never plays around or enjoys fighting. He understands the difference in strength between himself and his opponent with precision and fights to maximize the effect with minimal risk. No matter how small the risk, he does everything he can to avoid it and never neglects to make any move that will increase the chances of a successful attack, no matter how small. That's Dylan. How terrifying this is. Nito understands it well. Even in normal fighting, the strongest man continues to make the best move. This is the simplest and ultimate form. The rocks that Nito has defeated so far each had a weakness that he could exploit. Therefore, he has one with malice that exploits those weaknesses. But Dylan is different. In this battle, too, if his fighting ability was simply inferior, he thought he would be able to use some underhanded tactics to make the fight work for a short time. But this guy is on a different level. The transformed Dylan is a perfect being. Ha ha. You can't beat me. Nito desperately tries to catch his breath, but Dylan slowly and calmly approaches him. He understands that the damage he has just inflicted does not heal instantly, and he is on guard. If he rushes in to deliver the final blow, he will launch an unexpected counterattack. Contrary to his shining fighting spirit and righteous heart, the knight calmly and surely approaches the evil. Damn it. It's no use, he can't put any strength into his body. Nito doesn't seem like he can escape from Dylan, who is slowly closing in on him. Thinking about it, that worldwide simultaneous broadcast of his appeal to rocks and defeating Raz on the spot were all the result of this man doing his best. For 25 years, he had dealt with Metallica and other evil organizations, stopping their evil deeds, destroying many of them, and even defeating Tajiro. In the process, he must have needed to make many preparations and take appropriate decisions and actions. Without his strong judgment and excellent decision-making skills, this man could not have survived. He hadn't intended to underestimate him. He didn't think he was just a man with high combat abilities. He should have understood that a hero who stands up against great evil is superior. But the hero exceeded his expectations, and his strength had grown to its limit, both physically and mentally. The evil silhouette would not get any stronger. Delete. Despite that, he was completely powerless. Goo. Nito gritted his teeth and stood up. You stood tall, but it's over now. It seems that you were broadcasting this fight, but it backfired. Dylan said this to the staggering Nito. You noticed? Yeah. Nito had filmed this fight in the boss's room with several hidden cameras to show the world Dylan's defeat and break their spirit, to make them realize that they can't stand up to Metallica no matter what. The whole world already knows that tonight is the day of the battle that will put everything on the line. There are countless channels that are broadcasting special programs, and some are broadcasting it online. He provided the footage to them. The footage may be ignored due to ethical issues. However, there are only 1 or 2 channels that are broadcasting the live footage. No doubt, many people will be watching this battle and cheering for Dylan. Heh, I bet the living rooms are excited right now. Since he had been found out, Nito switched on the monitors installed around the boss's office. Of course, what was projected was the image of the Silver Knight standing calmly and the battered demon. Some of the images showed the caster talking with this image in the background, and some showed ordinary citizens watching the battle at a public viewing in the city. Look, Dylan is just one step away from victory. Dylan, Dylan, Dylan. Damn you, Nito Kamari. Don't lose, Dylan. Everyone was praying and hoping for Dylan's victory. That is probably one proof that he is a hero. It is something to be proud of. I also understand the feelings of the citizens watching over him. It is a natural human emotion. I think I understand what you wanted to do, so I don't hate you, but I will defeat you. I swear. I will fight for the rest of my life to create a world where everyone can live happily. Dylan looked somewhat sad. You. With that expression on his face, he drew his fist like a bow. Justice will prevail. Those words were so powerful that they shook Nito's soul. There's no way that could happen. There's no way that could happen. I really wanted to say that back. I wanted to prove it. I couldn't accept that I was losing. For the first time, I realized something. Damn it. But I couldn't move anymore. Farewell. Dylan threw his fist straight at Nito's chest, who was barely able to stand. The blow was sharper than any attack Nito had received so far, and there was no way he could avoid it. He could feel the evil silhouette transformation easing up. All the strength left his body. He couldn't stand any longer. He collapsed to his knees, falling onto the cold floor. He heard people calling Dylan's name in the distance, and everything went dark. Section: Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 98, Let's Go Hero. Hey, don't sleep, newbie Nito. Surprised by the voice coming from nearby, Nito hurriedly looked up. Where is this? Apparently, he had fallen asleep with his face down on the table. And what surprised him most of all was, Mr. Manaka, why are you still alive? I couldn't believe it. There was Manaka, who had taken care of me when I had just joined Metallica and who was supposed to be dead. What? What are you talking about? The radish you ordered earlier has arrived. Are you tired from training in the General Affairs Department? Come on, I'll make you some hot water. Saying this, Manaka began to make hot water with sweet potato shochu with practiced hands. This is the Odin restaurant. Surprised, I checked myself. I was wearing my jersey from my time in the General Affairs Department. I wasn't wearing the black cloak, and I wasn't covered in blood. Here you go. Oh, thank you. Confused, I took a sip of the hot sake that Manaka offered me. It tasted the same as that time. It couldn't be good shochu, since the General Affairs Department employee's salary was low. But it was warm, it was delicious. It reminded me of something nostalgic, and I almost cried. Was I dreaming or not? While Nito was thinking about this, another man came and sat next to him at the counter. Toshio-san, can I have a drink too? The man handed him an empty glass and smiled cynically. There was no way he'd forget that wolf-like profile. Tsurugi. What's wrong, boss? You're making a pathetic noise. Tsurugi brought the hot sake that Manaka had given him to his mouth and scolded Nito. Ah, I see. Nito understood. There's no way that Manaka, who calls him the newbie, and Tsurugi, who calls him the boss, can meet at the same time. Am I dead? I see. That might be a good thing, Nito thought. For a hell where the most evil people go, it's warm here. Besides, I can't beat Dylan. I've reached my limit. Do you think you are dead? Tsurugi said. They say the worse you are, the longer you live. You don't think you're going to die that easily. Well, if you really want to die like this, I won't stop you. Think about it carefully. A lot has happened, right? Manaka laughed in the same way. Is it really okay to die like this? Nito couldn't answer right away, so he closed his eyes and faced his own heart. He felt like he could hear the voices of many people. I'll brag about it when I'm an old lady. Are you still going to climb those stairs? You're definitely the only one who can do that, kid. Let's take on the world together. One step away from truly conquering the world. I know. Nito-kun, you'll always keep your promise. I believe. Justice will prevail. Every word leads to one conclusion. Sitting next to him at the counter, Manaka took a sip of hot sake and spoke to Nito. I said promise, but I didn't mean it. You've come a long way, that's enough. He laughed at those words. The answer was already there. No, I still can't die, but this isn't for someone else. It's for myself. Everyone's voices taught me the opposite. I'm grateful to the people I've met. I think they are important friends, but I fight for myself, not for anyone else. That's right, I said it. I'll do my best. That's not something I told just to Maki. It's a vow I made to myself. Did I really do my best? In the face of such overwhelming justice, I think I drew a line at my own limit. Ha, that's what I thought, boss. You're the man I carried on the portable shrine. The world is noisy about justice and evil. But if a man really wants to change the world, that's who I care about. Justice wins. I couldn't really deny those words. Mr. Big said, evil is not accepted by the world. That's why it has to walk a thorny path and wear down. I was aware of my body's fading, but I accepted it. Even though I knew how mental strength turns into strength, I still decided that I couldn't match Dylan. What is that but a denial of evil? He must have realized that at the last moment, and he reminded him of it. It's boring if justice always wins. Show us what we wanted to see. Nito nodded at Manaka's words. Yes. And then he stood up. This must be an illusion. Apparently the cyborgs of the Silhouette series sometimes see illusions created by their own minds, and Nito himself had seen his parents in a dream before. But that was enough. Even if it was an illusion, the answer he found there was real. Yes, I will win, even if my opponent is the cool and righteous rocks I admire, and I will conquer and change the world. I am the king of evil. Section. The blow he gave to Metallica's leader, Komori Nito, should have been enough to defeat him. However, there was something strange about the feel of Dylan's fist. The moment he'd said that justice would prevail, it felt as if the energy inside the man had risen just a little. However, the attack hit without a hitch, and Komori Nito fell to his knees. He would never be able to get up again. Even with his hearing that was several times that of an ordinary person, he couldn't hear his heartbeat. We must rescue the rest. The number of wounded in this battle, both friend and foe, would be enormous. Now that it was over, there would be no more needless deaths. Dylan turned his back on Komori Nito and tried to leave. However, what? Dylan turned around as he felt a sudden, heavy pressure from behind. That's stupid. Komori Nito, the man he thought he'd completely defeated, was trying to get up. His body was covered in blood, and little by little but surely, I am the king of evil. He was muttering something to himself. His consciousness was probably hazy, but he didn't collapse again. I'll not submit to you. He should have stepped in immediately and struck again, and that would have been the end of it. But Dylan couldn't do that. If he had stepped in carelessly, he would have received an irreparable counterattack. It wasn't a logical prediction, it was the intuition he'd developed over the years of fighting that told him that. I am the king of evil. Komori Nito stood up completely, his eyes no longer those of a half-dead man. They were filled with murderous intent and were so strong that they pierced everything. Dylan felt a chill run down his spine. It was most appropriate to say that he was horrified. He was a veteran soldier, and he was about to be consumed by that spirit. Komori Nito, are you going to fight? Dylan asked while on guard. If this man were to let his guard down even a little, he would lose. He has something like that hidden within him. Yeah, you said it, justice wins. That's not true, not absolutely. It's just that protecting is easier than changing. His wounds hadn't healed, and his strength couldn't have recovered. In other words, no matter how much he tried, Komori Nito should be at his limit. He'd received so much damage that it was painful for him to even stand, and it should have been a wonder he was still alive. I'll change it. I'll change this world as evil. Why, you can do that much. I didn't understand. Why he could stand up. Why he could fight. Anyone with the will to protect would understand. But this man's goal was the exact opposite. You probably wouldn't understand. Komori Nito's body began to be enveloped in black light, and a wind started to rise. Was he going to transform into a demon again? Strong. I've never seen such strong evil before. But even so, I couldn't lose. If I lost now, this man would truly destroy the world. I'll protect it. So Dylan took up his stance again. I'll destroy it. The king of evil put his hands on the knot of his tie, then untied it and threw it away. It was different from his previous transformations. I'll show you, all you beautiful, righteous, strong, and cool people, that evil can defeat justice. Ah, the one standing there was neither the flesh and blood of Komori Nito nor a demonic monster. A black Dylan, you say. He looked a lot like his transformed self. But the details were sinister, and the color of his armor was blood red and shining black. It was a stark contrast to Dylan's blue and silver armor. Is that the pinnacle of the Silhouette series? Dylan knew about the Silhouette series. He had fought them before. They evolve and grow in accordance with the shape and strength of the person transforming. Ironically, the last person the evil leader transformed into was extremely close to Dylan, who is said to be the incarnation of justice, yet crucially different. Yeah. After all, I have a special feeling for justice. Saying this, Komori Nito laughed sarcastically. Just by facing him, it was clear. The power of the evil king who had acquired a new form had reached a level close to Dylan's, if not the same. The Silhouette series that he had defeated so far would not even come close. Is it possible that spirit, resolve, and will could produce such power? No. With this man, it is not surprising. He realized as he fought. This man was not originally a strong person. Nevertheless, he defeated many justices, defeated evil, and rose to the top. How difficult a path it must have been. It was all due to the strength of his convictions. This man, who continued to run towards his ideal of changing the world, is noble even though he is evil. For the first time, I have respect for evil. Dylan conveyed his honest feelings. Although it was towards the opponent he was about to fight, an enemy he could not afford to lose, he did not think it was inappropriate. It's an honor. And Komori Nito responded. Their powers were evenly matched. Before long, one of them would fall. They both knew that, but Dylan fights. The same goes for Komori Nito. Silver and Jet Black, the two superhumans approach each other. They take a fighting stance. From Dylan's point of view, the stance is still that of an amateur. But still, he doesn't let his guard down. The hero of justice holds out his hand as if inviting the king of evil and says, "Come on, villains." The king of evil points at the hero of justice and says, "Let's go, hero." Chapter 100, Evil. A roaring sound echoed intermittently through the floor, as if tanks were firing at each other, all of which was caused by the clash of the two men. Come on! The Silver Knight's fist was harder than anything else, and it struck Nito. A high-speed blow cuts through the air like a shining meteor. The fist that had been fired countless times since then must have far exceeded the level of human perception. Nito, who had also gained superhuman abilities, could barely see the trajectory of the fist. But Nito didn't dare dodge it. He put all his energy into defending. The fist and arm collide, and a shock wave strong enough to shake the entire fortress spreads. The rubble around the two is blown away. Even Dylan has a limit to his stamina. He can't keep attacking forever. A destructive tornado of attacks always comes to a halt. As he blocked the left backhand blow, Dylan's movements became slightly erratic. Nito didn't let the opportunity slip. With a disgusting, scream-like roar, he focused all of his energy and struck Dylan in the face. His palm, wrapped in crimson and black waves, slammed into Dylan's face. A direct hit. The sound of a strike was like a thunderbolt. Dylan was blown away, shattering the floor, and a large hole was made in the extra-hard metal wall. The force must have been several tons. But Nito didn't take his eyes off Dylan. He could definitely feel it. But there's no way he'll sink from something like this. Not yet. Though he had dropped to one knee, Dylan immediately rose and was once again enveloped in light. His voice was manly and full of spirit. I guess so. This attack and defense had taken place 8 times in the space of a dozen seconds. This was the tactic Nito had chosen with the highest chance of success. Or, to be precise, this was the only thing he could do. Certainly, Nito had transformed into the ultimate Silhouette series. In terms of simple specs, he would be no better than Dylan. Otherwise, he would have died instantly from just one hit from the continuous attacks that had been repeated for a while. However, there was one thing that Dylan had that Nito did not, and that was fighting technique. Unlike Nito, who had only just gained his powers, Dylan, with his countless fighting experiences, was able to fully utilize his superhuman abilities. Even before that, there was a huge gap between the athletic ability and fighting sense of the transformed person. Even considering Dylan's thoroughly optimized fighting style, it was clear that Nito would be at a disadvantage if he were to engage in a serious fight. However, as a Silhouette series, Nito can increase his energy with the power of his own mind. He continues to endure rapid-fire attacks, while at the same time building up his energy, and when he finds an opening, he counterattacks with a heavy blow, put all his heart and soul into it. The Fist of Justice is so powerful that it would tear him to shreds if he let his guard down even for a moment, and Nito dares to accept its splendid and sharp attack. This is all I have. I can't fight coolly. It's such a change. The ninth collision. Both his jet black armor and crimson helmet are already covered in damage. It hurts. It hurts so much, he wants to collapse right now, but he can't lose. A fighting style that uses his life, his very soul as a weapon will destroy Nito, but that power reaches Dylan without fail. Ha! A silver flash hits the evil king. A blow wrapped in dark flames pierces the silver knight. The attack and defense are repeated countless times. As the silver and jet black superhumans continue to attack each other, their movements begin to slow down. Neither of them are in perfect condition anymore, but they don't stop fighting. They are no longer in a state where they can move satisfactorily, but they still stand up. Ha ha ah. Arg. Yuo. He drags his unsteady body forward and attacks. He winces, but recovers and counterattacks. It's no longer as fast as a flash, but with fists loaded with super weight and high energy, and with fists filled with respectful hostility, they just keep hitting each other. The sound of the explosions, which seemed to go on forever, suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Is it over already? It was Dylan who stopped his attack and retreated. He jumped high and put some distance between him and Nito. You're strong. But I'm the one who'll win. Though his breathing was irregular, Dylan's words were strong and confident. What? Nito gasped. This was because he realized what Dylan was trying to do. Dylan's right fist was emitting light. It was a light that was incomparably stronger than anything he'd seen before. I'm surprised. You still had that much power left. No, this man. He must have been fighting from the beginning, calculating to use that technique at the end, to ensure he would land the fatal blow. Fine, I'll go along with it. Either way, it'll end the next time. Simple enough. Nito gave a faint smile. Is there anything else you want to say? From his words, Dylan was certain of victory. He must have had a lot of confidence in that technique. That's only natural. Certainly, Nito could do something similar. But it was the first time he'd used the technique, so it was a hasty preparation. It probably wouldn't match Dylan's in terms of training or power. Dylan knew that. You want to say something? I appreciate it. The words that he had supposedly kept hidden in his heart just spilled out naturally. Nito was surprised at himself, but somehow he was convinced. You said you respected me earlier, right? It was something he had never said to anyone he had defeated before. He didn't think he had the right to say such a thing. He knew it was contradictory considering what he had done, but now, to this man, I can say it. Me too. I've always had respect for justice. I've looked up to it. That feeling he'd always cherished. The knight was quiet for a moment and simply listened to the words. Yeah, I'll never forget you. It was a surprisingly gentle word. With that short conversation finished, Dylan kicked the ground. And then, drawing a trajectory parallel to the floor, he flew into the sky like a shooting star. The silvery white light released from his fist enveloped Dylan's entire body. It was the ultimate blow that had defeated evil countless times and protected people. It had become synonymous with the special move of justice, which everyone knew about at some point. The hammer of justice. Helios. With a manly voice, Nito also jumped towards Dylan, who was approaching him. He met him head-on. A sinister light emanates from his right hand, and he accelerates. The silver and jet black meteors move at lightning speed to collide. At that moment, it was a split second, less than 1,000th of a second, before the collision. Nito released his transformation. He exposed his flesh, already on the brink of death, to the meteor that would shatter everything. He didn't check his opponent's movements. This is a gamble. If the timing is off even a little, I'll die. He instantly transformed again. And immediately afterwards, the two crossed paths. Absolute silence came after the tremendous roar. They swung their fists at each other and stopped moving with their backs to each other. You're out of control, Dylan, Nito said without looking back. If there was a slight chance of victory, he had decided that it would be when he fired his justice hammer. The attack that had taken down General Raz did not kill Manaka-san on the spot. That had been bothering him for a long time. That couldn't be possible. A normal human would have been destroyed beyond recognition. And up until now, even when Dylan had defeated or killed evil in battle, he had never used more destructive power than necessary. It was not at all unusual for him to fight while holding back his strength. That's because Dylan is someone who fights to protect. Even if it was an enemy, he would not approve of trampling on their dignity. Yes. With his back turned, Dylan answered with a faint sound of sparks. The sense of justice he had continued to protect, and the reactions he had acquired from fighting for so long, disrupted Dylan's attack for just a moment that lasted less than 1,000th of a second. Nito believed. He believed in Dylan as a protector more than anyone else. That's why he didn't waver. He wasn't afraid or confused. As a destroyer, he put everything into that moment. You have more courage and compassion than anyone else. You're an incredible man. I'm not being sarcastic. One who experienced an unexpected disturbance, and one who was certain that this disturbance would occur and risked everything. This was a fine line but a decisive difference between those with opposing powers. You stuck to it, Komori ni. Amazing. The sound of sparks flying could be heard, but the knight remained dignified to the end, undeterred. I will never forget justice. Evil has won. Nito spoke his farewell words with heartfelt respect. Feeling the explosion behind him, Nito didn't look back. The flying sparks and the disappearing silver light announced the death of his nemesis. Nito also transforms back. His hair, blown away by the blast, hides his expression. The silver knight is gone. A lot of it has been destroyed, but there are still cameras standing. Everyone in the world has witnessed it. Enough now. Nito switches off all the cameras, clutches his shoulders, and kneels. Suddenly, his body feels heavy all over. It feels like the damage he's received from the succession of transformations and battles that had reached their pinnacle has suddenly spread throughout his body. He kneels down to take a short rest, but he doesn't feel like he can get up. He has no feeling in his arms or legs. He can feel even his vision getting darker. It seems this is the end. Haha, I guess it's impossible after all, but it's okay. Nito falls forward. He couldn't return to Maki. He feels sorry, but he managed to win, and there is someone who will walk the path I have made. He will be fine. The world will change. If there is such a thing as an afterlife, I will definitely go to hell. But then most of the people I want to meet would also be in hell. I won so. My fight had meaning, or so I think. The evil king, or rather, Komori Nito, smiled a little even as he felt his body decaying. He then closed his eyes. Section: 3 years have passed since the decisive battle on Purgatory Island. A man who knows about that battle is still busy every day. Today, the man sits at his elegant desk, handling one case after another. He checks the information displayed on the monitor, listens to the communications from his subordinates, makes decisions, and makes payments. Boss, have you seen the data on the midterm strategic plan I gave you yesterday? I've already checked it all. Numbers 2 and 6 are no good. The evidence is too weak. The rest are fine, so leave it as it is for now. Regarding the visit to the Principality of Flaris, please arrange for a private plane. It's a waste of time, so I'll pilot it myself and get around efficiently. Have you made a list of the opponents? I'll turn everything over and come back, so please be prepared. How about arranging a dinner for next Thursday? No problem. I'll go eat a cheeseburger myself. The Pope is the opponent. That's fine. What was it about being vegetarian? Then why not eat a fish burger? The man cleared out all the voice and email messages one by one. And before noon, there were some free moments. First of all, I turned on the TV. Well, you could say that watching the news is part of the job. It seems that ruins were discovered on the ocean floor near the island where Anthrax lives. The ruins, which have academic value, will be entrusted to the United Nations to determine their nationality. It may become a source of conflict, but the discovery of the ruins itself is a good thing. Benna, you're doing a good job. Currently, outsiders are not allowed to enter the island where Anthrax lives. Their doctrine sometimes causes controversy on the internet, but it is basically thought that those people are like that. They will probably fade from public memory soon. Anthrax does not receive any pressure from the outside and keeps everything that is not necessary for them away from the island. It seems that the place that Benante spoke of is already in place. I will probably never meet him again, but he is probably satisfied. He may be in the middle of a sacrificial ceremony right now. That is natural on that island. Next news. It seems that someone from Santana has caused trouble again. This is a problem. The temple is already perfectly built, so that should be fine, but there are those who attack people every now and then. Apparently, they've been arrested. Of course they are. However, there won't be a movement to exterminate Santana like there was a while ago. Border security will probably be tightened, but that's ultimately a personal matter. As the man was staring blankly at the TV, a beep sound echoed through the room. It must have been noon. Boss. An oblivious subordinate entered the room. It's lunchtime now. I'm not going to work. The man takes time off when he needs to. After all, he took a break to refresh himself just before founding Slayer, so he's a die-hard fanatic. He makes his subordinates take paid leave as well. He doesn't value unpaid overtime. The key is to do what needs to be done. Well then, please at least listen to this message, Niana, Director Aikno said. I understand about that matter, but we will not be involved. Oh, is that so? That's fine. As expected of Aikno, that's helpful because he got things done quickly. Metallica leader, Kazuma Niana, was even hungrier now that one problem had been resolved. The pizza had just arrived, so he decided to have that for lunch. Today's pizza was with spicy chili sauce. He started by thinking that Aikno liked spicy food, and he began to think about him. After the battle on Purgatory Island, Niana was a little surprised when he met Aikno again. But he was also somewhat convinced. He felt that there was something strange about Aikno losing. Thinking about it now, he thought that maybe he had deliberately led the situation to that outcome. That man was really cunning, after all. Aikno was probably stronger, but he may have predicted how the outcome of the fight would turn out. In short, it was a duel between Aikno, who wanted to win, and that person who didn't mind losing. Maybe at that point, the two were no longer good opponents. They had different goals. After that fight, Aikno officially left Metallica. The next time they met, he had become the head of the disbanded and reorganized New Guardians. I think he's a really incredible person. For a moment, I thought that Niana might be dangerous when he became the head of Metallica, but in the end, he never became his enemy. By that time, a completely new world had already been created. In the new world, the New Guardians were protecting order and peace based on the head's ideas. Aikno probably wasn't doing it out of a sense of justice, though. It brings back memories. After finishing his pizza, Niana took out a photo that was stored deep in his desk drawer. Hearing Aikno's name may have brought back memories of the past. Haha. It's a photo from our days in the development lab. It shows the people who were our teammates back then. Tsuruga-san is holding a Japanese sword and has a handsome, determined expression. I was a little embarrassed and couldn't say it properly, but he was really cool. I was extremely sad when he died, but I thought I should try a little harder in his absence. Every year, I visit Tsuruga-san's grave with my wife. Last year, we poured sake on it. You're a grown man now, aren't you? I'd like you to make me a daijinjo next time. I felt like I heard a voice like that. I think I was probably hearing things. Anna-san is hugging that person's arm and giving a peace sign with a big smile. I can't help but laugh when I remember how much she loved him at that time. Anna-san was crying a lot at that time. That makes sense, I think. She ended up returning to America. Apparently, she is now working hard at Crimson, an industrial equipment manufacturer. She is always cheerful and bright. I'm sure she is loved by everyone and has a good time making them smile. When we occasionally meet, she calls out to me in that familiar voice, Nina. It's a bit strange that she's so cute and young, yet doesn't have a boyfriend. It's also a mystery why she sometimes goes abroad and doesn't come back for a long time. In this photo, Maki is smiling kindly, shrugging her shoulders as if she's nervous. Maki left Metallica a while later. Apparently she's now a doctor in a small town in Europe. I think she had a lot on her mind when Sabbath's rights were restored. Discrimination and prejudice against Sabbath have not yet completely disappeared, but it's good that a kind person like her can live her life publicly as a member of Sabbath. In the center of the photo, Niana is pointing at his senior, who looks strange, as if he is not used to being photographed, and Niana himself is pointing at him and laughing. The data chip Niana entrusted to him before the battle was exactly what Niana had in mind. 3 years have passed since then, and Niana has inherited his will and is doing things his own way. By breaking justice and demonstrating Metallica's power, there was little resistance, and it was not that difficult to bring each country under Metallica's control. NEET changed the world in a forceful way. First, he dismantled the former Guardian and the United Nations, which were global unifying organizations. This led to the resurrection of religions, beliefs, and lifestyles that had once disappeared from the world, and even gave rise to conflicts and political struggles. I don't know if it's better than the previous world, when most people had unified values and were stable. I can't say in the affirmative whether it is peaceful or has the greatest common denominator of happiness. But then, what were those people thinking about while they were living their lives? I also wonder. There are all kinds of people among us, so doesn't it seem odd that everyone is coming together to be happy and peaceful? Small but certain areas around the world known as slums are gone. Naturally, this required resources, so it was painful for the general public. There was opposition and fighting, but Metallica made it happen with their overwhelming power. These people were originally outside society, so the world was in chaos. Although it has been decreasing recently, there was a time when the number of crimes and other things exploded. But these people who were assumed not to exist and were taken for granted are gone. It is unclear what will happen in the future. And Metallica will likely disappear in the not-too-distant future as well. They are working to make that happen. The world has changed in many ways. What Metallica did in a short period of time with their overwhelming power as their world conqueror is by no means something to be praised for, and it cannot be called a just reform. Some things are broken, some people are hurt, but still, things have changed. That much was true. It wasn't just NEET's power that changed the world like this. NEET ran on the path that had been cleared for him. And the one who cleared the path for him was a man whom NEET called Senpai. That person is no longer here. But it was fun. NEET muttered alone in the boss's room where no one was listening. Section. A town somewhere in Europe. The young man sighed as he was on his way home from an errand after buying antibiotics to use at the clinic. His body still wasn't fully mobile, and he was still quite frail. He had finally recovered a little, so he was allowed to go out on an errand, but was it really okay to do what he was about to do? It might delay his full recovery. It might be a bit reckless, and he thought he might get in trouble. But he couldn't just walk right in, just open up. The men who were yelling and kicking the door were police officers. There are some Sabbaths and people who have accepted them. However, there are some police officers who make unreasonable complaints and try to make money off of them. There are a few who cannot accept the changed world, and they still think of themselves as justice. It is different from the justice the young man knows. Stop it. The young man said to the police officer in a low voice, "What about you? You think you can defy us?" The police officer took his baton and shouted at the young man, threatening him. He was a big man. If he talked back, he would probably get hit. But the young man did not flinch. Well, he would undoubtedly lose in terms of physical strength and arm strength, but that was a minor issue. It would be fine. What about you? You think you can defy us? I don't recognize you guys as righteous, but if you guys think you're righteous, here's my answer. The young man laughed coldly and spoke. You're a minion of evil. What's wrong with doing bad things? Section. 15 years after conquering the world, Metallica has disbanded. A lot has changed since then compared to before the battle. If you had to pick one thing that's particularly noteworthy, what would it be? In response to the question posed by the reporter, former Metallica leader Kazuma Niina replied, "It's the meaning of a certain word." In the dictionary, it is not clear when the definition of the word, evil, changed, but it is clear that there has been a change compared to over 15 years ago. This was not something Metallica did, but a natural change. Evil, denying and fighting against current common sense and values for one's own beliefs and ideals. Side story, short story, Golden Days. Chapter 40.5, Summer is an once-in-a-lifetime thing. Summer, come to think of it, it was summer. No wonder it was so hot. Nito was walking along the scorching hot beach while thinking about this. This place owned by Metallica is practically a private beach. So, there are no people around, which is a relief. Otherwise, he would be a weird guy walking along the beach in a suit and tie with the sun shining down on him. It's hot, he muttered to himself, took off his jacket and held it in one hand. He loosened his tie carelessly. Nito is not a very patient person by nature. The other day, when he underwent surgery on Purgatory Island and became a cyborg, he used his mental strength to suppress his rampage, and in his fight with Maroon Red, he endured a powerful telekinetic attack. But he was only able to do that because he was on the path to a goal that he absolutely could not compromise on. Normally, Nito is the same spineless wimp he was before he joined Metallica. Where is everyone? The beach is unnecessarily large, and I can't see everyone. I want to meet up with them soon. Members of Metallica's Development Division 2 were supposed to have already arrived on the island today. The cyborg development competition ended safely, so they're going to relax. The pretext is that. By the way, it was Kazuma Niina, one of Nito's subordinates, who brought it up. Senpai, how about the sea? The sea? What are you talking about all of a sudden? Hey, like a company trip. It's important to reward your hardworking subordinates. Oh, I see. I'll ask everyone then. I've already heard about it. Everyone's okay. By the way, I've reserved Metallica's private beach. All the travel expenses and other expenses will be covered by the development department, right? You're really amazing. In many ways. Thanks. The sea, speaking of which, I was attacked by Santana and the others when I was at the Okinawa branch, so the sea is a bit traumatic for me. I'm fine with it. Why don't you all go? Aren't you an idiot, Senpai? Anis and Maki are coming too, and swimsuits, If Senpai doesn't come, this plan will definitely fail. And so, it was decided that the company trip for the second development department would be a tropical beach resort. It would be a bit of a lie to say that Nito didn't particularly want to see his two female colleagues in swimsuits, but he did think that it would be better to show appreciation to them. The development lab had been busy, and Maroon 5 had made a surprise attack in the middle of the competition, and a new battle was coming up soon. This might be a valuable opportunity for him as well. I have to hurry. Today, Nito had been negotiating with Professor H at Metallica's headquarters, so he had only just arrived on his private jet, but everyone was probably already playing on the beach. Yeah. As he looked ahead, Nito spotted some familiar faces. A frivolous-looking young man with brown hair, Niina, was surfing offshore. Just as he'd imagined, he was good at surfing. He really was a genius, he thought. Two girls, Maki and Anis, were playing at the shore, splashing water on each other. What on earth is so funny about those girls splashing water on each other? Nito had thought the same thing every time he saw the scene on a TV drama or something, but it was strange that, when he saw the girls innocently frolicking, it somehow seemed like they were having fun. On the beach, a man was sitting in a beach chair under a parasol, drinking alcohol. As expected, he wasn't wearing a long coat today and was wearing a swimsuit. His steel-like, trained body was on full display. Tsurugi was Nito's right-hand man. Nito had always thought that he was so cool and stylish. There were also a few of his subordinates from the development lab, all enjoying the summer sea in their own way, which was great. Now, what should I do? Nito thought for a bit. He wasn't very confident in his athletic ability, so he didn't think he'd be able to surf. But then, joining in on a group of two girls having fun was quite a high hurdle. And in the end, Tsurugi. Oh boss, thanks for your hard work. You arrived earlier than I thought. Nito quietly approached the others and sat down on a beach chair next to Tsurugi. Yeah, it went pretty smoothly. I see. So what did you do about that traitor, Professor H? I wouldn't be surprised if you said you'd already gotten rid of him. No, I haven't laid a hand on Professor H directly, not yet. I just had a quick chat with him and negotiated for him to make things easier for me in the future. Since there was no one else around except Tsurugi, I told him honestly. Then Tsurugi laughed smugly. I see, so you're blackmailing him. Well, I guess that's what it is now that I've said it. But when he said it so bluntly, I started to worry about what I'd done. He was amazed that he could do something like that to a high-ranking Metallica executive. Just thinking about it makes me want to piss my pants. You're shaking, boss, you're still as weird as ever. But that's why I serve you. Tsurugi knows Nito's usual wimpy side as well as his offbeat side. In that sense, he's easy to get along with and a blessing to him. By the way, Maki-san and Anna-san are over there. Why don't you go and check them out? Oh, that's a bit much. Tsurugi, what are you drinking? It's not sake today, is it? He looks down at the glass Tsurugi is holding. There's some ice in it, and it looks cool, like carbonated alcohol. Phoo, I'm not so fashionable as to drink warm sake on the beach either. This is grappa mixed with soda. Want to have some? Nito didn't know what grappa was. If Tsurugi, who lived in Italy for a long time, likes it, it might be a drink from there. Oh, thanks, this is delicious. That's good. The next battle will come soon, but it's important to take time to relax before then, boss. Tsurugi seemed to realize that Nito was exhausted from the recent hard work and the incident with Professor H. Now that there are worries about the future, it's really reassuring to have a man like Tsurugi as a trusted subordinate. Of course, when the time comes, I'm prepared to risk my life for you. So don't be too tense by yourself. Tsurugi poured himself a new glass of grappa soda and lit a cigarette as he spoke. Each of his movements was elegant, and yet he didn't seem pretentious, which was typical of him. Yeah, I know, but don't risk your life as much as you can. That's a promise. Nito answered daringly. As much as you can. Yes, as much as you can. If the time comes, Nito will even use Tsurugi's life as a weapon. But I don't want that time to come. I sincerely hope so. Understood. Tsurugi replied confidently, and the two of them toasted and drank. Nito was not one to talk much, so the conversation wasn't particularly lively, but strangely, it was comfortable. Nito liked spending time with Tsurugi. After a while, a bouncy voice was heard from afar. Ah, it's Nate. Nate's here. Yay. A girl came running towards him, waving her hand like a puppy's tail. A little behind her, a woman walked slowly with a modest look on her face. These were the only girls in Nito's life that he could call close to, Anis and Maki. That's great. I thought you wouldn't be able to come, Nate. That's great. Anis came very close to Nito and showed him a big smile. He couldn't help but feel that she had a mysterious power that brightened up the surroundings just by being there. The sunflower-like Anis looked great in the summer sun. Why yes, thank you, sorry I'm late. Nito replied to Anis and looked away from her. The reason was that Anis was wearing a swimsuit. Well, it was a beach, so it was natural, but her smooth skin and outstanding figure were so healthy and so dazzlingly attractive. Nito couldn't look directly at her. Especially the area around her belly button peeking out from between her bikini tops and the cleavage that couldn't be hidden by the swimsuit with so little fabric. Whether it was a leader of an evil organization or a hero of justice, I could glare at them without looking away, but this was impossible. Huh, Nito, why are you looking that way? Hey, why? Why? Anis came around to where he had turned his face away. Nito was simply flustered by her innocent, destructive power. No, it's nothing. Nito, your face is red, you know. Do you have a fever? No, I'm fine. Anis put her hand on Nito's forehead. Tsurugi, on his part, just looked at the scene with a smile and showed no sign of helping him. Nito, good work. Oh, okay. Maki, good work too. A little later than Anis, Maki came over as well. She was wearing a swimsuit, of course. It was light blue with a paro. It wasn't as revealing as Anis's, but it still made an impact. Her white, delicate waistline and the whole thing were great. Nito was mesmerized by Maki for just a moment. Sorry. To make matters worse, Maki seemed to have noticed Nito's gaze. Maki shyly placed both hands in front of her and leaned forward slightly. Her cheeks were also flushed in embarrassment. You idiot, you piece of trash, go die. Nito hurled every insult he could think of at himself. Huh. You're red too, Maki, what's wrong? And Anis didn't understand anything. Senpai, I know, he's excited by the sight of you two in swimsuits. That's why he's embarrassed. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. There was no mistaking who this nonchalant voice belonged to. It was Nina, Nito's junior and advisor. Really? Yay. WWW, that's not true, right? Nito-kun. Nina, when did you come up from the sea? Anis was happy, Maki was confused and red, and Nito tried to cover it up. Just now, I'm tired of surfing. Nina pointed the surfboard at the beach and continued while drying his hair. But Senpai's reaction is funny, isn't it? The difference in his character when he's serious. Isn't it that? Maybe he's the most vicious child in the world. Tsurugi-san, can I have some grappa too? Here you go. Nina took the glass from Tsurugi and started gulping it down as if nothing had happened. Even though he was a subordinate, sometimes you wished he'd give you a break, but you couldn't hate him, which is what made this guy special. Hey, Nate, am I cute? Am I sexy? Anis came on strong. The white sand beach, the blue sky, the sea, and the girl who bloomed between them were like a sunflower. Nito, who had finally given in, answered quietly. Yeah, I think you're cute. Then Anis raised her hands and jumped up. Yay. Nate praised me. He said I'm sexy. I didn't say I was sexy, but I couldn't say that to Anis, who was spinning around with joy. Yay, I'll brag to my dad next time. I'm not a kid anymore. Anis's dad is the boss of Crimson, the largest organization in the United States. Moreover, Nito is scheduled to come into contact with him soon. I really wish she'd stop, but it seemed impossible. Yeah. Nito sighed and met Maki's gaze again. Neat. She looked at Nito with eyes that made it seem like you could hear the onomatopoeic sound of Jito. I had no idea why. Hey, Nate. So who's cuter, Maki or me? That was a very critical question. It was really hard to answer. Moreover, Maki, who seems like the type to scold Anis at a time like this, seemed to be silently waiting for Nito's answer. Give me a break, Nito thought, but then an unexpected person came to his rescue. Well, since we're at the beach, let's all have fun together. How about beach volleyball or watermelon smashing? At this point, Nito was truly grateful for Nina's super fine play. No matter what he said, he was impressed by how well Nina could read the situation. In fact, he thought that a guy like this would be better suited to leading a group. Watermelon? What's a watermelon? Anis's interest shifted to something else. Then Maki sighed and told Anis, watermelon means watermelon. You do it too, right, senpai? Speaking of the sea, it's beach volleyball, watermelon smashing, and barbecue. Well, it's classic, but it's the norm. Even though he's a member of an evil organization, Nina's words sounded very realistic. Nito had never done anything he just said, but he had no choice but to nod. Why, you're right. Let's do it. And so, they tried all the sea activities Nina suggested. In the watermelon smashing game, Tsurugi, who seems to have a mind's eye, neatly cut the watermelon in half with one slash. As expected, Nina was also very good at beach volleyball, and he was beaten badly by him. After that, for the penalty game, he was thrown into the sea and got soaked. Anis, who has barbecue techniques learned from America, grilled the meat, and it was delicious. Before he knew it, everyone was laughing. As time passed, everyone got drunk or went back to the hotel, but Nito walked alone on the beach and watched the sunset. He felt like doing so, as if to savor the day. It's beautiful. A sudden voice called out to him. It sounded like a bell, and it was Maki. She had taken Anis, who had become sleepy, back to the hotel earlier, but it seemed she had returned. Maki was smiling gently, illuminated by the gentle light of the sunset. Nito already knew how he felt about her. Yeah, come to think of it, it's been a while since I've seen the sunset. Maybe because they were alone, Nito was able to talk normally this time. It was a little strange that he felt at ease, but somehow it made sense. You always work hard, Nito. I think it's okay to take it easy like this sometimes. Maki started walking slowly alongside Nito. I guess so. But yeah, it was fun. Before he knew it, Nito was saying that. It was fun, really fun. There were some scary and impatient moments along the way, but when I look back on them, I can laugh and feel warm inside. I think that's probably because everyone was there. Everyone here was a bad person, and they had never done anything to be proud of. And that probably won't continue in the future. But they were the first irreplaceable friends Nito had ever made. That was the truth. It was fun because I was with my friends. Yes, I had fun too. Maki's words made me happy. It's only been 3 years since Nito joined Metallica as a fighter, and he has already achieved the position of executive, and he knows very well how much he has done. He has his sights set on the next battle to reach the top and become the leader of Metallica. He intends to immediately throw himself into a fierce battle and win with a cruel and malicious fighting style. In the process, there is a possibility that someone, including himself, may be lost. Surely, a day like today will never come again. Nito had a premonition of that, a rare day gained while walking the path of hell. He understands that today was that day. Maki, are you going back to the hotel soon? Why don't we just stay here until the sun goes down? Maki said, a little embarrassed, but Nito really felt the same way. Nito sat on the beach, and Maki sat next to him. Just the touch of their shoulders made Nito feel his heart fill up. Spending time with people he could call friends and being with the girl he loved. For a man like him, it was like a miracle. Nito wished that the sun would never set and that night would start a little later. Surely this summer only comes once in a lifetime. Thus passed the man who would later become the king of evil and rule the world. Chapter 44.5 It's okay to make a harem. It was his first day off since being transferred to New York. Kazuma Nina woke up quite late and walked around the area around his rented room, which was the Upper East Side of Manhattan. He didn't particularly want to go sightseeing. For example, going to places that are typical of New York, like Broadway or Times Square, would be a pain. Besides, he's going to be living in this city for a while anyway, so he can just go when he feels like it. That's what Nina thought, so he didn't intend to go around looking around. That's what people who don't have the means do, so Nina was just walking around to buy coffee. He figured that in the Upper East Side, where Manhattan's wealthy people live, and the area where Nina rents his luxury apartment, he'd be able to find a coffee stand easily. By the way, my senior, Komori Nito, who was transferred here with me, doesn't live in this area. Apparently, it's because the rent is too high. This is despite the fact that he is an executive in Metallica and is treated as an executive in Crimson, the largest evil organization in the United States. I don't understand what he means, Nina told him, but I thought it was typical of him. I guess he would be more comfortable in a more diverse and cheap place than worrying about the rent. He's a strange guy. Well, it doesn't concern me, though. I seriously didn't think I'd end up here. And I don't mean in the upscale residential area of Manhattan. I mean that I've ended up in a position that can influence the United States as a member of an evil organization. That person who ended up working under him due to a coincidental personnel connection. If you follow him, you'll end up in trouble before you know it. Haha. Thinking about this, Nina burst out laughing. What am I doing, he wonders. It's not that Nina dislikes the current situation, nor does he regret it. He's been praised for his dexterity, being able to do anything easily, and somehow it's become interesting. As he starts to work a little more seriously, he ends up in a world he doesn't understand. He's still not sure what he thinks of his senior, who is usually a kind person, but sometimes shows a terrifying expression. He doesn't get all excited, and he only works with a smoldering feeling. For some reason, he starts to feel uneasy. Ha, Nina. Suddenly, Nina hears a voice from behind him. Looking across the street, he sees a female colleague running up to him with a look of joy on her face. Good morning, Nina. Hey, Anna-san, what's up? Why are you here? Annis Giles. She is the assistant to Komori Nito, who is a senior to Nina. Nina and Annis are considered to be of equal rank within Metallica, and Annis is younger than Nina. But Nina uses his own honorific language when speaking to her. I'm going shopping. I see, what are you going to buy? Unlike Nito, Nina is very communicative and sociable. So, when he meets someone he knows, he will talk to her cheerfully. Also, Nina is aware that he has vague feelings for Annis. Yeah, well, you see, my dad just called me. He said Nate is coming over tonight, so I'm going to buy some ingredients for dinner. Annis was carrying a big shopping bag. I see, I'm sure that today, Senpai is working with Mr. Big, Annis's father. Unlike himself, who had been sleeping until just now, working on holidays is a part of management. Nina guessed that he had probably been invited to dinner as a result of a conversation at work. Oh, is Annis going to cook? Yes, I've been studying lately. Annis's smile looked happy. And even to Nina, who is used to women and is quite popular with them, she is a gorgeous and sweet, beautiful girl. Annis likes Nito. It's obvious that she likes him. If love can be seen as an aura, then it must have been shining brightly all year round since 2013. Of course, Nina doesn't understand that. Senpai is happy too, isn't she? Senpai's comment slipped out of his mouth. It was only half polite. I guess so, hehe. Nina can't help but chuckle at Annis's blushing smile. Even if they were in the same position in Metallica, Nina was Komori Nito's junior, while Annis was closer to being his girlfriend or mistress. Of course, being that simple-minded senior, it's not actually the case, but at least Annis wants to be that, so it's safe to say she's a candidate. Normally, you would use honorific language when speaking to a senior's girlfriend. Nina thinks so, so he never spoke to Annis in a casual manner. What about Nina? Are you going somewhere? Oh no, I was just thinking about going out to get some coffee. Oh, can I carry your bags? I'm bored. Niana is kind to girls, so this was also half a reflexive suggestion. Really? Are you sure? Yes, it's fine. I'm going to buy a lot, right? I think I made a mistake. It's a bit of a pain. Niana thought, but he answered while scratching his cheek. Yay, yay. Anis showed Niana a big smile and jumped up and down. Niana didn't really understand why she was so happy, but he understood when she said the next words. See you later. Tell me about Nate's favorite foods and drinks. I think you know more about that, Anis-san. Then let's work together. Ah, I see. No, Few, I'm embarrassed by your pure love. Section. Hey, Nina. Nate, which do you prefer, fettuccine or spaghettini? Luxury ingredients, imported goods, organic products. The huge supermarket on the Upper East Side, where you can find anything, seems to be as fun as an amusement park for Anis today. Niana smiles as she answers. I don't think he knows anything about different types of pasta, but he seemed to prefer thick ramen noodles, so maybe fettuccine would be better. I see, then I'll have this one. Anis continues to put more and more into her basket, making you wonder, can he really eat this much? She's humming something in English, and Niana can tell that she's really looking forward to tonight. By the way, what do you like about him, Anis? That's the question that Niana suddenly blurted out. Still, it's something he's wanted to ask for a while. I'm embarrassed. The girl turned around with a puzzled look on her face, then blushed. But Niana was good with girls. Isn't it okay? Tell me for reference. Nina is much more popular with girls than Nate, right? That being said, Anis had said it. Niana was able to guess that. Haha, well, to be honest, that's true. You know, is it that he's kind, or that he's a bit of a natural? She tried to explore with a shopping cart in one hand. Anis then put her hand on her cheek and smiled. That's cute, too, I think. You know, Nate sometimes has a really scary look on his face, right? And he does some surprising things. Niana was quiet and waited for her to continue. He was right and sympathized. Somehow, Nate is really sexy at times like that, and it makes my heart race. It felt like Anis's voice sounded a little different than usual. It might have been because her innocent self used the word sexy, but that's how it sounded to Niana. Maybe it's because Nate is always trying so hard. There was also a lustrous light in those dreamy eyes. Niana was a little surprised that Anis, who was only 19 years old, looked strangely feminine. But she soon put on a playful face. I see. Don't you think Anis-san has some strange tastes in men? Huh, is that so? No, well, it's because your father is a villain, I'm sure. You like Nate too, don't you? Oh, I'm straight. I'm not very sexually diverse. No, it's not like that. It's fun to tease her a little, Anis-san. Even as Niana thought that, he felt like he understood what she wanted to say. And at the same time, it felt like the fog he had felt in his heart just now had thinned a little. Maybe Anis-san was right. It's something I don't have, as I've never been serious about anything. Komori Nito has it. The power to burn his whole soul for just one thing, I guess. He's hot-blooded, too desperate, and his nature is evil to begin with. That's not really something to be praised or anything noble about. To begin with, it's down to earth and doesn't suit Niana's personality. But that's why I'm attracted to him. Maybe that's why I ended up here before I knew it. That's why Anis likes him. Niana was lost in thought for a moment. Meanwhile, Anis was putting ingredients into her shopping cart and looked puzzled. It's nothing, but this is way too much, no matter how you look at it. It's for Mr. Big, you, and Senpai, right? Niana tried to evade the question, and Anis tilted her slender head in response. What about Nina? Nina's coming too, right? Oh, Niana's lonely expression made Niana chuckle again. It seemed like Anis really wanted me to come. No way. Hey, what do you think? Come on. Dad and Nate will be happy. I'd have more fun with Nina too. A pure and innocent invitation. Nina hesitated for a moment, which was very unusual for him, but he answered in his usual way. I'm fine with it. Mr. Big is a little scary. Besides, I have a date tonight. Anis was visibly disappointed and dropped her shoulders, but she quickly looked up and smiled. Oh, I see, a date. Well then, I guess there's no other way. Sorry. After that, Niana finished shopping quickly and left the supermarket, contacted his subordinate, arranged for a car, and picked Anis up. In the first place, it was dangerous for her to walk alone as the daughter of Crimson's boss in many ways. Having just returned to New York, she doesn't seem to have gotten her senses back yet. Well, that's it for me. Yes. Thanks, Nina. I'll invite you again next time, so please come. Yes. After seeing Anis waving her paws like a puppy's tail, I take out my cell phone. Oh, hi, I'm Kazuma, who I met yesterday. Right. Are you free tonight? He asks out the beautiful New Yorker he met at the bar last night. Of course she says yes, so in the end, Nina isn't lying to Anis. As he sips the coffee he bought at the supermarket, he suddenly lets out that voice. He's feeling a little down, unlike himself, but it's really just a little. He'll probably be back to normal in 30 seconds. It's not like he was really serious about it. But well, she's such a cute and nice girl, so it's only natural to think that it's okay to be a little bit off. This isn't just Nina's pretense or anything, it's Nina's true feelings. Nina knows who Nito is in love with. But if possible, he wants Anis to be happy too. If you want to be the leader of evil, you should at least make a harem. That's what I'm going to say next time. But anyway, the way Komori Nito is, as Anis described it, Nina also feels the same. And maybe somewhere in her heart, she finds it dazzling. The way he risks his life for what he can't give up, for what he aims for, is so different from me. I wonder if I'll ever get passionate about something. No, I won't. Nina Kazuma concluded that and started walking while drinking his coffee. He walked through Manhattan with a carefree step. Well, whatever will be, will be. I'm a genius after all. Chapter 60.5, Don't Be Stupid. Abin is coming up. Komori Nito has never visited a grave before. Because his father died in prison, he had no family ties and no close friends. Not that it was because of that, but Nito didn't really know the general etiquette of visiting a grave. Things like what to prepare, what clothes to wear, and things like that. I'll research anything I don't know before I go. That's what Nito thought at first, but as the planned date approached, he changed his mind. That person probably wouldn't be happy with something so formal. That's what he thought. Nito doesn't know if the afterlife really exists. But if that person's soul is there, I'm sure they'll smile if I do it properly. That's what he felt. He put on a suit and tied his tie. He was dressed the same as he did at work, but all black, it looked like mourning clothes. It's the Abin season. Considering that he will be leading Slayer from now on, now is the perfect time to come here. His favorite shochu. After buying a higher-grade shochu, Nito heads to his resting place. The place he arrives at is a temple, but it is a place connected to Metallica. It is not deep in the mountains, nor on a hill with a good view, but a temple standing quietly in the middle of the city. The people interred there are probably not what we would call normal. That person was one of them. Huh. Passing through the temple gate, Nito saw a familiar face standing on the mountain path. He always has a cigarette in his mouth, but today there was nothing around his mouth, and he was wearing a chic dark suit. Good morning, boss. Tsurugi, why are you here? Tsurugi, Nito's trusted subordinate. He was with me at work yesterday and drank all night. No, I finished that matter in the morning. I wanted to meet you too, the man who is your benefactor. Of course, if you're okay with it. Nito's benefactor. Nito was taken care of when he first joined Metallica and was his senior, Manaka-san, who lost his life in a fight with Dylan. Both were low-ranking soldiers in Metallica. Why not? I'm sure he'll be happy. Mr. Manaka. Nito was surprised by the unexpected mourner, but he answered with a smile. It's of course nice that the busy man came, but apart from that, if ghosts and such really exist, Mr. Manaka would be introduced to a man named Tsurugi as his subordinate. When Mr. Manaka sees this extremely skilled confidant, who is no ordinary person, he will surely be surprised and smile. Nito laughed because he remembered that smile on his face. Well, let's go then. The grave seems to be over there. Understood. With Tsurugi following behind, I walked to Manaka's grave. I clasped my hands together and spoke to him in my heart. Manaka-san, it's been a while. How are you? Well, it's weird considering you're dead. As for me, well, I'm not doing very well, but I'm doing my best. Nito's body had been showing signs of abnormality for a while now. Could it be a side effect of becoming a cyborg, or exhaustion from the harsh continuous battles? I don't know, but Nito realized that he might not live much longer. The tough-looking man next to him is my subordinate, Tsurugi. It makes you laugh, right? This amazing-looking guy is my subordinate. Of course he's much stronger than me. A lot has happened since then. Thanks to you, I became an executive at Metallica, and then I quit. Now I'm starting a new group called Slayer. but I'll definitely return to Metallica someday. Just like Manaka said that day. I intend to walk the path to the top of Metallica. In front of the cold grave, Nito expresses his feelings for someone who is no longer with him. If you think about it, without Manaka, Nito wouldn't be where he is now. So, to the world, Manaka may be the person who gave birth to the worst man. Even so, Nito is glad that he met him. Looking to the side, Tsurugi was holding his hand on his chest, bowing his head and praying silently. I wonder if that's what they do in Italy when mourning the dead. Don't get too sentimental. Oh, that's right. I bought some shochu that Manaka liked. Can I put this on the tombstone? Tsurugi nodded and answered Nito, who asked as normally as possible. Yes, that's fine. If I were under the grave, that's what I'd want, boss. I see, Tsurugi likes sake, right? I'll let Nana know. Boss, that's right. Tsurugi lowered his eyes as he said that. It seemed that he had also somehow guessed. A few years ago, Nito and his friends had all gone to the beach together, but there was a different relationship between the two of them then. Well, here you go, Manaka-san. Nito opened the cap of the shochu and poured out the fragrant contents. What was he like? Suddenly, Tsurugi asked. Yeah, that's right. How should I put it? He was someone who had a fever. That was the answer that first came to Nito's mind. I know it's cliché, but that was the first thing he thought of. They had been together for about 6 months. And as a colleague of the poor Metallica fighters on the ground, fever, that's a rare way of expressing it for you. Nito doesn't know much about Manaka. He doesn't know much about his past, his family, or anything like that. But he does know the important things, or so he thought. Haha, is that so? You know, we weren't together for that long, but I still remember a lot of things. Can you tell me a little bit? Nito closed his eyes at Manaka's words. As expected, he can still remember them. That's right. Well, Manaka-san, I'll have 1 glass each. After refusing, Nito poured some shochu into the ceramic glass he had brought with him. Since he's here, he'll drink it. Just him and Tsurugi, and just for now, he believed that there was one more person here. Section. Nito, if you're so hungry you're going to collapse, you should have said so first. Haven't you had breakfast yet? That day, Nito was also receiving special training from Manaka. The two's training, which began before the mock battle with Shijita, a senior in the General Affairs Department, continued for some reason even after Nito defeated Shijita. However, today, Nito reached his limit and collapsed. I'm sorry. I got mugged the other day, so my salary for this month was reduced considerably. I haven't eaten anything since yesterday. In the General Affairs Department break room, lying on a simple bench, Nito said this weakly. Geez, a fighter from an evil organization mugged by someone, well, that's typical of you, I guess. Haha, I'm sorry. Sometimes you come up with ridiculously terrible ideas. Nito was a little taken aback by Manaka's words. To be honest, the other day when he was being harassed by some delinquents, Nito could have done something if he had tried. The techniques he had learned from Manaka and the mindset that was born from them. For example, he had come up with ways that were so cruel and inhumane that even surprised him, like taking off his jacket and putting it over the other person's face and hitting them, or breaking an empty bottle that was lying nearby and attacking them with the shards. If he had used such despicable fighting methods, he thinks he could have won the fight. But Nito didn't do that. It's not that he couldn't do it. He didn't. He felt that when he did such things, it was only for something that he couldn't give up. Well, maybe that's fine for you now. Manaka let out a small sigh and muttered. Now, so do you think that such a time will come for me someday? Nito wondered, but he was so hungry that he didn't even have the energy to ask. Let's go eat then. I'll treat you since I have no choice. But it's fine. It's an Odin restaurant anyway. Oh, I can pay you when I get promoted, you know. Manaka loosened his scruffy cheeks and smiled. His face was just as scruffy as expected, but Nito liked that expression. I'm not going to get promoted, so I'll pay you back next payday. You don't know that, do you? So he went to the Odin restaurant as usual. Sometimes he went to a kushikatsu restaurant or a yakitori restaurant, but the common thing was that they were all dingy and cheap. Phew, are you feeling a bit fuller? Thank you, my super low wages have been cut even further. I thought I was going to die. Haha, well that's tough. Manaka was more interested in the alcohol than the Odin. By the way, how did things go with that girl you were talking about the other day? Perhaps it's the nature of middle-aged men. But when he got drunk, Manaka would often worry about Nito's relationships with women. Of course, Nito had nothing to be worried about. Literally, nothing. Please stop talking about that, Manaka-san. I mean, I haven't seen her since the company entrance ceremony. Oh, okay. I see so. What kind of girls do you like? I don't know. Well, it has nothing to do with my future life, so there's no point in thinking about it. What would you do if you met a blonde with big breasts and a cute face? Apparently, Manaka likes blonde, glamorous women. Nito took a sip of hot shochu and answered with a sigh. That's definitely not going to happen, so it's okay. You don't have dreams. Rather than that miracle happening, it's more realistic for me to take over the world in the future. Nito was about to say that, but then he stopped. This was something he felt he shouldn't joke about. Although Manaka was a low-ranking member of Metallica, he said that he still hadn't given up on his desire to take over the world. He joined Metallica with the determination to change this well-organized world, and has been fighting ever since. Even in a poor environment, he has not given up, and even though he says he knows he is an insignificant person, he still does not give up. In his own way, he is a man who has fought hard as a villain. And Nito also has parts of the world he has lived in that he wants to change. He is still unclear about what he should do, what he wants to do, but there is still a heat smoldering somewhere in his heart. What's wrong? Are you drunk already? It seemed Manaka was much drunker than Nito when he asked. Seeing his red face, Nito gave a wry smile. No, it's fine. Anyway, Manaka-san, I believe we'll be dispatched to the C-14 district tomorrow, and will be on a mission to steal weapons and ammunition from some organization. I think it's about time you went home. Just one more drink, please. It can't be helped, Nito says, and orders another from the bartender. No matter what anyone says, he knows that Manaka will be fine. And the next day, Manaka came to work with a confident look on his face, and worked hard on his mission while encouraging Nito and the other members. Manaka never comes to work with a hangover, and never misses a single early morning training session. He works hard in his own way, even on small missions. But he's basically a no-no. That's the kind of man he is. He was a warm, passionate person. Nito had a special affection for him. It may not be the same as the respect or admiration for heroes like Dylan or Sonic Youth, or the fear or admiration for the boss of Crimson or the executives of Metallica, but still. Komori Nito respected Manaka. And it was a new emotion for Nito. Section, Manaka, huh, I see, I think I understand a little now. After slowly drinking his glass of shochu, Tsurugi shared his thoughts on Nito's story. I see. It seems that the man sleeping here was someone who had a great influence on my master. Nito nodded silently to those words and poured the rest of his sake on the tombstone. It's about time to go. The battle to capture Anthrax will begin soon. Yes, I'll fly to their island early. Boss, I hope you come later with Aikno. I know. His old face only returned for a short time. Komori Nito began to act again, as the man who had come to be called the charisma of evil. Manaka-san, that's all for today. If there is a hell, we'll probably meet again soon. He muttered to himself, turning his back on the gravestone and starting to walk. Just then, Nito received a call on his mobile device, and he answered it. Nate, we're ready. The voice was Annis Giles, his secretary. It seems they're ready to attack the island that is Anthrax's base. Manaka-san, I'm off now. I might be able to fulfill that promise soon. If hell exists, we'll probably meet again soon. See you then. I muttered to myself, turned my back on the tombstone and started walking. Be stupid. I felt like I heard a voice from behind me. Chapter 22.5, You're the Idiot. Farewell parties that accompany personnel transfers are something that many company employees have experienced. However, Nito, who was a NEET until just a year ago, naturally had never experienced one. For him, it was unexpected that he would be the one being sent off at his first company farewell party. It has only been half a year since he was transferred from the General Affairs Department to the Sales Department. He struggles every day to get used to the job, and the days fly by, and before he knows it, it's already night. So, Komori, do your best even if you go to Okinawa. The manager gave a closing speech that was somewhat rough but typical of him, followed by a toast, and the senior employees of the sales department all gave words of encouragement. Why yes, thank you. To be honest, Nito was on the verge of crying a little. He held back because it would be too embarrassing to show tears, but that's how sentimental he felt. Although it was a short time, the seniors and superiors of the sales department, although rough, taught him many things and even backed him up during the beetle attack. Unlike his time in the General Affairs Department, which was an extremely poor workplace, the members of the sales department were people he could call friends for the first time in his life. Nito decided to transfer because he had something to aim for, but even so, Nito, who was not used to such situations, realized that he was feeling a little sad. So, what one of the seniors said to him immediately after leaving the bar for the first party was unexpected. "Hey, Komori, you don't have to come to the after-party today." Why? Sugiyama-san, the sales department's drinking parties don't end with the first party. In most cases, they usually go to a cabaret club, bar, lounge, or some other place after this. And since Nito is the lowest-ranking member, he is dragged along almost every time. Nito isn't very good at places with women around, so it's a custom he doesn't usually enjoy, but he thought he'd stick around until the end today. Why, you say? As Sugiyama pointed in the direction where there was a girl. She looked a little embarrassed by the sales department members making a fuss, but she was smiling gently. It was Mayuzumi Maki, a colleague of Nito's. Today was the sales department's farewell party, and Maki was called here because she was a colleague of Nito's. By the way, it seems that they tried to ask Aikno, another colleague, but of course he wasn't there. Nito thinks that Maki is still as nice as ever, coming to something like this. "Maki, what's the matter?" Sugiyama sighed at Nito's question. You know, Mayuzumi-chan, she took the trouble to come, but you didn't say anything at all. Besides, if we go to an after-party, we won't make the last train anyway. And it would be a shame for Mayuzumi-chan to attend our after-party anyway. Well, yes. That's true. Maki has only just turned 20 and is rather calm and quiet. That's why I think she would have a hard time in the sales department. Well, me too. But it's getting late and it's dangerous to let her go home alone. So, you take her to the station, and don't come back here. You're supposed to be thanking me now. Go ahead. You got orders from your senpai. After saying that, Sugiyama suddenly took control of the situation and started to throw the other members into taxis one by one. They were probably renting out the lounge they went to the other day. And before they knew it, only Nito and Maki were left there. Since there was no one else around, Nito tried to get close enough to talk. Why, yes. Maki, who had been waving and bowing to the taxis of the departing sales department members, replied strangely nervous. "What's wrong?" "No, well, aren't you going to the after-party, Nito-kun?" Maki was fidgety. She had her hands together in front of her, and her fingertips were making a mysterious, rustling motion. She seemed restless for her, so maybe she was pretty drunk. "Yeah, it seems like so. Is it okay if I take you to the station?" When Nito answered, Maki's face turned redder in an instant. It seemed like she was drunk after all. "No, it's okay. Actually, I'd love to meet you." Since she was naturally pale, her cherry-pink cheeks were particularly striking, and Nito felt embarrassed and looked away. He really wanted to see her, though. "Well, shall we go then?" "Yeah." After a short conversation, the two of them started walking side by side. Nito wasn't originally the type to talk, so he remained silent. Maki was also tired, her face was red and she was looking down. Thinking that the girl walked very slowly, Nito walked as slowly as he could to match her pace. The downtown area on the weekend was lively, sparkling, and noisy. But strangely, the hustle and bustle didn't bother him much. As Maki was walking, he felt that the left side of him was a little warmer. The light of the full moon floating in the sky was soft. The words came out naturally. "You know, you say." By chance, they spoke at the same time. Maybe it was because of the alcohol, but he found the whole thing funny and laughed a little. Looking over, Maki was in the same situation, with a giggling look on her face. "Sorry, what is it?" No, thank you, Nito, you go first." Even after hearing that, he couldn't remember what he was going to talk about. So Nito just said something that sounded inoffensive, and the conversation started normally. It's been a year since they joined Metallica. A question about Maki's work. It's their first time going to Okinawa, but they're thinking of going to the beach at least. Shochu is best with potatoes. what to put on fried eggs. Maki also brought up various topics about taking part in next year's cyborg competition. Recently, his cooking skills have improved a little, that he actually can't swim. The first time he'd had alcohol since turning 20 last month, putting olive oil and pepper on fried eggs. Maki is not the most talkative person either, so the conversation never got too heated. But the atmosphere of small talk and occasional laughs was fun and made me feel calm. Nito is going to be transferred soon, so he guesses he won't see her after tonight. I wish the station was a little farther away. While Nito was thinking that, Maki suddenly changed the topic. Oh, I heard about that place over there from a senior in the General Affairs Department, and it seems like it has a good selection of shochu, but it's also a reasonably priced bar. Where is it? Ah, it sounds like a nice place. A shochu bar, and it's cheap too, is intriguing. I wish I'd known about it sooner. After all, Nito is going to be transferred to Okinawa soon, so I don't think he'll have a chance to go to that place anytime soon. The name of the shochu bar is Natsum. Yes, I'll at least remember the name. Oh, come to think of it, Nito-kun, maybe you haven't had much to drink today. For some reason, Maki had a tense look on her face. She clenched both fists at her chest. Is that such a serious question? Ah, yeah, maybe I haven't had as much to drink as the sales department usually does. Nito was planning to join the after-party, so he definitely didn't have enough to drink. I see, I was just thinking maybe. Maki looked happy for some reason. It was very bright and pretty. Nito glanced at her sideways, trying not to be noticed. As he was watching, Maki also looked at him, so he quickly looked away. Well then. Yeah, so I was thinking I'd buy some alcohol at the convenience store and go home. For some reason, Maki looked like a scolded puppy. Her shoulders slumped. Ah, Maki, there's a step there. That's why she seemed to be a little slow to react to Nito's words. As a result, Maki stumbled over the step in the sidewalk, and Nito hurriedly supported her. I'm sorry. It's okay. Unexpectedly pressed together, Nito couldn't think straight. When he touched her, he was confused by Maki's waist, which was much more delicate and soft than he had expected, the bulge touching Nito's shoulder and her citrus-like scent. I need it. And Maki, perhaps because she was injured or drunk and sluggish, didn't try to move away from Nito right away. But she kept staring at him, which made him feel impatient. While she was in his arms, her moist blue eyes and well-shaped, fresh lips came into his field of vision whether he wanted to or not. No, it wasn't that he didn't like it at all. What should I do? What should I do in this situation? It's bad if I don't say something, it'll be bad, and if I don't leave quickly, it'll look creepy. But it would be rude to push her away, and first of all, it would be dangerous if she was injured. Ah, if I don't say something, I'll look like a pervert. And so, Nito, confused, shifted his gaze to the sky. He spoke of the first thing he saw. The moon. It looks like a full moon today. Look, isn't it beautiful? What am I talking about? The moon is obviously not important. No, it's really beautiful, and to be honest, I've been wanting to share it with you for a while, but it doesn't make sense in this situation. The moon. I'm sorry, to be honest, I was nervous. I know, come on, Hugh. Maki looked thoughtful, then sighed and left Nito, but she immediately laughed. You can't help it, Nito-kun. It's fine. I mean, we'll meet again. Probably. I don't think I'll be in Okinawa forever, and I plan to go back to the head office. Hee, that's true. Nito-kun is the kind of person who only looks forward and upwards, even though he doesn't really seem that way. Her smile was clear and somewhat mischievous. Even though Maki is younger and still has the features of a young girl, she even felt it was a little sexy. Then she said this. That's right, Nito-kun. The moon is beautiful. Her voice was like a bell, and it seemed to penetrate deeply into her ears and her heart. Section? Well, that happened. It was at a farewell party when I was in the sales department. Just to be sure, what happened after that, senpai? Yeah. Maki fell and her heel broke. I called a taxi and took her back. Oh dear. After Nito finished speaking, the two subordinates sitting opposite him, Tsurugi and Nina, spoke their impressions in low voices. They looked clearly dumbfounded. What's with that? Tsurugi, you asked me if I'd ever slept with a woman, so I... Yes. First of all, that's not what Tsurugi meant when he said hug. You mean the taxi fare. I paid for that. That's obvious, boss. What we're talking about is what happened before that. A bar in Okinawa where he was assigned. Niina sipped his beer and Tsurugi sighed again after drinking his sake. Senior, aren't you an idiot? What? What's with that? The one who calls someone an idiot is the idiot. I hate to say it, boss, you're the idiot. Tsurugi's words carried a weight that left no room for argument. Looks like I was an idiot. Chapter 2.1. Damn, I drank too much yesterday. Damn, I drank too much yesterday. I should have left out the potato rock at the end. As soon as the middle-aged man woke up in the morning, he reflected on the same thing for the umpteenth time. He's tired, his body is really tired. He used to be able to handle that much, but maybe he's not young anymore. Ah, it's already 5 o'clock. He doesn't feel like he's slept much, but it's time to go. There's still a lot of time until work starts, but he has decided to go to work much earlier than that. I slowly get up and change into the Metallica General Affairs Department jersey. Even if I drank too much yesterday, I'm not young anymore, and I don't get paid much. What I do doesn't change. I can't change it. When I arrive at work, where no one has arrived yet, I head straight to the training room. I do strength training, punching against a punching bag, and shooting practice in the basement. Phew, my head hurts. I'm hungover and feel pretty sick, but I'm used to it. I've never taken a break, even when it's hard, and this is how I've built my own strength. That's why I've been able to fight even in a terrible workplace like Metallica's General Affairs Department. In the first place, people who laze around in bed the day after drinking or don't do what they've decided to do have no right to drink alcohol. Well, I know that it's best not to drink in the first place, because it will reduce my performance to some extent, but I couldn't do that. That's where I'm at a loss. I am fulfilling my duties as a Metallica fighter. I am not lagging behind the Guardians or the minions of other organizations. But the goal I set for myself when I was younger to rise through the ranks of the organization remains far away. Now that I understand more, I realize that it may no longer be possible. I knew that it was because there was something I lacked, something I was missing. I think I was lacking in effort, determination, talent, everything. But I can't live my life any other way now. Even if it's embarrassing or difficult, I have no choice but to keep doing my best like this, so as not to lose my dreams and beliefs. Thinking about this, I finished my early morning training. It was just before the start of work. When I went to the morning meeting at the start of work, a man I didn't know came in accompanied by the supervisor. He was too young to be called a man and looked weak. He looked like a kid. This is Komori, who's starting today. He's hired from the head office but has a unique background as a general employee. The chief said this in his usual relaxed voice and explained about the new guy. I see he's a new employee. I'm Komori NEET. Oh, nice to meet you. The new guy raised his voice. He was probably trying his best because it was his first day. He's probably a more timid guy in reality. It was obvious. You don't see that in someone from a really evil organization. Recruited from the head office, but assigned to the General Affairs Department as a general employee? That's a pity. Manaka was thinking like that as he vaguely followed the new guy's first day. He was practicing his stun rod like an idiot. He hadn't been taught anything by anyone, but he was sweating with a serious look on his face. Of course, his form was all messed up and no good at all. He's a strange guy. It seemed a little odd to him, but at the same time, Manaka felt a different emotion. Looking at the new guy, he felt a sense of nostalgia. No, it's not that he looks like me when I was younger. I wasn't that timid, and manners were a total crapshoot. But I do remember him being desperate even though he didn't know anything, and doing meaningless things while panting. Well, I guess there's no other way. If the new guy is around for a while, I'll pay him a bit of attention. That's what Manaka thought. My hangover was getting much better. Chapter 11.5. So, who are they? Oh dear, it looks like it's going to be another boring job. A warehouse located on the coast of Tuscany, Italy. Tsurugi F. Gardner, who had just kicked open the door of the warehouse and entered, sighed. In front of Tsurugi, that is, inside the warehouse he had broken into, were 5 mafia men, aiming their guns at him. Tsurugi is human, so if the bullets they fire hit him in a vital spot, he will naturally die. But Tsurugi doesn't think anything of it. Who the hell are you? The youngest man in the mafia shouted in Italian with a strong accent. Now, who the hell are you? Tsurugi laughed at the young mafia's words. He knew it was self-mockery. Who am I? Someone who's been invited to various organizations as a bodyguard or helper because of my skills, and who swings my sword in pointless battles. I wish I could tell him. What's the matter? Just fire away. I'm telling you, from now on I'm going to cut down every last one of you. The best way to finish a pointless job is quickly. Tsurugi provoked them, urging them to fire. Don't take me for a fool. One of them fired, but Tsurugi didn't even dodge. It was obvious from the direction of the gun that the bullet wouldn't hit him. Instead, he walked briskly, closing the distance. Perhaps he was stunned, or perhaps he was frightened. The other men seemed slow to react. Approaching the young mafia member, who was gripping the handle of his gun with all his might, Tsurugi put his hand on the hilt of the Japanese sword he had brought with him. And then, HMPH. He drew his sword and swung it down in a crosscut. There was a heavy thud, and the young mafia member fell flat after receiving the blow. Don't mess with me. A moment later, the other men attacked Tsurugi with their guns and knives, but their movements were too slow. You little scum. Tsurugi quickly lowered his body and charged towards the men while maintaining a low stance, unleashing successive slashes while being aware of the numerous bullets passing overhead. It took just 2 seconds. All the mafia men were lying on the hard ground inside the warehouse. There was no sense of accomplishment from finishing a job. For Tsurugi, this was just a way to kill time. I was asked by one mafia to destroy another, that's all. The guys who asked me to do it, the guys I just killed and myself are all trash. I see. Tsurugi turned his gaze to the bags of flour that were supposed to contain the flour piled up in the warehouse. It seemed to be a skirmish between 2 thugs, and he ended up taking part in it. A trash job for a half-baked person. But Tsurugi's job was to get rid of the guys at the transaction site, and he didn't care about anything else. He never liked the client to begin with. He didn't want to be used by him. Tsurugi took a flask from his coat pocket, took a sip of bourbon, then poured the rest into a powder bag. He struck a match, lit a cigarette, and threw it away. He turned on his heels and left the warehouse on the bay. He felt the heat of the intense flames behind him, but didn't even look back. Now, what should I do next? Tsurugi thought. It looked like this fire incident was going to cause him trouble for a while. He would need to leave Italy for a while. Of course, that wasn't a big deal for a rootless person like him. What he was thinking was where he should go after leaving Italy. Phew. As he puffed on the now short cigarette, he remembered something. An old acquaintance had told him about a certain organization, Metallica, the evil organization that is said to be the strongest in the modern world. Its headquarters is apparently in Japan. It might be interesting to stay there. Metallica, the world's greatest evil organization. I don't know what kind of people they have, but I hope there's something that will get me excited, even just a little. Thinking about this, Tsurugi F. Gardner pressed his finished cigarette into his portable ashtray and put it out. End of Volume 3, story completed.